Introduction, African drumming techniques. African drumming is rich in rhythm and tradition, with various techniques that shape its unique sound. Below is a table outlining key techniques, examples, and resources to explore further. Technique, description, example, Google resource, various techniques using the fingers. Tone, clear, distinct pitch using the fingers. High tone on djembe. Google.com/search, African drumming tone technique. Slap sharp percussive sound using the fingertips. Slap on conga. Africa slatramtic. Bass, deep resonant sound using the palm. Bass on djembe. Google African drumming plus technique. Buzz roll, rapid repetitive strokes creating a rolling sound. Buzz roll on technique. Google.com/search equals African drumming buzz roll. Grouping of three notes in a beat for rhythmic complexity. Triplet rhythm on conga. Google.com/search equals African drumming plus triplets. Explore these techniques to delve deeper African drumming and its ultimate rhythms.
Understanding Achakatura. Achakatura, also known as a grace note, is a type of ornament in music notation. It is played very quickly before the main note, adding a brief, expressive touch to the melody. Here's a concise guide to help you understand and use Achakatura effectively. Aspect. Example. Resources before the main note, adding the concise guide. Definition. A grace note played rapidly before the main note. C chat before D in C major. Muse Theory, musictheory.net. Small note with a slash through its stem. D, grace note before E in melody. Classic FM com. Duration, very short, almost imperceptible in time. D, quickly before G. Usage. Adds flavor often used in classical and Baroque music. G grace before A in classical piece. musicalglocalglossary.com. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding of Achakatura and enhance your musical performances.
Understanding polytonality in jazz. Polytonality involves using two or more different tonalities simultaneously, creating complex and rich harmonic textures. In jazz, this technique adds depth and intrigue to compositions and improvisations. Concept, Google resources. Example. Definitions of multiple tonal centers at once, lush like Billy Strayhorn. Polytonality in jazz, /www.google.com/search. Polytonality plus in jazz. Dual tonality, overlaying two keys, e.g. C major over E flat major. Giant Steps by John Coltrane. Polytonality in jazz with polytonality in church. Tonal layering, combining different tonalities in various layers. A Love Supreme by John Coltrane, polytonality in jazz. Google.com/search, polytonality in jazz. Harmonic tension creates tension and resolution through dissonance and contrast. Freedom Jazz Dance by Eddie Harris. Polytonality in jazz, Google.com/search, polytonality plus. Common techniques. Modulation, juxtaposition of scales. Misterioso by Thelonious Monk. Polytonality in by Google search, Krat in jazz. Explore these resources to delve deeper into the fascinating world of polytonality in jazz. Composing for a jazz quartet, key aspect description, example, resources, instrumentation, Typical jazz quartets include piano, bass, drums, and a melodic instrument, saxophone, trumpet, etc. Piano, bass, drums, alto saxophone. Jazz Composition Basics.jazzcomposition.org. Form. Common forms include AABA, ABAC, and blues. Structure helps organize ideas. AABA, A, 8 bars, A, 8 bars, B, 8 bars, 8 bars. Jazz forms explained, jazzmusicarchives.com/jazz-. Harmony, use chord progressions like I, V, I to create harmonic movement. E, V, I in C major, 7, 7, G7, 7. Learn jazzpiano.com/harmony. Craft melodies that reflect the chord changes and use syncopation. Melodic lines C, E, G, bebop over a G7 chord. Creating jazz melodies /www.jazzmelodywriting.com. Experiment with different rhythms and grooves to drive the piece. Swing rhythm or bossa nova groove rhythms in jazz /jazzrhythms.org. This table provides a concise overview of essential elements in jazz quartet composition, including key concepts and resources for further exploration.
Understanding grave. Grave can function as both an adjective and a noun, and its meanings vary depending on context. Here's a quick overview. Usage definition. Google resources. The situation was grave. Adjective. Serious or solemn, important and demanding attention. The situation was grave. He had a grave expression. Graveadjective.com/dictionary, grave. Lot noun, a place where a dead body is buried. They visited his grave on Memorial Day. The grave was decorated with flowers. Gravenoun.com, dictionary.com/grave introduction. The term grave can describe something serious or a burial site. Understanding its usage in different contexts can help you apply it correctly in both writing and conversation.
Understanding jazz chord extensions and voicings. Jazz chord extensions and voicings add color and complexity to chords, enhancing musical expression. Here's a quick guide. Google resources. Jazz chord extensions, chord extensions. Adding notes beyond the basic triad, root, third, fifth. C major, SETI, EGB. Chord extensions overview, www.google.com/search QQuest plus chord extensions. Adds the ninth note. C major 9, C, E, G, B, D. Understanding ninth chords, Javanth chords, C, E, G, B, D, F sharp. Hey make Hugel.flat chain EQ jazz plus 11th chord. Adds the 13th note, C, E, G, G, D, A. It didn't appear to name information. By www.google.com/search jazz plus 13th plus chord drops the second highest note of a chord, ECB from C, E, G, B. Drop 2 voicing tutorial, search jazz drop 2 voicing. Shell voicing uses only the root, third, and 7th. CEB. Shell voicings explained, jazz shell plus voicings. These elements enhance harmonic richness and can be adapted to various musical contexts.
Banjo techniques in composition, technique description, example, Google resources. Roll techniques in composition, fundamental to banjo playing involving continuous finger movements. Thumb index for banjo. Google Palm search, roll patterns for banjo. Striking multiple strings simultaneously for a fuller sound. Thumb and index pinch. Play thumb on 5th string, index on 2nd. banjopinchtech.google.com search. Hammer-ons and pull-offs. Techniques to create smooth transitions between notes. Hammer-on, pluck 5th string, hammer-on to 2nd fret. Banjo hammer-ons, pull-offs. Moving between frets smoothly for a connected sound. Slide from 2nd to 4th fret on the 3rd string. Banjo slide techniques, google.com/search, chords and progressions. Using chord shapes to structure songs. G, C, D chords in a progression. Banjo chords and progressions. These techniques help in crafting engaging and dynamic compositions on the banjo, providing a variety of sounds and expressions.
Melodic minor modes overview. The melodic minor scale has 7 modes, each with unique characteristics. Here's a concise table summarizing them. Mode, formula, characteristic, Google resource. Raised 6th and 7th ascending. Melodic minor, 1, 2, B, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, C, D, E, B, F, G, A, B. Raised 6th and 7th ascending. Melodic minor basics, jazzadvice.com/melodic minor scale. 1, 2, B3, number 4, 5, 6, B7, C, D, E, F sharp, G, A. Raised 4th. DoryWorld.com/lessons mode explained, Dorian sharp 4. 3, Lydian augmented, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, C, D, E, F sharp, G sharp, A, B. Augmented 4th, sharp 5th, Lydian augmented vice.com/Lydian augmented. 4, Lydian dominant, 1, 2, 3, number 4, 5, 6, B7, C, D, E, F sharp, G, A, B. Dominant 7th raised scale, w.musicalchairsinfo/. 5, Mixolydian B6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, B6, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, B. Flat 6th and dominant context, flatguitarworld.com/scale focus, Mixolydian flex. 6, Aeolian B5, 1, 2, B3, 4, B5, B7, C, D, E, B, F, G, B, A, B. Flat 5th in minor context. Aeolian B5 guitarworld.com/lessons scale-focus Aeolian-flat 5. Altered scale. 1, B2, B3, B4, B5, B6, B7, C, D, E, B, E, E, G, B, A, B, B, B. All alterations dominant jazzadvice.com's altered scale. Feel free to delve into each mode's unique sound and uses through the provided resources.
Understanding breakbeats, a quick guide. Breakbeats are a foundational element in electronic music, particularly in genres like hip-hop, drum and bass, and breakbeat. They are characterized by their syncopated rhythms and use of sampled drum breaks from old and soul tracks. Aspect. It was definition de insurance definition. Definition. Short loop drum patterns used in electronic music, derived from breaks in funk or soul tracks. Emerged from 1970s hip-hop culture, early DJs would loop the break sections of records to extend the groove. Key characteristics, syncopation, offbeat rhythms, and often a steady tempo. Common beats, a famous breakbeat from the Winstons' Amen Brother. Funky Drummer from James Brown's Funky Drummer. This from the incredible bongo band's Apache. Usage, used in hip-hop drum and bass and breakbeat tracks to create rhythmic complexity and drive. Resources is breakbeathistory.bbc.co.uk/music articles/1B8B8D1 26B4.4187AAEU 7DT loopmasters.com/loopmasters/50.loopmasters. Amen breakbeat tutorial on youtube.com/watch equals 2i12 5. Breakbeats are essential for creating energetic and engaging rhythms in modern music. Introduction to Barbershop Quartet Arranging. Barbershop quartet arranging involves creating harmonies and arrangements specifically tailored to the barbershop style. It focuses on close four-part harmony with an emphasis on tonal blending and vocal techniques. Here's a brief guide to get started. Harmony, use of four-part harmony, lead, tenor, baritone, bass. The Barbershop, harborshop.org. Chord structure, dominant seventh, and other extended chords create the signature barbershop sound. barbershopchordsguide.org/barbershop-chords. Voice leading. Smooth transitions between chords and voices are crucial. www.airs.info/voice-leading. Match the lyrics with the harmony, emphasizing the barbershop's lyrical and emotional expression. Techniques of vocalessentials.com/free arrangement. Create arrangements with attention to balance and blend among voices. Arranging resources noteflight.com. This table offers a foundation for barbershop quartet arranging. For more in-depth study, explore the resources linked.
Understanding syncopation in rhythm. Syncopation is a rhythmic technique where emphasis is placed on beats or parts of beats that are typically weaker or offbeat. This creates a surprise or shift in the expected rhythm, adding interest and complexity to the music. Here's a quick guide to syncopation with examples. Basic def beats or weaker beats, deviating from our time signature and in syncopation basics. Emphasizing off beats or weaker beats, deviating from the regular beat pattern. In a 4/4 time signature, placing emphasis on the and of 2. Syncopation Google DOM search, syncopation basics. Simple example. Emphasizing the and of 1 and 3 in a 4/4 rhythm. 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 +. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 + 2 + 3 + 4. Syncopation on and of 1 and 3. Simple syncopation examples, google.com/search simple plus simple syncopation examples. Advanced example, syncopation across multiple beats creating a more complex rhythm. 1 + 2 + 3 + 4, emphasizing offbeat notes, e.g. +4 +. Advanced syncopation techniques, /try google.com/search to advanced syncopation techniques, applications, used in various genres like jazz, funk, and Latin music to create rhythmical interest. Jazz, emphasizing off beats in a swing rhythm. Syncopation jazz, search, syncopations in jazz. Syncopation can transform a simple rhythm into something more dynamic and engaging.
Introduction. Writing music for commercials. Creating effective music for commercials involves crafting catchy, memorable tunes that align with the brand's message. Here's a concise guide to help you get started. Aspect description. Example. Google resources and Google resources. Here's a concise guide to begin sentence. Google resources. Purpose. Convey the brand message, enhance recall, and create an emotional connection. A jingle for a soda brand. How to write effective jingles. Visit www.musicradar.com/education/how to write effective jingles. Structure. Typically short, 15 to 60 seconds, with a clear, repetitive hook and simple lyrics. I'm Lovin' It by McDonald's. Commercial music structure. Songwriting.net/blog/commercial-music-structure. Melody and rhythm should be catchy and fit the product's tone. Energetic for upbeat products, mellow for calm products. Upbeat rhythm for energy drinks. Creating catchy melodies, soundonsound.com's techniques creating catchy melodies. Instrumentation. Use instruments that match the brand's image. Can range from acoustic to electronic. Acoustic guitar for a local coffee shop. Choosing instruments for commercials. americanmusical.com/choosing instruments for commercials. Must be clear, concise, and aligned with the brand's message. Have a break? Have a Kit Kat. Writing lyrics for commercials. rhythmichub.com/writing-lyrics-commercials. Use this guide as a starting point to create music that effectively communicates the brand's message and resonates with the audience.
Introduction to music notation software. Music notation software allows composers, arrangers, and musicians to create, edit, and print musical scores digitally. Below is a brief guide to some popular options, their features, and resources to get started. Software, features, Google resources. MusiScore, free, user-friendly, customizable. Create and edit sheet music. Playback options, musescoreguide.org/handbook. Professional grade, extensive notation tools, advanced notation, customization, and support for various styles. Tutorials/finalemusic.com/resources. Sibelius, easy to use interface, powerful features. Automatic formatting, playback, and multi-staff scoring. Saavida.com/Dorico, intuitive design, advanced engraving. Efficient workflow, high-quality notation, and play at EMPSsteinberg.net/Accolades. Explore these resources to find the best software for your needs and start creating professional quality music notation.
Understanding anticipation. Anticipation involves expecting or predicting future events. It plays a crucial role in various fields like psychology, literature, and everyday life. Here's a concise guide to help you grasp the concept. Aspect, description, examples, Google resources. Definition, the act of expecting or looking forward to something, waiting for a long-awaited movie release. GoogleSearchName.google.com. Types, emotional, personal feelings, and cognitive, logical predictions. Emotional, excitement for a holiday. Psychology Today, role in literature, creates suspense and engages readers. Foreshadowing in mystery novels, /spark.com. Psychological impact can affect mood, behavior, and decision-making. Anxiety about an upcoming exam. Very Well Mind, Doc. Everyday examples, planning for events, setting goals, preparing for a job interview, wikihow.com. Explore these resources to delve deeper into how anticipation shapes experiences and actions. Understanding pitch bend. Pitch bend allows for smooth transitions in pitch, creating expressive musical effects. It's commonly used in synthesizers, MIDI instruments, and digital audio workstations. Here's a brief overview, description, resources. Here's a brief overview. What it is. A technique to alter the pitch of a note dynamically, sliding from one note to another. Pitch bend on Wikipedia and wikipedia.org/pitchbend. How it works. Changes pitch in real time, typically through a control wheel or lever. Whammy bar on guitars. MIDI pitch bend.midi.org/specifications old/the MIDI 10 specification. Usage. Used for expressive purposes such as glissandos or vibratos. Electronic music solos. Pitchbend /soundonsound.com/techniques using pitchbend-your music. Control the amount of pitch change and speed using dedicated controls in your DAW or synth. Synthesizer pitch bend wheel. Synth Basics pitch bend, sweetwater.com/insync/synthesizer pitch bend. This table introduces you to the essentials of pitch bend and provides useful resources to further your exploration.
Understanding cadences in music. Cadences are musical phrases that create a sense of resolution or pause. They are essential for structuring music and can convey different emotions or conclusions. Here's a brief overview of common types of cadences. Cadence type. Google Resource Instruction Resource. Authentic cadence. Authentic creates a strong sense of resolution, often ending a phrase. VI, e.g., G major to C major in C major key. Authentic cadence explained plot search. Authentic cadence explained half leaves the listener with a sense of incompleteness, often used to build tension. IV, C major to G major in C major key. Half cadence over Google Docs search overview. Plagal, known as the Amen cadence, often used in hymns to provide a softer resolution. IVI, e.g., F major to C major in C plagal details, Google Docs/search, Who plagal plus cadence details. Deceptive provides an unexpected resolution, usually to a minor chord. VV, G major to A minor in C major key. Deceptive cadence example, Google Search, deceptive cadence examples. These cadences are crucial in both classical and contemporary music for creating structure and emotional impact.
Introduction, understanding fugue. A fugue is a complex musical form where a theme is introduced and then developed through interweaving voices. Here's a concise overview in a table format. Aspect, description, resourceful, where a theme is introduced and the interweaving voices. Resources. Definition. A fugue is a composition where a theme is introduced, imitated by multiple voices. Johann Sebastian Bach's The Well-Tempered. Yay. Subject, the main theme of the fugue, introduced at the beginning. In Bach's fugue, it's the main melody that starts the piece. Exposition. The initial presentation of the subject in each voice, typically in the tonic key. The subject presented in different voices at the start. Fuguetheory.net. Development. The theme is explored through variations, modulations, and counterpoint. Subject in different keys and inversions. Recapitulation. Reintroduction of the theme in the original key, often leading to the conclusion. The subject returns in the tonic key. Fuguetheory.com. The technique of combining different melodic lines to create harmony. Other voices entering with different melodies. Counterpoint basics. Feel free to delve into these resources for a deeper understanding. Understanding atonality. Atonality refers to music that avoids establishing a key or tonal center. Instead of following traditional harmonic rules, it explores dissonance and non-traditional structures. Here's a quick overview. Aspect. Description. Resources. Instead of following traditional harmonic rules, here's a quick overview. Definition. Music that lacks a tonal center or key. Historical context. Developed in the early 20th century as a departure from classical tonal music. Wikipedia atonality / and wikipedia.org/atonality key composers. Arnold Schoenberg, Alban Berg, Anton Webern. Schoenberg's Pierrot et Lunaire, britannica.britannica.com/atonality. Characteristics focuses on dissonance, often disregards traditional harmonic progression. Berg's why. Bonn Academy Music Theory /www.khanacademy.org/humanities/listening tip. Pay attention to the lack of a central pitch or key. Webern's 6 bagatelle music examples query atonal music. Feel free to delve deeper into each composer's work to understand their approach to atonality.
Writing for percussion ensemble, a quick guide. Examples: writing for percussion ensemble and marimba. Include a mix of pitched and unpitched instrument. Include a mix of pitched and unpitched instruments like timpani, xylophone, snare drum, and marimba. Timpani, vibraphone plus snare drum. Percussion in /www.com/search. Q. Texture. Use varying textures, solo, duets, or full ensemble sections. Solo snare drum, marimba duet, full group, percussion ensemble, google.com/stumble section, rhythm. Employ complex rhythms and syncopation to create interest. Mixed meter, polyrhythms. Percussion rhythms, google.search, percussion rhythms. Dynamics. Explore a wide dynamic range to add contrast and emotion. Soft mallets on xylophone, loud bass drum. Percussion, google.com/search. Form. Structure pieces with clear sections. Introduction, development, climax, and conclusion. ABA, rondo, through compose. Percussion ensemble form, google.search, percussion ensemble form. Notation. Use standard percussion notation, including specific symbols for different instruments. Traditional and modern notation. Percussion notation, google.com/search, percussion plus notation.
Introduction to Scales in Classical Music. Scales are the foundational building blocks in classical music, providing the framework for melodies and harmonies. They consist of a sequence of notes in a specific order of intervals. Understanding scales is crucial for both composing and performing classical music. Below is a table summarizing the key scales, examples, and resources for further learning. Scale type of script. Whole half, C major, whole half, C major, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, search, major scale basics. Natural minor, W, H, W, H, W, A minor, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, natural minor scale to natural minor scale. Harmonic minor, W, H, W, W, H plus H, a harmonic minor, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, so melodic minor, .google./search, harmonic melodic minor, W, H, W, 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 H, a melodic minor ascending, A, B, C, D, E, F, *A. Melodic minor explained, search, melodic minor search. Chromatic scale includes all 12 notes within an octave. C chromatic, C, C sharp, D, D, F, F sharp, G sharp, A sharp, or B, C. .google.com/search, chromatic scale overview. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding and mastery of classical scales.
Introduction to composing for cello. Composing for the cello involves understanding its range, timbre, and expressive capabilities. The cello is versatile with a broad range from deep, resonant lows to bright singing highs. Effective cello composition also considers techniques like pizzicato and harmonics. This table provides a concise overview to help you start composing for this beautiful instrument. Aspect, description. Example, resources. Cello's range, from low, deep notes to high, bright ones. C4, high C6. Cello's range, C2 to C6, from low, deep notes to high, bright ones. Low, C2, middle, C4, high, C6. Wikipedia and wikipedia.org cello. Warm, rich sound with capability for both powerful and delicate tones. Deep, resonant notes, C2G2, bright lyrical, A4E5. bbc.go/Munstruments Techniques includes arco, pizzicato, plucked, harmonics, and glissandi. Arco, Suzuki Cello Book 1, pizzicato, cello switch F. Dynamics, wide dynamic range from soft pianissimo to very loud fortissimo. Soft passage P, loud passage F. Dynamics in Music /musictheoryacademy.com/dynamics. Articulation, staccato, short and detached. Legato, smooth and connected. Spiccato, bouncy. Staccato, short, sharp notes. Legato, smooth, connected phrases. Articulation guide.musicalchairs.info/articulation. This guide should help you start incorporating the cello's unique qualities into your compositions.
Marching band technique key context to stay in step. Example, research, mark time, mark time. Basic stationary movement to stay in step. Practice stepping in place. Moving forward.google.datex. Forward march. Moving forward in coordinated steps. 120 steps per minute. Uniform. Google.com/search forward march techniques. Dress and cover. Aligning in formation and maintaining spacing. Checking distance between members. Google Dress and Google.com/search. Dress and cover plus marching plus band. Counter march. Changing direction while maintaining formation. Pivot command. Google Counter March Guide. Google.com/search. Counter march marching band. Drill design. Planning and executing movement patterns. Creating formations on paper. Google's marching band. These techniques form the foundation of a successful marching band performance, enhancing both precision and visual appeal.
Effective music marketing strategies. Strategy, description, example, Google resources. Google musicians. Effective music marketing strategies. Social media. Utilize platforms to engage fans and promote releases, posts, Twitter updates, social media marketing www.google.com/search. Social plus media marketing plus for musicians, email campaigns, build a mailing list to share updates and exclusive content, monthly newsletters, email marketing tips for musicians.google.com/search, email plus marketing tips for musicians, collaborations with other artists to reach new audiences, features, joint live sessions, how to collaborate with other musicians/search Euclid, how to collaborate with other musicians. Content creation, produce engaging content such as videos and behind-the-scenes footage. Music videos, studio vlogs, creating content for music promotion, cruise/.google.com/search. When creating content from live performances, host live shows or virtual events to connect with fans. Concerts, online streams, promoting live music events /Euclid, promoting live ++ events. Explore these strategies to enhance your music marketing efforts. Impressionist Harmony Overview. Impressionist harmony emphasizes color and atmosphere over traditional structure, creating a fluid and evocative sound. Here's a concise guide. Google Resect description. Open, extended. Use of open, extended, and unusual chord voicings. AJ7, AJ7, and G13 chords. Impressionist chords explained. LID.google.com/search. Modal interchange, borrowing chords from parallel modes or keys. C major 7 borrowing from C Lydian. Modal interchange basics. Google.com/search. Modal plus interchange basics. Dissonance embraces dissonance for color, often using non-functional harmony. Sima 7, AM7, resolving slowly. Impressionism, Google.com/search, dissonance in impressionism, parallel movements. Chords moving in parallel intervals, creating a floating effect. Parallel fourths or fifths, parallel movement search, parallels movements explained. Non-traditional scales, use of whole tone, pentatonic, and exotic scales for unique color. Whole tone scale, C, D, E, F, S sharp, G, S sharp, harp. Non-traditional scales, Google.com/search. Q equals non-traditional scales plus impressionism. This table provides a basic framework to understand the essence of impressionist harmony.
Advanced Modal Jazz, Concepts and Examples. Concept, Description, and Examples. Google Resources Search. Modal Interchange Jazz. Modal interchange, using chords from parallel modes, e.g. replacing a C major 7 with C minor 7 in C major. Modal interchange.google.com, search Modal Interchange Jazz. Extended modes, applying scales beyond traditional modes, e.g. using Lydian dominant in dominant chords. Extended modes, Google.com/search, extended modal scales jazz, chromaticism, adding chromatic passing tones, e.g. in playing 7 with passing notes D, E, and F. Chromaticism/Google.com search, jazz chromaticism, altered scales, using altered scales for dominant chords, e.g. applying the Superlocrian altered scale over a G7. Google.com/altered scales jazz. Mode mixture, combining elements from different modes, e.g. mixing Dorian and Aeolian modes in a progression. Mode mixture, Google Mode Mixture Jazz. Explore these concepts to delve deeper into advanced modal jazz.
Understanding jazz rhythm and time. Jazz rhythm and time involve intricate patterns and syncopation, creating a distinctive swing feel. Here's a brief overview of key concepts. Conscription. Example. Revolve intricacies and syncopation, creating a distinctive swing feel. Concept. Swing sensation. Duba instead of doom, flailer, swingmic feel, rhythmic feel, where notes are played in a long, short pattern, giving a swing sensation. Duba instead of duda for a syncopated rhythm. Jazz standards and swing, uw's.com. Syncopation. Emphasizing offbeats or weaker beats in a measure. Accent on the N of beat 2 in a 4/4 measure. /www.jazzstandards.com. Polyrhythms. Layering different rhythmic patterns simultaneously, playing a 3/4 rhythm over a 4/4 background. Understanding polyrhythms. Musicalchairs.info. Backbeat, Emphasis on the second and fourth beats of a 4/4 measure. Snare drum hits on beats 2 and 4. Backbeat explained, allaboutjazz.com. Swing triplets, dividing each beat into 3 equal parts, often used in swing. 1 and A feel. Swing triplets basic jazzguitar.be. These elements are crucial for capturing the essence of jazz rhythm and groove.
Attacca, the seamless transition in music. Attacca is a musical term that denotes a seamless transition between 2 sections or movements of a piece without any break or pause. This technique creates a sense of continuity and flow in the music. Aspect, description, example, Google resources, Google Recent definition, definition. A technique where one movement or section flows directly into the next without pause. Beethoven's Symphony No. 7, second to third movement transition. Attacca Wikipedia at thatwikipedia.org, wiki, purpose, enhances the overall flow and maintains musical momentum. In Mozart's Symphony No. 40, the transition between the first and second movements. Attacca Music, musicterm.com/usage in classical, commonly used to maintain energy and coherence between movements. Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 4, movements connected seamlessly. Musical transitions explained. tap.classicfm.com discover-music latest what is Attacca music. Feel free to explore these resources for more details. Introduction to the Italian madrigal. The Italian madrigal, flourishing during the late Renaissance, 14th to 17th centuries, is a form of secular vocal music. Characterized by its expressive text settings, complex polyphony, and often intricate rhythms, it is a significant genre in early music. This table provides an overview of the key features of the madrigal, examples, and resources for further exploration. Aspect. Example. Resources form with multiple voices and complex harmonies. Madrigal. Kilinhalta Pisia. Definition. A secular vocal music form with multiple voices, focusing on poetic text and complex harmonies. Asprocore by Luca Marenzio. Madrigal/wikipedia.org/madrigal. Characteristics. Polyphonic texture, word painting, and expressive text settings. Io mi son Giovanetta by Carlo Gesualdo, Madrigalism, oxfordmusiconline.oxfordmusiconline.com, typically through composed, with no repeated sections. El Grillo by Josquin Pré, musical periods.ibis by Ukik. Famous composers, Luca Marenzio, Press. La Virgina Maria by Claudio Monteverdi. Early music, IMSLP, imslp.org/main page. This table serves as a concise guide to understanding the Italian madrigal and finding resources to delve deeper into its rich history.
Composing for video games, a quick guide. Examples. Google resources or game events. Dynamic scores in The Elder Scrolls v Skyrim. Music that adapts based on player actions or game events. Dynamic scores in The Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Interactive Music Basics. .gansmasutra.com//news 112572. Interactive Music Basics.php. Looping. Creating music loops that can seamlessly repeat without jarring transitions. Background music in Stardew Valley. Creating music loops. /w.musicradar.com tuition tech. How to create effective music loops. 59 Thief. Motifs and themes, developing recurring musical themes associated with characters or game elements. Super Mario themes for different levels. Motifs in video games.gamasutra.com/blogs/Susan130445/1tate1892 video game or score music motifs @HP. Adaptive systems, using middleware to control music changes based on gameplay. FMOD in Horizon Zero Dawn. FMOD guide. fmod.com/source/resources documentation API and paid welcome. Emotional impact. Crafting music to enhance the emotional tone of different scenes or gameplay moments. Tension building in Dead Space. Emotional music in Get, pinamido.polygon.com/2014-10-1688957/ the soundtrack to Dead Space gets in your head. This table provides a concise overview of essential aspects of composing for video games, along with examples and useful resources to get you started. Voice exchange, a quick overview. Voice exchange involves the exchange of vocal elements between different musical voices or parts, creating harmony and texture in music. This technique is commonly used in choral and vocal arrangements to add depth and variation. Here's a quick guide. Definition. Technique where vocal lines are interchanged between different voices. Soprano and alto parts swapping melodies. Voice exchange basic. Google.com search. Voice exchange in music. Adds harmony, texture, and variation to music. In a choir, tenors sing a melody, while sopranos sing a counter melody. Though understanding voice exchange www.google.com/search. Understanding plus exchange. Types. Melodic, harmonic, rhythmic exchanges. Switching rhythms between bass and tenor. Types of voice exchange / like google.com search, types of voice exchange. Example, musical pieces where different voices interchange parts. In a round, voices repeat the same melody at different times. Examples of voice exchange. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding of voice exchange and how it enhances musical compositions. Filling out harmonies, a quick guide. Filling out harmonies involves adding notes to a given chord progression to create richer, more complex textures. This technique is crucial for arranging and composing, allowing you to enhance the harmonic content of your music. Aspect. Description. Example, Google Resources. Google Resources can enhance the harmonic content. C major, CEG. Basic harmony. Adding notes to chords to make them fuller. For instance, turning a basic triad into a seventh chord. Chord, C major, CEG. C major 7, CEG GB. Chord search basic chord progressions. Inversions. Rearranging the notes of a chord to provide smooth voice leading. First inversion. EGC. Google.com search. Google.inversions. Extensions, adding notes beyond the basic 7th to include 9ths, 11ths, or 13ths. Chord, C-Met-Sended, J9, CEGBD. Chord search, Dantions. Passing tones, notes added between harmonies to create smooth transitions. Progression, C-Met-7, passing tone, C-sharp dim 7. Passing tone, www.google.com/search. Suspensions, notes that create temporary dissonance before resolving to a chord tone. Chord, G7, G7 sus4, G, C, and harmony, D music. Suspensions in harmony. Feel free to explore these resources to deepen your understanding and application of filling out harmonies in your music.
Introduction to Jazz Counterpoint. Jazz counterpoint involves combining independent melodies to create harmony and complexity. Here's a quick guide. Aspect. Definition. Multiple melodies played together. 2 jazz lines, one with a rhythm and the other with a counter rhythm. Search Jazz Counterpoint Basics. Moving between different harmonies. One line moves up while the other moves down. Search Harmonic Motion in Jazz Counterpoint. Smooth transition between notes. Voices move by step or small intervals. Search Voice Leading in Jazz. Differing rhythmic patterns. Syncopated rhythm in one line, steady beat in another. Search Rhythmic Contrast in Jazz Counterpoint. Counterpoint between solo and accompaniment. Charlie Parker's Ornithology, Sometimes Interacting. Search examples of jazz counterpoint. Feel free to explore these resources for deeper insights.
Introduction to ritornello. The ritornello is a musical term derived from Italian, meaning return or refrain. It is a recurring passage or theme in a composition, often used in Baroque music. The ritornello is characterized by its return throughout the piece, usually played by the full ensemble and contrasting with other sections. Here's a concise guide to understand and identify ritornello. Aspect. Example. Google resources. Definition. A recurring musical theme line. A recurring musical theme or pattern musical pass with contrasting sections. And definition. A recurring musical theme or passage that alternates with contrasting sections. In Vivaldi's The Four Seasons, the ritornello often appears at the beginning and end of each movement. Ritornello in music-google.com/search. Ritornello in music structure. Typically includes a main theme, ritornello, and contrasting episodes. The ritornello returns in varied forms throughout the movement. In Bach's Brandenburg Concerto No. 3, the ritornello theme is presented by the full ensemble and revisited. Baroque music form /www.google.com for Baroque music ritornello. Characteristics often used in concerto and orchestral music. The ritornello provides cohesion and thematic unity within a piece. Handel's Water Music includes ritornello sections that unify the movements. Understanding ritornello, google.search, Understanding plus ritornello function helps to establish a musical theme, create contrast, and unify different sections of a composition. Corelli's Concerti Grossi use ritornello sections to frame contrasting solo passages. Ritornello/search, ritornello structure.
Four-part harmony basics. Four-part harmony is essential in choral and instrumental music, involving soprano, alto, tenor, and bass voices or instruments. Each part has a distinct role, creating a balanced and rich sound. Here's a concise guide. Google resource, Google Concise Guide. Chord structure. Harmony is built on chords consisting of 4 notes: root, third, fifth, and seventh. C major, C, E, G /3 leading. Smooth movement between chords, avoiding large leaps and ensuring melodic flow. CG tips/cadences. Musical phrases ending in specific chord progressions to provide resolution. Perfect cadence, GC. Cadences explit bit-lit diatonic harmony, using notes within a given scale to create chords and progressions. IR4V C major, CFGC. Diatonic Harmony Guide. This table covers the fundamentals of 4-part harmony to get you started.
Writing for harpsichord, a concise guide. Sappets, a concise guide. JS Boxer's got a fucking title. Typically features counterpoint and intricate textures, emphasizes clarity and balance between voices. JS Box Inventions, harpsichord resources on Google, www.google.com/search, Q = harpsichord plus resources. Texture, commonly uses polyphonic textures with multiple independent voices. Froberger Suites, polyphonic music resources, google.com/search, polyphonic music. Notation, use of figured bass to indicate harmonies. Detailed notation for specific ornamentation. Handel's keyboard suites, figured bass explained, www.com/search, figured bass notation. Dynamics are less pronounced. Focus on articulation and registration changes. Scarlatti's sonatas. Harpsichord dynamics techniques, google.com, harpsichord dynamics. Registers. Use of different registers to create contrast. Employ both manual and pedal registrations effectively. Ramon's Nouvelles registration, www.google.com/search, Q harpsichord registrations. Frequent use of trills, mordents, and turns. Clear notation is essential. Bach's Well-Tempered Clavier, ornamentation in baroquemusic.com, search Baroque plus ornamentation.
A description of upgrade. Composing lines, a quick guide. Composing melodic lines, pitch. Varying the pitch creates interest. C, E, circ, E, C, G. Pitch variations in melodies, search. Pitch variations, flash, surrend. Pitch plus variations plus in melodies. Rhythm. Rhythm adds dynamism to your melody. Quarter notes, eighth notes, etc. Google search rhythm in melodic composition, /google.com/search rhythms in melodic composition. Range, utilize a wide range for contrast. Low C to high C. Google search using range in melodies, using range plus in melodies. Motifs. Repeating or varying motifs can strengthen your melody. Short, memorable phrase. Melodic motifs in composition, /google.com/search, melodic motifs in composition. Shape the melody to rise and fall for emotional impact. Ascending then descending line. Google/Staccato techniques, melodic contour technique, harmony. Compose melodies that complement underlying chords. Melody following C-G-A-M-F chords. Harmon melody integration. Google.com/search. Harmony and melody integration. This table provides a concise overview of essential elements for crafting engaging melodic lines.
Jazz and blues harmonic development. Example. Resources, earthdove.com. Blues scale, a 6-note scale with a characteristic blue note. CEBFFC, bluebeat.earthdove earthdom scale. Chord extensions, adding notes like 7th, 9th, 11th, and 13th to chords. Cement A, C, E, G, B. www.jazzguitar.blog/jazz chord extensions. Chords with altered notes, B9, B9, B5 for tension. C7 alt, C, E, G, G, Jazz Guitar blog altered dominant chords. Modal interchange, borrowing chords from parallel modes. And change to Cime Ionic jazzgar.b/modal interchange. Cadence types, progressions like IVI that resolve harmonically. DM7, G7, cadences explained, themusicalchairs.info, cadences in jazz. This table outlines key harmonic concepts in jazz and blues, highlighting how these elements shape the music's distinctive sound.
Introduction to Jazz Orchestration Techniques for Big Band. Jazz orchestration for a big band involves arranging music to maximize the unique timbres of various instruments and create a dynamic, cohesive sound. Below is a concise guide to essential techniques. Description. Example resources. And concise guides to essential techniques. Voice leading, smooth transition between chords. Use guide tones, 3rd and 7th, for smooth changes. Jazz theory, theory.com. Instrumentation. Balance between sections, trumpets, trombones, saxophones. Trumpets, melody, trombones, harmonies. Jazz arrangement. Jazz arranging, rhythmic contrast. Vary rhythmic patterns between sections. Use syncopation in brass and steady rhythms in rhythm section. Modern Jazz. modernjazz.com. Texture and density. Layering of different musical elements. Thick textures in choruses, sparse in solos. Big band basics. Orchestration. Specific assignment of musical lines to instruments. Saxophones for smooth lines, trumpets for accents. JazzOrchestration.com. These techniques help create a rich, engaging sound for big bands, enhancing both solos and ensemble sections. String technique, key methods, and examples. Technique, description, example, Google resources, Google recent nations. String techniques, key method, concatenation, joining 2 or more strings together. Hello, Swirl World, developer at google.learn. Substring, extracting a portion of a string. Substring 05, hello. Hello, googledevelopers.google.com, turn replacement, replacing part of a string with another string. Hello world, replace world, hello Java. Google string Platzmann, splitting, dividing a string into an array based on a delimiter, ABC, split, ABC. Google string split, google.schlearning. Removing white space from both ends of a string. Hello, trim, hello. Google string trim developers.google.com learn. Explore these techniques to effectively manage and manipulate strings in your programming tasks.
Layering drum sounds in your drum tracks. Layering drum sounds involves combining different drum samples to create a richer and more complex sound. Here's a brief guide. Step. Sources. 1. Choose your sounds. Here's a brief guide. 1. Choose your sounds. Select a variety of drum samples with different characteristics. Kick, deep and punchy. Snare, crispplice.com, sample library. 2. Layering kick drums. Combine a low-end punchy kick with a mid-range kick for added warmth. Layer a sub-kick with a clicky kick. Drum samples. 3. Blend snare samples. Mix a snare with a strong attack with another for sustain. Combine a snappy snare with a fat one. Loopmasters, h/loopmasters.com sample packs. 4. Adjust levels. Balance the volume of each layer to avoid clashing and maintain clarity. Lower the volume of background layers. Tips. 5. Apply effects. Use EQ, compression, and reverb to fit the layers into your mix. Add reverb to snare layers. Sound the volume of background sound. Articles on effects. This process enriches your drum tracks, making them more dynamic and engaging. Jazz melody development. Jazz melody development involves expanding and varying a basic theme to create engaging and complex phrases. Here's a concise guide. Concept, example, resources involves expanding and varying a basic theme to create engaging and complex phrases. Motif variation, altering a short, memorable musical idea. Original C, E, G, vary G. Motif variation in jazz.jazztheoryonline.com. Phrase extension adding more notes to lengthen a melodic line. Original C, E, G. Extension C, G, A, B. Extending phrases jazzguitar.b. Rhythmic alteration changing rhythm while keeping the melody. Original C, E, G. Altered C, E, G, dotted quarter notes. Rhythmic techniques www.learnjazzstandards.com. Harmonic embellishment adding chords or scales to enrich the melody. Original C, E, G, E, E, G over C7 chord. Embellishment, we got dot counterpoint, introducing a second independent melody line. Original C, E, G. Counterpoint E, G, bebop. Understanding counterpoint, the jazz piano site. Use these concepts to create dynamic and compelling jazz melodies.
Conducting patterns, a quick guide. Conducting patterns are essential for a conductor to effectively communicate rhythm, dynamics, and tempo to an ensemble. Here's a concise overview of common conducting patterns. Example. Google resources. 2/4 time. Simple beat pattern for marches or quick pieces. Down up. www.com/search. Q equals 2 plus conducting pattern. Used in waltzes, has a strong first beat. Downside up. Conducting.com search. 3/4 conducting pattern. Most common pattern for a wide range of music. Down, left, right, up. Google.com search. 4/4 plus earn. Plus 6, 6/8. Often used in faster compound meters. Down, left, right, left, up. 6/8 conducting pattern.google.com/conducting plus. These patterns help maintain a clear tempo and structure for performers. For visual demonstrations, refer to the provided Google resources.
Understanding cadences. Cadences are melodic or harmonic sequences that bring a sense of resolution or pause in music. They are essential for understanding musical structure and form. Here's a quick overview of different types of cadences. Cadence type, description, Google resources, essential, musical structure and form of different types of cadences. And perfect authentic ends with a VI progression in root position, sounds complete. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star ending. Perfect.google.com search. A plagal, a IVI progression, often used in hymns, softer resolution. Amen at the end of hymns. Plagal cadence overview. Google.plus cadence. Half. Ends with a VI progression, but V is not in root position. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, first movement. Half cadence definition.google.com/search. Half deceptive. VI progression creates surprise by avoiding expected resolution. Here Comes the Sun by the Beatles. Deceptive Google.com search. Deceptive cadence. These resources provide further explanations and examples to deepen your understanding of each cadence type.
Introduction to arrangement. Arrangement refers to the process of organizing elements in a structured way to achieve a specific purpose or function. This concept is used across various fields, including writing, design, and project management. Below is a table that outlines key aspects of arrangement with examples and useful Google resources.
Aspect, description.
Or improve efficiency or effectiveness. Definition, organizing components to improve efficiency or effectiveness. Organizing a project timeline. Google Scholar on arrangement. This scholar.google.com Scholar. Types, various forms like physical, digital, or conceptual arrangements. Arranging a bookshelf by genre. Google search, types of arrangement, like google.com/search. Types of arrangement. Principles, rules guiding effective arrangement, such as order, balance, and alignment. Using a grid system in design. Google Books on principles of arrangement. googlebooks.google.com/books. Principles of arrangement. Tools. Software or methods used to assist in arranging elements. Project management tools like Asana. Google search arrangement tool, so google.com/search arrangement tools. Feel free to explore these resources to deepen your understanding of arrangement in various contexts.
Introduction to walking bass lines. Walking bass lines provide a rhythmic and harmonic foundation in jazz, blues, and many other genres. They typically involve a steady quarter note rhythm that connects the chords of a song in a fluid, melodic way. Below is a concise guide to help you understand and create effective walking bass lines. Aspect, example, resources. Using quarter notes. Walking bass basics, a basic concept, a bass line that walks through the chord changes using quarter notes. C, E, G, A over C major. Talking musicalchairs.info/walking bass. Chord tones. Use root, third, fifth, and seventh notes of the chord. C, E, G, B for C7. Katie explained. LearnJazzStandards.com/blogs the jazz bass line. Passing tones include non-chord tones between chord tones to create smooth transitions. C, D, E, E, F, passing D. Passingtutorial.musicnotes.com/learn/chromaticism. Use chromatic notes to connect chord tones and add interest. C, E, C sharp, D, E, E. chromaticjazzbassist.com/walking jazz. Maintain a steady rhythm, usually with quarter notes, and vary with syncopation for interest. C, G, E, A. Syncopated techniques. bassguitar.com/articles playing walking bass dash lines. This table should give you a solid starting point for creating your own walking bass lines. Happy playing.
Writing for Brass Ensembles, a brief guide. Brass ensembles with their rich tones and dynamic range offer unique opportunities for composers. Here's a quick guide to help you get started. Example resources. Offer unique opportunities to help you get started. Typical brass ensembles include brass quintets, sextets, or more. Common instruments are trumpet, horn, trombone, and tuba. Quintet, trumpet, horn, trombone, tuba. Trumpet, brass quintet, brassquintet.com. Range and timbre. Each brass instrument has a specific range and timbre. Consider blending these to create a balanced sound. Trumpet, bright high. Tuba, deep low. www.co/instrument ranges. Use different textures such as homophonic or polyphonic point to add variety. Homophonic, all instruments in harmony. Polyphonic, interweaving melodies. Brass ensemble texture tip, share sign brass/insellinkshire. Dynamics and articulation. Brass instruments can play both loudly and softly. Use varied articulations to enhance its expressiveness. crescendo on a melody, staccato in the accompaniment. MusicWritingTips.com brass/dynamics. Ensure that parts are well voiced. Avoid extreme registers or awkward leaps. Smooth transitions between horn and trombone parts. BrassMusic.com's tips. These essentials will help you craft effective and engaging brass ensemble music. For further exploration, check out the provided resources.
Introduction to modal blues composition. Modal blues is a variation of traditional blues that uses modes to create distinct tonal flavors. It often diverges from the typical major or minor scale blues structure, allowing for richer harmonic exploration. Aspect often diverges from the typical or minor scale blues tradition. Example, chord progressions. Different scales or modes used instead of the typical blues scale. Dorian, Mixolydian, etc. Music theory, musictheory.net/progressions. Modal blues may use unusual chord progressions, I4, V. Modalbluesicjazzguitar.views. Melodic construction. Melodies are based on modal scales, not just blues scales. Using C Dorian, C, D, E, F, G, A, under and modal melodies. guitarworld.com/lessons/understanding-modal melodies. Typical form, similar to traditional blues but with modal alterations. 12-bar form with modal changes. Blues forms and modes, theorylessons.com. Feel free to delve into these resources for a deeper understanding and to see examples in action. Voice leading in 4-part writing. Voice leading is crucial for smooth, harmonious transitions between chords. Here's a quick guide. Concept, explanation, C, C, G, G. Parallel fifths. Parallel fifths will maintain independence of voices. C, G, C, E, G, D, G, B. Parallel fifths guide /3x5GP. Contrary motion, move voices in opposite directions for smoother transitions. CEG FDB, voice crossing. Ensure voices don't cross each other. Maintain order. Soprano, C, alto, E, tenor, G bass, C. Common tones. Retain common tones between chords to create a seamless connection. CGGC, common tones and harmony /3EZQA. These principles ensure smooth and coherent harmony in 4-part writing.
Quick guide. Shuffle rhythms add a swing feel to music by altering the even notes into a triplet feel. Here's a brief overview. Aspect details. Example. Resources. The rhythm is longer than the second. Definition. A rhythm where the first note of each pair is longer than the second, creating a long-short feel. Instead of playing eighth notes evenly, play them like triplet, where the first note is twice as long as the second. YouTube Shuffle Ridludel YouTube.com/results, shuffle when time, often used in 4/4 time. 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a, where the and of each beat is delayed. Music theory, musictheory.net/shuffle rhythm. Notable blues, jazz, rock, and swing. Blues shuffle pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4 with a triplet feel. Ultimate Guitar, shuffle patterns at .ultimateguitar.com/lessons/guitar techniques. Shuffle practice tip. Count out loud or use a metronome set to triplet feel. Clap the rhythm while saying one triplet for practice. Drum lessons, shufflelessons.com/shuffle. Shuffle rhythms bring a dynamic, syncopated groove to your playing.
Introduction to hip-hop beats. Hip-hop beats form the backbone of many tracks in the genre. They are characterized by their rhythmic complexity and use of sampled sounds. Here's a quick guide to understanding and creating hip-hop beats. Resources are beats. Example, description provides the beat's foundation, often plays on the first and third beats. Boom Bap Kick, samplepacks.com, adds rhythm and contrast, typically on the second and fourth beats. Snappy Snare, plays splice/sounds. Hi-hats, creates texture and pace, can be played in various patterns, 8th, 16th notes. Crisp, fast hi-hats, loopmasters/loopmasters.com. Bassline, supports the kick drum and adds groove, often simple and repetitive. Deep bassline, soundon/soundsound.com. Samples, includes vocal snippets, melodies, or sound effects, used for flavor and originality. Vocal chop, melodic loop, freesound.org. Explore these resources to find samples and beats that inspire you.
Creating jazz arrangements. Examples, resources. Examples, resources they come, /arrangement Daghoff. Basic structure. Start with a melody, then add harmony and rhythm. Jazz Arrangement BA, ABA6. Jazz Arrangement Basics, Clash. Harmony. Use chord extensions, 7th, 9th, and alterations to enrich harmony. Chord extension jazzguitar.b/jazz chord extensions. Incorporate swing feel, syncopation, and varied groove patterns. Rhythm section test standards.com/blogs jazz rhythm bash section. Instrumentation. Tailor arrangements to the specific instruments in your ensemble. Instrumentation at jazzstudiesonline.org/voicing and texture. Experiment with different voicings and textures to create depth. voicing.com/jazz-voicing-techniques. Analyze classic arrangements by Ellington, Basie, or Monk. Famous jazz arrangements, /jazzstandards.com. Developing orchestral themes. Creating compelling orchestral themes involves crafting memorable melodic material and exploring its development through various techniques. Here's a concise guide. Aspect. Google Resources. Google Resources. Theme creation. Start with a memorable melody or motif. Focus on simplicity and emotional impact. Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, short, long motif. Create video.google Doc search. Creating melodic themes. Variation. Develop your theme by altering rhythm, harmony, or instrumentation. Mozart's Symphony No. 40, theme variations in the first movement. Theme variation techniques.google.com/search. Theme variation techniques. Development. Expand the theme through modulation, counterpoint, or orchestral color changes. Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring. Innovative orchestration. Orchestraldevelop.google.search. Orchestral development. Repetition. Reintroduce the theme in different contexts to reinforce its significance. Wagner's use of leitmotifs in the ring cycle. Repetition in music. dean.google.com/search repetition plus in music. This table covers fundamental aspects of theme development in orchestral writing, with practical examples and resources for deeper exploration.
Composing for cello, a brief guide, aspect explanation and examples, resources. Range. Cello ranges from C2 to A5. Use low notes for warmth, e.g. C2G3, and high notes for brilliance, e.g. C5. Wikipedia range at wikipedia.org/cello. Dynamics. Utilize wide dynamic ranges. Soft pianos and powerful fortes enhance expression. Dynamic markings.musicalchairs.info/understanding dynamics. Include pizzicato, plucking, and spiccato, light bouncing. For example, pizzicato can add rhythmic texture. Cello techniques, celloed orths. Articulation. Slurs and staccatos vary articulation. Example, a slurred passage can create a smooth line. Articulation tips. musicnotes.com/blarn/music/articulation. Range of expression. Explore cello's range from somber low tones to vibrant high notes for emotional depth. Cello expressions, feel free to delve into these aspects for a richer understanding of cello composition.
Understanding jazz countermelody. Jazz countermelody is a technique where a secondary melody is played alongside the main melody to create harmonic and rhythmic interest. This technique enhances the depth and complexity of a jazz piece. Aspect, description, definition, and a tonifent. A countermelody is a secondary melody. The definition, is a secondary melody in a musical comp. In jazz, it often adds a secondary melody, complexity. In jazz, it often adds depth and complexity. In guitar piece, it often adds depth and complexity. Role in jazz. It provides harmonic support and counter-rhythmic elements to the main melody, enriching the overall texture of the piece. In Take 5 by Dave Brubeck, the saxophone's secondary melody interplays with the piano's main theme, creating a rich tapestry of sound. In Miles Davis's So What, the trumpet solo acts as a counter melody to the bass line, adding a layer of complexity. To practice creating a counter melody, start by improvising a melody that complements the main tune using different rhythmic patterns or harmonic intervals. Experiment with varying the melody's speed and rhythm while maintaining harmony with the primary melody. Google resources, Jazz Counter Melody Explained.google.com search, =Jazz Counter Melody Explained. Jazz improvisation techniques /google.search, improvisation plus techniques. By integrating these elements, you'll add richness and depth to your jazz performance.
Adding groove with percussion. Start with a steady kick drum or bass beat. Add a kick drum on beats 1 and 3. Adding Google /, basic rhythm. Start with a steady kick drum or bass beat. 4/4 kick drum on beats 1 and 3. Google.com/search. Add hi-hat variations to create rhythm complexity. 16th note hi-hat hits. Hi-hat variations, w.google.com/search, hi-hat variations. Use snare hits to accentuate certain beats and add dynamics. Snare on beats 2 and 4. Snare to pattern-niques. Percussion layers. Layer additional percussion instruments like congas, bongos, or shakers for texture. Conga patterns, percussion layering, google.com/search, percussion syncopation. Introduce syncopated rhythms to create a more dynamic groove. Offbeat snare hits, syncopation technique search, syncopation techniques. Experiment with timing and swing to enhance the overall groove. Swing 8 notes, groove and search, groove and swing. Experiment with these elements to enhance your music's groove. Understanding tension in jazz. Tension in jazz creates emotional and harmonic complexity, driving musical interest and resolution. It often involves dissonance, chromaticism, and complex chords. Conception, Google resources, harmonic, driving interest, diction, dissonance, and complex chords. Dissonance, notes that clash create a sense of tension. Minor seventh intervals in a chord. Dissonance in jazz, Google Doc search, dissonance in jazz, altered chords, chords with altered notes, e.g. B9, number 9, B5, number 5, increased tension before resolution, G7, C7, number 11. Altered chords in search, altered chords. Chromaticism, using notes outside the key to create tension and color, passing tones between chord tones. Chromaticism in jazz, www.google.search in jazz. Suspended chords, chords where the third is replaced by a fourth create unresolved tension. D4 to D major for deeper /search. Suspended chords in jazz. This table gives an overview of tension elements in jazz and useful resources for deeper exploration.
Jazz harmonization, a quick guide. Jazz harmonization involves creating chords and progressions that add richness and complexity to music. Here's a concise overview with examples and resources to help you understand and apply these concepts. Explanation, chords, progression. Google resources. Here's a concise overview with you understand and apply these concepts. Google resources. Chords with additional tones beyond the basic triad. See then cegb.google.com/search jazz plus extended chords. Altered chords, chords with altered notes for tension and resolution. G7 number 5, GB, D, sharp F, Google.search, Q jazz altered chords. Substitution, replacing one chord with another to create variation. Substituting DM7 with CMAJ7 in a progression. Chord substitution, www.google.com/search jazz chords. Secondary dominants. Dominant chords leading to chords other than the tonic. B7E, E7 in C major. Secondary dominants, Google.com search plus secondary dominants. Diatonic versus non-diatonic. Diatonic chords are within the key. Non-diatonic are borrowed from other keys. Diatonic, C major 7, non-diatonic, C sharp major 7 and C major tonic versus non-diatonic.google.com/search jazz plus non-diatonic chords. Use these concepts to enrich your jazz compositions and improvisations. Understanding attacca, a quick guide. Attacca is a musical term used to describe a performance technique where one section of music is played immediately after another without a pause. This seamless transition can help maintain the flow and energy of the piece. Aspect. Description is Google reception of A, ways to other, and then energy of the piece. Aspect G, moving directly from the sonata's first movement into the second movement. Definition. A term indicating no pause between sections of music, moving directly from the end of a sonata's first movement into the second movement. Attacca wikipedia/n.wikipedia.org/attacca. Purpose. Keeps the momentum and creates a sense of continuity. In Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, the first and second movements are played attacca. Attacca, merriam-webster.com/dictionary. Usage in pieces. Common in classical music and other genres for smooth transitions. In a Baroque suite, different dance movements are often played attacca to maintain rhythmic drive. Musical terms Britannica, britannica.com/musical term. This table provides a succinct overview of attacca with practical examples and resources for further reading. Avant-garde music. Avant-garde music challenges traditional norms, often pushing the boundaries of what is considered music. It explores new techniques, structures, and sounds, and is frequently associated with innovation and experimentation. Google Resource of Innovation and Experimentation. Definition. Experimental music that defies conventional norms. John Cage's 433, Music Explained, www.google.com. Search Avant-garde music plus explained. Techniques, unconventional methods and structures. Karl-Heinz Stockhausen's Kontakte. Techniques in avant-garde music, Google.com. Search avant-garde music techniques. Influence, impacts various genres, including jazz and electronic. Pierre Boulez's Le Marteau sans Maître. Influence of avant-garde music, www.google.com/search. Influence ++ of avant-garde music. Key figures in the genre. Morton Feldman. Notable avant-garde composers / at google.com/search. Call avant-garde composers. Cultural impact. Challenges perceptions of music and art. Cultural impact of avant-garde. Google.com/search cultural impact of avant-garde music.
Pedal point harmony overview. Pedal point harmony is a technique where a sustained or repeated note, called the pedal point, is held in one voice while other voices move around it, creating tension and resolution. This technique often appears in classical music and can add depth and drama to compositions. Concept. In Bach's Toccata in D minor creates dramatic tension. Pedal point, sustained or repeated note in the bass or upper voice. In Bach's Toccata and Fugue in D minor, the D pedal point creates dramatic tension. Bach Toccata, youtube.com/watch, dissonance and resolution. Tension occurs when the chord changes around the pedal point, resolving eventually. In Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, the pedal note is used to create dramatic shifts. Beethoven Symphony No. 5, youtube.watch, 6 ZRNR 4 types of pedal points can be tonic, root, dominant, or other scale degrees. A tonic pedal point might be used in a piece in C major where the note C is sustained. Understanding pedal points, musicnotes.com/learn/music-theory/point. Explore these examples and resources to delve deeper into pedal point harmony and its application in music. Jazz modulation and orchestral writing. Common chord modulation. Transition using a chord common to both keys. Modulating from C major to A minor, core. To A minored, A minor. Jazz modulation techniques. jazzadvice.com/jazz-modulation techniques. Using a chord that functions in both the current and target key. 7 in C major to G7. In G major, pianokey.com/blog pivot chords, chromatic modulation, shifting to a new key of chromatic movement. Modulating from C major to C sharp major, understanding chromaticism, jazzheaven.com/jazz chromaticism. Sequential modulation, progressing through a series of keys using a sequence of chords, moving from C major to D major via a series of key changes. Sequential modulation explained. musicalchairs.info/sequential modulation. This table explores different jazz modulation techniques in orchestral writing, offering a foundation to enhance your compositions with smooth and creative key transitions.
Composing with graphic scores. Aspect. Examples. Composing with graphic scores. Definition. Graphic scores use visual symbols and images instead of traditional musical notation to represent music. A score might look like a drawing or abstract shapes indicating musical elements. Wikipedia.wikipedia.org/graphic-score. Purpose: to offer composers flexibility and encourage creative interpretations. John Cage's Water Walk uses visual symbols to represent sound events. Google artsandculture.google.com/graphics-and-score. Examples. John Cage's Ryoanji features a graphic score inspired by a Zen rock garden. Earl Brown's December 1952 uses freeform notations to suggest music. Open Music Theory, graphicsformusictheory.com learn/graphic scores. Techniques. Use abstract shapes, lines, and images to convey pitch, rhythm, and dynamics. A spiral indicating a crescendo or a wave suggesting rhythmic variation. YouTube, graphic scores to youtube.com's research query graphic scores tutorial. Understanding microtonal music. Microtonal music explores tonal systems that use intervals smaller than the standard semitones of Western music. This approach allows for a wider range of pitches and scales, providing rich, diverse musical expressions. Google resources. This approach allows diverse musical expressions. Definition. Music employing intervals smaller than the traditional 12-tone equal temperament. Indian classical ragas, Arab microtonal music, ian.wikipedia.org wiki microtonal music, intervals, divisions of an octave into more than 12 steps, 24-tone scale, 19-tone scale, microtonality basics, microtonal.com. Historical context, used in various cultures for centuries, including Middle Eastern, Indian, and Southeast Asian music. Medieval Byzantine scales, Javanese gamelan. History of microtonal music, earlymusictoday.com. Modern examples. Contemporary compositions and experimental genres. Jacob Collier's work, Microtonal Rock. Modern Microtonal New Music USA. Feel free to explore these resources to dive deeper into the world of microtonal music.
Understanding fermata, a quick guide. Fermata is a musical notation indicating that a note or rest should be held longer than its usual duration. It provides performers with the flexibility to extend the note or rest, adding expressive nuance to the music. Description examples. Google resources. Google resources. Definition: a symbol. A symbol that instructs the performer to hold the note or rest longer than its standard value. Fermata overview, Google Doc search, Fermata musical notation. Duration. The duration is at the performer's discretion, usually held twice the original value or longer. Rest, google.com/search, musical notation guide. Placement. It is placed above or below the note or rested effects. Example from google.com search, Fermata plus symbol. Usage. Commonly you emphasize a particular note or rest in a musical phrase. A fermata on C. From examples, google.search, Fermata examples.
Introduction, Mastering Jazz Improvisation in Blues. Here's a quick guide to jazz improvisation in blues. Aspect, explanation, resources. Mastering jazz improvisation in solos. Here's a quick guide to jazz improvisation. Use the blues scale, 1, 3, 4, 5, 5, 7, for creating riffs and solos. C blues scale, C, E5, F sharp, G, B flat. Chord tone on jazzguitar.b, blues-scaled progressions, follow the 12-bar blues progression I, Fort V, C7, F7, G7, 12-bar blues, musictheory.net/lessons/12-bar blues, chord tones and extensions. Incorporate chord tones, C, E, G for C7, and extensions, C7, C9, C9, C13 to enrich solos. C7, C, E, B flat, D, A. Towards guitar extensions. Experiment with swing rhythms and syncopation to add interest. Swing feel 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And jazzguitar.b/swing rhythm, phrasing and motifs. Develop short musical phrases or motifs and vary them. Motif, C, E, flat, F, then F, E, flat, G. Use these elements to delve into blues improvisation and discover your ultimate jazz sound.
Symmetry in music, a quick overview. Symmetry in music refers to the use of balanced and reflective patterns in composition. It often involves repeating or transforming musical elements in a way that creates a sense of harmony and structure. Examples: Google resources, transposition, shifting a musical segment up or down in pitch. Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata shifts in the melody. Transposition, google.com search, transposition, music. Inversion, flipping a melody upside down by reversing intervals. Bach's The Well-Tempered Clavier, inverted fugues. Inverse search, inversion. Retrograde, playing a melody backward, note by note. Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring, retrograde sections. Retrograde music technique, google.com search, cue retrograde in music. Retrograde inversion, combining inversion and retrograde to create a mirrored inverted version. Schoenberg's Suite for Piano, complex transformations. Retrograde inversion, google.search, retrograde inversion. These techniques create musical symmetry and add depth to compositions, enhancing the listener's experience.
Mastering funk guitar, a quick guide. Funk guitar is all about rhythm and groove. It involves sharp, syncopated strumming, often with a clean, muted sound. Here's a concise guide to get you started. Conceptual resources. It involves sharp, syncopated strumming. Here's a concise guide to get you started. Rhythm and groove. Emphasize offbeats and syncopation. play with a tight, percussive touch. Chameleon by Herbie Hancock. Syncopated rhythms. Guitar World Clash lessons funk guitar basics. Chord voicings. Use 7th, 9th, and 13th chords for a richer sound. E7, X7575. TheUltimateGuitar.com. Muted strumming. Use your palm to mute the strings while strumming for a crisp sound. Super Freak by Rick James. Muted strumming effect. Muted strumming tutorial. JustinGuitar.com/guitar-lessons. Single note riffs. Incorporate short, catchy riffs that complement the groove. Get Up, I Feel Like Being a Sex Machine. Prominent riffs. Fominant riffs. www.guitar.com/funk riffs. 15 must learn funky guitar parts. Use effects like wah-wah and phaser to enhance the funk sound. To wah on Soul Man by Sam and Dave. Using effects. guitarplayer.com/lesson/funk guitar effects. This table covers fundamental aspects of funk guitar to help you get into the groove and start playing funky rhythms. Enjoy jamming! Funk grooves are all about rhythm and feel, combining tight, syncopated beats with a strong emphasis on the downbeat. Below is a concise guide to understanding funk grooves, featuring key elements, examples, and useful resources. Element. Example. Google resources. Below is a concise to understanding grooves, and useful resources. Syncopated and offbeat rhythms, often using 16th notes. James Brown's Funky Drummer, search funk groove rhythm patterns. Bassline, repetitive and melodic, often using slides and pops. Parliament Funkadelic's Flashlight, search funk basslines examples. Emphasis on the one and use of complex hi-hat patterns. Stevie Wonder's Superstition, search funk drum groove tutorials. Search short, sharp, and percussive, often using muted strumming. Chick's Time, search funk guitar riff techniques. Keyboard, use of staccato chords and syncopation. Herbie Hancock's Chameleon, search funk keyboard groove lessons. Feel free to dive into these resources to explore funk grooves further.
Diminuendo, a brief guide. Diminuendo, often abbreviated as dim or dimmy, is a musical term indicating a gradual decrease in volume. This technique is used to create a sense of softening within a piece. Here's a quick overview of Google resources to dimmy. Google resources, fading or softening within a piece. Here's a quick overview. Definition, gradual decrease in volume. Google search diminuendo definition to www.google.com/search diminuendo definition dim. Google search diminuendo/campos, diminuendo symbol usage. Often used at the end of phrases to create a soft ending. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, fourth movement. Google search diminuendo in Beethoven Symphony No. 5 test/www.google.com/search Q diminuendo Beethoven Symphony No. 5 in examples in a piano piece played from forte to piano over several measures. Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, Op. 9 No. 2. Google examples, google.go/examples. Explore the resources to deepen your understanding of how diminuendo enhances musical expression. Blending jazz rhythms, a quick guide to swing feel, Google resourcing, the first note in Lopai. Emphasizes a triplet feel where the triplet feel where the first note is longer than the second. Take 5 by standing swingfeel/www.com/search swingfeel jazz, placing emphasis on offbeats or weak beats to create rhythmic surprise. So What by Miles Davis. Syncopation techniques like google.search jazzing polyrhythms, using multiple conflicting rhythms simultaneously. A Love Supreme by Coltrane, exploring polyrhythms. Breaking down beats into smaller units for Misty by Errol Garner. Subdivision in Jazz at google.com/search jazz rhythmic subdivision. Delve into each concept to master blending jazz rhythms for dynamic improvisation and performance.
Using rhythm to build energy. Concept. Description. Using rhythm to billow ballads. A pasting tempo to match the energy level. Adjusting tempo to match the energy levels. Faster rhythms energize, slower rhythms calm. Upbeat pop songs versus mellow ballads. Tempo and energy. Tempo musicdubnotes.com/blog tempo and energy / repeating rhythmic patterns creates familiarity and builds excitement. Drumming patterns in dance music. The Power of Repetition. soundonsound.com/techniques power repetition. Accents. Emphasizing certain beats or notes to create dynamic shifts. Syncopation in jazz or funk. accentplacemusicalchairs.info/accent placement. Variety. Changing rhythms slightly to keep the listener engaged while maintaining overall energy. Variations in a drum solo. delmashiapot.composer-scores.com. Using rhythm effectively can transform a piece of music, driving energy and maintaining engagement. Delve into these techniques to find the ultimate way to captivate your audience.
Understanding repetition in music. Repetition is a fundamental musical concept that enhances coherence and memorability in a piece. It involves the use of recurring elements, such as motif, phrases, or sections, to create unity and emphasis. Here's a brief overview. Example: Google resources of recurring elements, such as motifs, to create unity and emphasis. Here's a brief overview. Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. Definition: repetition is the recurrence of musical elements within a composition. Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, repeated motif. Music@khanacademy.org/arts-humanities/muse-music. Types: 1 motif, short, recurring musical idea. Repeated musical sentences. 3 theme, recurring main idea. Twinkle Little Star. Music Theory Basics, musictheory.net/learn, creates structure, predictability, and emotional impacts. Repeated phrases. Understanding repetition, YouTube, haslacube.com results, /repetitions in music. Explore these resources to delve deeper into how repetition shapes musical experiences and contributes to a piece's ultimate impact.
Introduction. Writing traditional hymns involves adhering to specific patterns and structures. Here's a concise guide with examples and resources to help you get started. Resources. Specific patterns and structures. Hymns often follow specific meters like 8.6.8 to 8.6 common meter, Amazing Grace 8.6 to 8 service, church hymnals, churchhymnalservice.com. Rhyme scheme. Traditional hymns typically use end rhymes, ABAB or AABB patterns. Thematic content. Focus on worship, scripture, or theological themes. Praise, confession, thanksgiving. Hymn Society, hymnsociety.org. Structure commonly includes verses, chorus, and sometimes a bridge. Verse-chorus structure. Elevated diction, www.com, like hand and fraud language. Use formal, poetic language suited for worship. Elevated diction and imagery. Feel free to explore the resources for detailed insights.
Standing pianissimo in music. Pianissimo, often abbreviated as P, is a musical term indicating a very soft or quiet volume. It's one of the dynamics used to guide performers on how softly or loudly to play. Here's a brief overview of pianissimo in a table format, including examples and useful resources. Ask details. It's one of the dynamics used to guide loudly to play. Definition. Pianissimo, PP, means very soft in Italian. Purpose, to create a delicate, subtle sound. Example in music. Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata first movement often requires pianissimo passages for mood and effect. Performance tip. Focus on control and breath to maintain a soft tone without losing clarity. Notation, written as PP in the sheet music. Dynamic range, generally softer than piano and louder than pianissimo. Common usage. Often used in classical pieces to convey tranquility or introspection. Wikipedia on dynamics, /wikipedia.org/dynamics. Dynamics, musical dynamics explained. musicnotes.com/blog/learn-music/dynamics. Feel free to explore these resources for more in-depth information on how pianissimo and other dynamics are applied in music.
Motif development and explanation. Ik Google resource explanation will get previously in short, long, motif developing music or in another way that create inferring definition. A motif is a recurring musical idea that creates unity in a song. Beethoven's short, long. Beethoven's Fifth Symphony's short, long, motif en binary tinnitus currentstride, www.google.com/search, motif in music theory. And repetition, repeating motifs to establish familiarity and coherence. Let It Be by the Beatles, recurring piano motif, understanding repetition, google.com/search, understanding repetition in music variation, altering motifs to add interest while maintaining core identity. Variations in Mozart's Twinkle Twinkle, music motif variations, devolving motifs throughout the song to reflect progression. The Jaws theme, changing intensity, developing motifs /www.google.com/search, developing motifs in music. Explore these resources to delve deeper into each aspect of motif development. Understanding diminished chords. Diminished chords create tension and are used to resolve to more stable chords. They consist of a root note, a minor third, and a diminished fifth. Aspect. Diminished chords, definition. A chord built from a root, minor third, and diminished fifth. Formula. Root, minor third, diminished fifth, e.g. C. Types. Diminished, dim, diminished seventh, dim 7. C, ebib, C, ebib, GB, A, creates tension, often resolves to major or minor chords. Example in Keyger, C diminished can resolve to C major or A minor. Google resources, diminished www.google.com/search, Q diminished plus chords explained. Use this table to understand and experiment with diminished chords in your music.
Understanding harmonics. Harmonics are integral to sound and signal theory, referring to the multiples of a fundamental frequency in a wave. Here's a concise guide. Concept, explanation. Harmonics are integral to sound and signal theory. Fundamental, the lowest frequency of a wave. 100 Hz tone. ScanAcademy.org. First harmonic, the first multiple of the fundamental, 2x frequency, 200 Hz tone. Wikipedia, wikipedia.org's wiki harmonic. Second harmonic, the second multiple of the fundamental, 3x frequency, 300 Hz tone. Coursera.org. Overtones, harmonics beyond the fundamental frequency, 400 Hz, 500 Hz tones. YouTube, youtube.com. Harmonics shape the timbre of sounds, making them rich and complex. Jazz forms and development. Ask Speppel's Google Resources. Google Resources. Jazz forms of structure and specific chord progression. Blues. A foundational jazz form with a 12-bar structure and specific chord progression. The Thrill Is Gone by B.B. King. Blues form explained. Google.com/search. Blues form explained. ABA form, a popular jazz structure featuring a 32-bar form with A sections and a contrasting B section. I Got Rhythm by George Gershwin. ABA form overview. Search ABA plus form overview. Rhythm changes. A variant of the ABA form based on the chord changes of I Got Rhythm. Oleo by Sonny Rollins. Rhythm changes explained. The Google.com/search. Q+ Rhythm changes explained. Modal jazz, jazz based on modes rather than traditional chord progressions, emphasizing scales. So What by Miles Davis. Modal jazz concepts, search Modal jazz concepts. Free jazz, a genre that eschews fixed chord changes and traditional forms in favor of spontaneous improvisation. Ascension by John Coltrane. Free jazz search, Free Jazz Guide. This table provides a brief overview of major jazz forms and their evolution. Explore the links for a deeper dive into each form and its impact on jazz music.
Introduction to merengue. Merengue is a lively and rhythmic dance from the Dominican Republic, characterized by its simple yet engaging steps. Here's a quick guide to get you started. Aspect, example, Google Resources. Here a guide to get you sources. Basic 1 foot, then left foot follows. Repeat. Basic merengue involves a simple 2-step rhythm. Step with one and then the other. Step right with your right foot, then left follows. Repeat. DanceBandSpace.com/merengue basics. Lead and follow. Lead typically initiates movement, while the follow mirrors the lead steps. Leader steps forward, follower steps backward. MErengueDance.com/turn. Basic turn involves a simple pivot on the spot. Leader turns to the right, follower turns to the left. Learn merengue turns. Google.com/music. Merengue music has a 2/4 rhythm, driving the dance with a fast-paced beat. Listen for the beat and step in sync with it. Merengue music playlist /Google playlist. Enjoy dancing merengue and have fun exploring its vibrant rhythm.
Introduction to touring. Touring involves traveling to explore new places, often for leisure or cultural enrichment. It can vary from day trips to extended vacations and includes activities like sightseeing, hiking, and visiting historical sites. Aspect, description, examples. Google resources. It can vary trips to extended vacations and includes activities like and visiting historical sites. Types, different styles of touring, cultural, adventure, ecotourism. Touring styles, Lancia Google, google.com/search. Q types of touring, planning, organizing travel details, itineraries, bookings, travel insurance, google.com, search, destinations, locations visited during the tour, cities, national parks, landmarks, popular destinations, popular plus tourist destinations, activities, things to do while touring, museums, hiking, local cuisine, tour activities, h/w google.com, tour activities, packing, essential items to bring, clothing, maps, camera, packing google.com/search.
Introduction to Renaissance Counterpoint. Renaissance counterpoint is a key technique in music composition where multiple independent voices or melodies are combined harmoniously. This period, spanning from the 14th to the 17th century, is characterized by intricate polyphony and balanced musical lines. Aspect, description. Josquin Desprez's Ave Marie Academy /music definition. Definition, combining independent melodies to create harmonic unity. Josquin Desprez, Ave Maria, khanacademy.org, Humanities, Music Renaissance Music. Imitation, repeating a theme in different voices. Palestrina's Misa Popeye and Marcelli. Music Theory, renaissancemusictheory.net/learn. Voice leading, smooth progression between chords and voices. Talus's Spem and Allium. cpdrenna/cpdl.org/index./main page. Cadences, concluding musical phrases or sections with harmonic resolution. Birds, Mass for 4 voices, renaissancedancemusic.org. This table provides a concise overview of key elements and examples of Renaissance counterpoint.
Introduction to Arranging for Strings. Arranging for strings involves writing music specifically for string instruments such as violins, violas, cellos, and double basses. Effective string arrangements balance harmony, texture, and dynamics while utilizing the unique qualities of each string instrument. Understand the pitch range of each string, their playable range. Understand the pitch range of each string instrument to write with their playable range. G3, D7, cello, C2, C6. /udublinist.com/blog /Lori/201207/1414 from the texture. Decide on the texture, e.g. solo, duo, or full ensemble, and how each part interacts. A string quartet arrangement may feature a solo violin with supporting strings. /doublestop.com/harmonization. Write harmonies that complement and enhance the melody while considering the instrument's timbre. Use open strings for resonant harmonies or double stops for richer textures. Harmonization techniques, musicalchairs.info/string arranging. Dynamics and articulation. Incorporate dynamic markings and articulation to convey emotion and character. Crescendo to highlight a dramatic moment, or staccato for a lively section. Dynamics in string writing, theoryandcomposition.com, and balance. Ensure that parts are well balanced and that no instrument overwhelms the others. Balance the cello's lower notes with the violin's higher lines for a harmonious blend. String balance techniques, /.com/blog/arranging for strings. These concepts and resources will help you create effective and expressive string arrangements.
Understanding odd meters, a quick guide. Odd meters refer to time signatures that are not divisible by the typical 2 or 4, creating a unique rhythmic feel. They often appear in genres like jazz, progressive rock, and world music. Here's a brief overview. Time signature, description, example, common use. Google resources. Creating appear in genres like jazz. Here's a brief overview. 5/4, 5 beats per measure, often grouped as 3+2 or 2+3. Dave Brubeck's Take 5. Jazz, experimental, 5 signature explained, lydiw.com watch, wiki, and com. 7/8, 7 beats per measure, often grouped as 3+2+2. Stravinsky's Rite of Spring. Classical Balkan, signatorial, 9/8, 9 beats per measure, typically grouped as 3+3+3. Traditional Irish jigs, folk, Celtic, understanding lydiw.com /Henrickless. Feel free to explore these resources for a deeper dive into odd meters.
Arioso is a vocal and instrumental style that closely mimics the natural inflections of speech. It combines the lyrical qualities of an aria with the expressive musical freedom of a recitative. This style enhances emotional expression and narrative clarity in music and is prominently featured in operas and solo vocal works. Definition: Arioso is a style that bridges the gap between recitative and aria, characterized by melodic expressiveness and a free rhythm. Bach's Ich habe genug 82. Commonly used in operas and cantatas to express deeper emotions without committing to a full aria structure. A Luton la Stella from Puccini's Tosca. Historical context: emerged during the Baroque period, providing composers a tool for dramatic expression. Handel's Messiah, particularly the recitatives, modern interpretations still used in contemporary compositions and performances, maintaining its emotional impact. Snippets in modern opera and classical performances. Learning resources. Websites and online courses that provide insights into the theory and performance of Arioso. Classical Music Basics, .classicalmusicbasics.org, Masterclass on Opera, master.masterclass.com. For more in-depth understanding and practical examples, exploring various recordings and performances available online can be highly beneficial.
Attacca is a musical term derived from Italian, meaning attack or latch on. It instructs musicians to immediately move from one section or movement of a piece to the next without a pause. This technique creates a seamless transition, enhancing the continuity and overall flow of the performance. Often used in classical compositions, attacca is crucial in conveying the composer's intended emotional and thematic progression. Here's a table summarizing key aspects of attacca with examples to illustrate its use in music. Aspect. Examples. Here's a temporizing into the fourth movement attacca. Definition: direct transition between movements or sections without pause. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5 transitions into the fourth movement attacca. Purpose: enhances continuity, maintains musical tension or thematic unity across sections. Mahler's Symphony No. 2 uses attacca to preserve thematic unity. Usage in genres: common in classical music, also used in operas, concertos, and some modern orchestral works. Operas often employ attacca between arias and recitatives. Composer's intent: communicates urgency, fluidity, or dramatic shifts in the music. Shostakovich's Symphony No. 8 uses attacca for dramatic effect. Impact on performance: requires precise timing and coordination among musicians. Chamber music groups frequently practice attacca transitions. For further exploration, resources like Google Books or Google Scholar offer extensive materials on the topic, including sheet music and scholarly articles analyzing its implementation across various compositions.
Explore the sophisticated world of advanced modal jazz where improvisation meets complex modal interplay. Delve into its core elements and resources for a deeper understanding. Aspect. Concepts. Modal jazz relies on modes rather than chord progressions for harmonic structure. So What by Miles Davis showcases the Dorian mode prominently. Learn Jazz Standards, www.learnjazzstandards.com/ provides insights into modal concepts. Improvisation focuses on scale-based improvisation over static harmonic structures. John Coltrane's Impressions demonstrates improvisation in modal jazz using the Dorian mode. Jazz Advice, jazzadvice.com// offers improvisation techniques. Compositional techniques, use of pedal points and sparse chord changes to emphasize the mode. Maiden Voyage by Herbie Hancock features pedal points that anchor the harmonic structure. Musictheory.net for theory behind compositional techniques. Influential musicians. Key figures include Miles Davis, John Coltrane, and Bill Evans. Bill Evans' use of modal exploration in Blue and Green. allaboutjazz.allaboutjazz.com/ has biographies and articles on these musicians. Listening skills developing an ear for recognizing modal shifts and their emotional impacts. Listen to Flamenco Sketches by Miles Davis to hear modal interchange. iRealPro, do.irealpro.com/ offers practice tracks for honing listening skills. This table introduces you to advanced modal jazz through key aspects, pivotal tracks, and useful educational resources. Dive in to appreciate the depth and nuances of this genre.
Introduction. Minor scales form a foundational aspect of Western music, creating a melancholic or contemplative mood. Here, we explore the three types of minor scales: natural, harmonic, and melodic, each with unique characteristics and examples. A minor, example key, a each with unique characteristic and example. Natural minor. It is the basic form of the rectly from its major counterpart. Natural minor follows the pattern whole, half, whole, half, whole, whole. It is the basic form of the minor scale, derived directly from its major counterpart. A, C, D, E, F, G, A. Harmonic minor. Similar to natural minor, but with a raised seventh degree, which creates a distinctive sound, often used in classical and Middle Eastern music. A, B, C, D, E, F, G sharp. Melodic minor ascends with a raised sixth and seventh degree and descends like the natural minor. This scale is frequently used in jazz and Western art music for its smoothness. Ascending, A, B, C, E, F sharp. Descending, A, G, F, C, B. For further exploration and interactive exercises on minor scales, you can check out resources on music theory websites such as musictheory.net, .musictheory.net, or aslocioria.com.
Psalmization is a system of assigning syllables to musical notes. It helps in identifying pitches easily and is widely used in music education. Originating from ancient music theory, this method is particularly associated with the do-re-mi scale, aiding in sight singing and vocal training. Details, examples. Do, re, mi, fa, sol. Definition. assigning syllables to notes for easier identification and vocalization. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la. Origin. Developed in the 11th century by Guido of Arezzo, derived from a Latin hymn, Ut quent laxus. Ut, do, modern change. Modern usage. The solfege system commonly uses fixed do. Do is always C, or movable do. Do starts any major scale. Fixed do equals C, movable do equals scale root. Chromatic syllables. Modified syllables for chromatic notes, sharps and flats. Di, ri, fi, sly, sharps, ra, mi, say, li, T flats. Popular systems, movable do and fixed do. Fixed Western classical movable Codely method. Further resources, Google search for solmization methods. YouTube, Introduction to Solfege. Here's a concise table outlining various guitar techniques, each paired with an example and a resource for further learning. Below is a short introduction to use as a preface for the table. Explore essential guitar techniques. Dive into the world of guitar playing with these key techniques that cater to beginners and advanced players alike. Enhance your skills and musical expression by mastering the following methods, each accompanied by practical examples and valuable online resources for further exploration. Technique, description, example, resource link, practical examples, and valuable online resources. Strumming, basic hand movement across the strings to produce sound. Wonderwall by Oasis. Justin Pitas Eseritas, www.com/guitar-lessons/strumming-techniques-1bc-wonderpicking. Plucking the strings directly with fingertips or nails. Blackbird by the Beatles. guitarnickfingerpicking.guitarnick.com/fingerstyle-guitars-lessons. Bending. Altering the pitch by pushing strings across the fretboard. Comfortably Numb by Pink Floyd. Guitar Lessons Bending. www.guitarlessons.com/guitar-lead-guitar-quick start series. Tapping the string onto the fretboard to create sound. Sweet Child O' Mine by Guns N' Roses. Ultimate Guitar Hammer-Ons.ultimateguitar.com/lessons for beginners. Hammer-on and pull-off.hell. Pull-offs, removing the finger to let another fret's note ring out. Eruption by Eddie Van Halen. www.ultimateguitar.com/lessons for beginners /hammer-on and pull-off.html. Damping the strings with the palm to mute the sound. Enter Sandman by Metallica. Guitar Lessons Palm guitar-lessons for beginners. Palm muting. This table is designed to be a starting point for guitarists looking to expand their playing techniques through both practice and additional online study. Voice Exchange Technology Overview. Voice exchange technology facilitates voice communication across different networks by converting voice signals into digital data, which can then be transmitted over the internet or other networks. It plays a crucial role in modern telecommunications, supporting various applications such as VoIP, Voice over Internet Protocol, teleconferencing, and unified communications. Below is a table summarizing the key aspects of voice exchange, along with examples and resources for further exploration. Aspect, description, Google resources. Gunki as into digital packets. VoIP. Technology involves the conversion of analog voice signals into digital packets. VoIP, Session Initiation Protocol, Google Voice.Google.com, used in various communication services to manage voice data. Skype, WhatsApp voice calls, Google Meet.Google.com. Benefits, reduces costs, enhances scalability, and improves connectivity across networks. International business calls, Google Workspace, Workspace.Google.com, products Meet. Challenges, includes latency, packet loss, and bandwidth issues. Quality issues during high traffic. Google Cloud, slackcloud.google.com/solutions telecommunications. Future trends. Advances in AI and machine learning to improve voice quality and reliability. AI-driven noise cancellation, flat.googleblog.com. This table provides an overview of voice exchange technology, emphasizing its functionality, practical uses, and resources for deeper understanding.
Here's a concise introduction and table summarizing key aspects of First Nations music, including examples and resources for deeper exploration. Exploring First Nations music. First Nations music encompasses the rich and diverse cultural traditions of Indigenous peoples in various regions. It serves both artistic and ceremonial purposes, featuring unique instruments and vocal styles deeply rooted in storytelling and spiritual practices. Below is a brief overview, including examples and resources for further learning. Examples, resources, and for further learning. Further learning. Aspect, examples, scriptures. Instruments. We're going to do scripty, hammer, and scripture. Instruments. Traditional instruments are crucial, often handmade from natural materials. Drums, flutes, rattles, Smithsonian Folkways.si.edu. Vocal styles, diverse and often region-specific, ranging from throat singing to lyrical chants. Throat singing, powwow singing, nativelanguages.org/music. Ceremonial music, used in rituals and community gatherings, often to tell stories or offer prayers. Healing songs, war dances, firstpeoplesw.fpccc.ca. Contemporary many artists blend traditional sounds with modern genres, creating innovative fusions. A Tribe Called Red, electronic file, Buffy's folk rock, CBC Music Indigenous/cbc.ca/indigenous. Educational resources. A variety of platforms offer educational content to learn about the depth of First Nations musical heritage. Teachings, documentary, National Museum of the American Indian, https:/americanindian.si.edu. This table provides a starting point for understanding and appreciating the complexity and beauty of First Nations musical traditions.
Here's a concise introduction and comparison of fixed-do and movable-do solfege systems. Understanding solfege, fixed-do versus movable-do. Solfege is a method used to teach pitch and sight singing in music. Two main systems, fixed-do and movable-do, approach pitch relationships differently. Here's how they compare. Aspect, movable-do. Definition. Each syllable corresponds to a specific pitch, regardless of key. Syllables are assigned to scale degrees, shifting with the key. Usage. Common in countries like Italy, France, and Spain. Preferred in English-speaking countries and music education. Example. C is always do. D is always re, regardless of key. Do is the tonic of the key, changing based on the song's key. When to use. Useful for absolute pitch training and instrumentalists. Helpful for understanding musical relationships and theory. Teaching focus, pitch identification. Relationship between pitches and harmonic context. For further reading and resources, you can explore educational websites like musictheory.net or check instructional videos on YouTube for practical demonstrations of each system.
Sure, here's a concise table to guide you through the basics of lyric writing, along with examples and resources to explore further. Learn lyric writing, crafting your musical expressions. Master the art of lyric writing with this quick guide. Whether you're just starting out or looking to refine your skills, the table below outlines key aspects along with examples. Explore online resources to dive deeper and enhance your songwriting craft. Aspect, description, example, resources, example, descriptor and simile, rhyme scheme, pattern of rhymes at the end of each line, ABBB for the rhyme, lines 1 and 3 rhyme, and emotion, as do lines 2 rhymezone.com/Metaphor and simile. Use metaphors and similes to add depth and emotion. You are the sunshine of my life. Masterclass on masterclass.com. Structure. Common structures include verse, chorus, and bridge. Verse, chorus, bridge. Song structure secrets of songwriting.com. Imagery. Employ vivid descriptions to create mental images for the listener. The Dark Desert Highway, Cool Wind in My Hair. Writing imagery, lyricworkroom.com. Point of view. Decide the narrative perspective. First person, second person, or third person. I watched the sky get light as you sang to me. Perspective in Songwriters Marketplace. Choose words that convey emotion effectively and fit the melody. Whispered goodbye as you slipped away. Word choice and lighting.net blog. Expand your skills by exploring these resources and applying what you learn to your own lyric writing journey. Here's a compact introduction and a table to help you understand the basics of folk music, including examples and resources. Folk music, a vibrant and diverse genre. Folk music, a timeless tradition, encapsulates the cultural, social, and historical fabric of societies worldwide. Characterized by its simplicity and performed by the community, it conveys stories and emotions through acoustic instruments and heartfelt lyrics. This genre evolves with time, reflecting the changes in the societies from which it springs. En al tempo descriptions, gästversplanering, worings, auden passes national describers in musical land, formal musical training, rooted in research training, rooted in oral traditions. There can often pattern lands without formal musical training. This Land is Your Land by Woody Guthrie, folkways.si.edu, commonly uses acoustic instruments like the guitar, banjo, and fiddle. Foggy Mountain Breakdown by Earl Scruggs, folkalley.folkalley.com, themes. Lyrics often explore social issues, history, and personal experiences. Blowing in the Wind by Bob Dylan, American Folklife Center.loc Folklife. Global varieties. Each culture has its unique form of folk music. Irish folk songs, flamenco from Spain, stick www.worldmusic.net/modern influence. Folk has genres like folk rock and indie folk. Skinny Love by Bon Iver, Little Talks by Of Monsters and Men. All music this table provides a snapshot into the diverse and influential world of folk music.
Here's a compact guide to building synth bass lines, featuring key steps and examples. To further enhance your skills, explore the linked Google resources that delve deeper into each aspect. To further enhance your skills, Science fundamental waveforms. Understand the basics. Start by learning the fundamental waveform, sawtooth, and triangle. Each offers a distinct sound, ideal for different styles of music. Sine wave, for smooth bass lines. Understanding synth.sound on sound / techniques / synth secrets part 1. Choose your synth. Select a synthesizer that suits your style. Analog synths are popular for warmth, while digital synths offer precision and variety. Moog Sub 37 for analog warmth. Choosing your synth. musicradar.com/jsynths. Design your sound. Modify ADSR, attack, decay, sustain, release settings to shape the sound's dynamics. Filtering and modulation can add texture and movement. Short attack, long sustain for a punchy sound. SlateHapSentorial.com/. Syncopation and timing are crucial. Experiment with different rhythmic patterns to see what fits the track best. Offbeat rhythms for a funk track. RhythmicAttackMagazine.com Beat Dissected. Add effects. Add effects. Use effects like distortion, chorus, or delay to enhance the character of your bass line. Each effect can radically alter the feel and presence of the bass. Distortion for a gritty edge. uv/musictech.net/guides essential guide/effects and experiment. Continuously tweak your bass lines and try different settings to discover unique sounds. Practicing with different genres can also broaden your musical vocabulary. Experiment with arpeggios in a trance track. Creative bassline notation, loopmasters.com/articles/42effective basslines. Syncopated melodies, a quick guide. Syncopation in music involves placing emphasis on beats or parts of beats that are typically not emphasized. This creates a rhythm that feels offbeat or unexpected. Syncopation is a common technique used across various music genres to add interest and complexity to melodies and rhythms. Characteristics. Definition. Syncopation occurs when unexpected accents in the melody shift the typical beat. Characteristics. It disrupts the regular flow of rhythm by emphasizing weak beats. Jazz drumming application, used in various music genres to add rhythmic interest and tension. Reggae bass lines. Take 5. Dave Brubeck, notable for its unusual syncopated jazz rhythms. Da Brubelu YouTube.watch, Creating Syncopation. Start with a simple melody and accentuate off beats or weak beats. Clapping on beats 2 and 4. How to create syncopaby.musictheoryacademy./understand music syncopation. This table outlines what syncopation is, how it's characterized, applied in music, and where you can hear it in action. For further exploration, the resources provide additional insights and examples.
Here's a concise introduction to polytonality and a table outlining key aspects and examples to help you explore further. Polytonality refers to the musical technique where 2 or more tonal centers or keys are used simultaneously in a composition. This approach adds depth and complexity to music, creating textures that are both rich and intriguing. Aspect. Examples. Resources for further study. Polytonality in multiple keys at the same time. Igor Stravinsky's 3 Places in New England. Definition. Polytonality involves using multiple keys at the same time within a musical piece. Igor Stravinsky's Petrushka. Charles Ives' 3 Places in New England. Google Polytonality in Music at google.com/music. And usage, used to create contrasting sections or simultaneous different emotional expressions in a composition. Darius Milhaud's Saudades do Brasil, Bela Bartok's Music for Strings, Percussion, and Celesta. Google examples of polytonal music. Google.com/search examples of polytonal impact. Enhances the emotional and harmonic complexity, creating a multi-layered auditory experience. Igor Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring. Google impact of polytonality in modern music. www.google.com/search impact of polytonality plus in modern music. These resources offer detailed explorations of polytonality, from basic definitions to deep dives into its implications and applications in various musical works.
Here's a concise table-based format to teach exploring jazz textures with a brief and engaging introduction, including examples and suggestions for further exploration. Exploring jazz textures. Dive into the dynamic world of jazz textures. Jazz, a genre rich in complexity, uses various musical layers to create its signature sound. This table guides you through different jazz textures, offering examples and resources for a deeper understanding. Embrace the rhythmic variety and harmonic depth as you explore these unique elements of jazz. Texture type definition, Furtherson Street Blues, Spotify. Monophonic, a single melodic line without harmony or accompaniment. Trumpet solos, Dixieland. Basin Street Blues, Spotify. Melody with accompaniment, often chords. Piano trios, vocal jazz, Blue and Green by Miles Davis. Multiple independent melodic lines played together. New Orleans jazz bands, West End blues, online articles. Heterophonic, simultaneous variations of a single melodic line. Middle Eastern influences in freedom jazz dance, academic papers. Improvisational, spontaneous creation of music during performance. Most jazz performances, local jazz clubs, live jazz sessions. These examples and resources can deepen your appreciation and understanding of the textural complexity in jazz music. Enjoy exploring. This format provides a solid introduction to the concept while directing the learner towards both classic examples and further learning resources.
Ensemble playing is the art of performing music with a group, where musicians collaborate to create a unified sound. It demands skills in listening, timing, blending, and interpreting music together. This table breaks down the concept, providing examples and resources to deepen your understanding.
Aspect. Resources.
String quartet. Types. Different forms of ensemble groups based on the number and types of its instruments. Orchestra, jazz band, string quartet, wind ensemble. Ensemble type musicnotes.com/now tips/different types of musical ensembles. Roles. Each musician has a specific role, either leading or supporting, which varies depending on the piece. Conductor in an orchestra, a section leader in bands, roles/www.commonmusic.com/roles- in an orchestra. Achieving a harmonious sound where no single instrument overwhelms the others. Adjusting dynamics in a choir. Achieving balance, smartmusic.com/blog tips for teaching on-stage bash balance, bash, and blending. Communication. Non-verbal cues like eye contact and body movement to coordinate timing and expression among players. Nodding for cues in a chamber group, effective communication. thestrad.com/playing and teaching /the secrets of ensemble playing /246.practice. Regular and focused rehearsals to refine ensemble skills, often with a conductor or coach. Weekly rehearsals for a community symphony orchestra. Practice techniques.me.org/bolt-rehearsal techniques-that-work. Introduction. Swing band arranging is a dynamic craft centered on creating music that ignites the rhythmic and harmonic spirit of jazz. Delve into the fundamentals of arranging for a swing band, learn essential techniques, and discover resources to deepen your understanding. Topic. Description. Resources. Count Basie's Orchestra. Instrumentation. Focus on typical swing band instruments: saxophones, trumpets, trombones, piano, bass, and drums. Count Basie's Orchestra, jazz arranging, www.jazzarrangingtechniques, rhythms section. The engine of the swing band. Arrange parts for piano, bass, and drums to support and drive the band. Sing 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 by Benny Goodman. /online.berkeley.edu. Brass techniques utilize harmon mutes, plunger mutes, and various articulations for expressive brass sections. Duke Ellington's brass sections and learn jazz standards, w.learnjazzstandards.com. And saxophone solos, writing for saxophone sections in harmony, often the melodic highlight of arrangements. Four Brothers by Woody Herman, www.jazzadvice.com. Harmony, focus on swing-era chord progressions and block chord techniques for a rich harmonic palette. In the Mood by Glenn Miller, Jazz Theory Resources /musictheory.net. This table provides a snapshot of key areas in swing band arranging, each vital to mastering the vibrant style of swing music.
Sure. Here's a concise guide on writing ragtime melodies presented in a table format, complete with examples and resources for further exploration. Introduction to ragtime melodies. Ragtime is a musical style that enjoys a rich, syncopated melody, primarily over a steady march-like bass. Originating in the late 19th century, it combines structured form and rhythmic complexity, making it uniquely expressive and lively. Dive into the basics of crafting these captivating tunes. Respect. Dive into the offbeats of Granto the Benny Six on the offbeats or wheats accent on the offbeats or weak beats in the rhythm. Right hand plays. Harmony. Classic ragtime time piano.ca primarily uses I, IV, V7 chords, C, F, G7 in the key of C. Ragtimecomposiscore.com/groups, ragtime/scuss, form, typically structured as AABACBD, Maple Leaf Rag by Scott Joplin. Ragtimeuv.net, use of arpeggios, chromatic scales, and repeated notes. Melodies moving in sync with bass patterns. LearnRagtimePew.com/learn-to-play ragtime. Rhythmic patterns, combination of long and short values such as quarter notes and eighth notes. Alternating bass notes and chords. Basic ragtime rhythms.pianoworld.com. This table outlines fundamental elements essential for writing ragtime music, offering straightforward examples and directing you to helpful online resources to deepen your understanding and skills. Enjoy exploring the joyful complexities of ragtime.
Jazz orchestration involves arranging music specifically for a jazz ensemble, tailoring parts to the unique capabilities of the instruments and the stylistic elements of jazz. Effective jazz as orchestrators utilize a range of tools and techniques to enhance the textural and harmonic richness of the music. Below is a concise guide to jazz orchestration tools, including practical examples and resources for further exploration. Tool, Purpose, achieves rich and open voicings for brass sections. Modern Jazz Voicings book in specific roles. Voicing techniques achieves richness and depth in harmony, using closed and open voicings for brass sections. Modern Jazz Voicings book. Instrument roles assigns specific roles like melody or rhythm to instruments. Saxophones for melody, rhythm section for groove, Berkeley online courses. Textural contrast adds interest and variety by changing instrumental textures, switching between solo and ensemble sections. Jazz composition webinars. Mutes and effects, alters timbre and dynamics for expressive effects. Trumpet with a harmon mute for a softer, more intimate sound. Local music workshops. Dynamic shading, controls the intensity and volume of sections. Gradual crescendos in the horn sections during a climax. YouTube tutorial series. These tools and examples provide a foundation for creating dynamic and compelling jazz orchestrations, with numerous online resources available for deeper learning and application.
Instrumentation involves measuring, controlling, and analyzing physical processes. It is crucial across many industries like manufacturing, oil and gas, and healthcare to ensure efficiency, safety, and reliability. Here's a compact overview with examples and resources. Excripses. Resources assist in healthcare. Here's a compact overview and resources. Temperature sensors. Devices that detect changes in physical quantities and convert them into signals. Temperature sensors, pressure sensors, omega.com/resources, transducers, convert one form of energy into another for measurement and processing. Piezoelectric transducer, thermocouple, unni.com/innovation/whitepapers/sensors and transducers.al. Controllers, devices that manage the behavior of other devices or systems. PID controller, controlling.com/articles. What is a controller? Actuators, components that move or control a mechanism or system. Hydraulic actuators, electric motors. Engineeringchoice.com/what is actuator. Data acquisition, technology used to collect, analyze, and store physical signals. Data loggers, SCADA systems, /ni.com/ens/shop data acquisition.html. These resources provide detailed explanations and further learning opportunities to deepen your understanding of instrumentation. Explore the fascinating realms of jazz and classical harmony. Delve into the core principles that shape the rich textures and intricate progressions of both genres. Whether you're a budding musician or an avid listener, understanding these harmonies can deepen your appreciation of music. Aspect classical harmony typically includes extended chords to create rich, complex sounds. Typically includes extended chords, 13ths, to create rich, complex sounds. Example, C major 9, C, G, B. Generally uses triads and seventh chords. Complex structures are less common. Example, C major triad, C, E, G. Progressions. Favors progressions that emphasize dissonance and resolution, often using IVI sequences. Example, DM7G77, often follows strict rules of counterpoint and voice leading, with common progressions like I. Example, CFGC, scale use, uses modes and altered scales extensively to match chord changes. Example, D Dorian, D, F, G, A, B, C over DM7, primarily uses major and minor scales, with occasional modal interchange. Example, C major scale, C, D, E, F, G, B, rhythm and feel, rhythmically complex, often incorporating syncopation and swing. Example, Take 5 by Dave Brubeck, which uses 5/4 time. Typically maintains consistent rhythmic patterns with importance on melodic and harmonic clarity. Example, Canon in D by Pachelbel in common time 4/4. Notation, jazz musicians often use lead sheets, which provide basic chords and melody, allowing for improvisation. Classical music is fully notated to specify exact notes, dynamics, and articulations, leaving less room for improvisation. For deeper insights, explore resources like Jazz Theory Book by Mountain, Amazon.com/The Jazz Theory Book, Levine/Hing, and Music Theory Remix by Kevin Home Hudson. Amazon.com/Music Theory-Remix Kevin Home Hudson, DPP/01993-65 for jazz. And Tonal Harmony by Stefan Kostka, Tonal Harmony Stefan Kostka, L078241 for classical harmony.
Plagal cadence, gentle musical resolution. A plagal cadence, often referred to as the amen cadence, is a gentle musical resolution that moves from the IV chord, subdominant, to the I chord, tonic, in a key. It's frequently used to create a soft, conclusive feeling, often at the end of hymns and other pieces of music. Here's a brief table outlining the key aspects and examples of plagal cadences. Aspect. Examples. Where the subdominant to C, I. Definition. A definition, a chord progression where the subdominant I chord is followed by the tonic I chord. C major, F, sound characteristic, provides a softer, more subdued resolution compared to the more definitive, authentic cadence. Listen to the conclusion of Amazing Grace for its use. Common usage. Often used at the end of phrases, sections, or pieces, particularly in church music as it mimics amen. Used in hymns, folk songs, and even in pop music. Notable pieces found in classical to contemporary music across genres. Beethoven's Piano Sonata No. 8 and the Beatles' Hey Jude. For more examples and detailed explanations, a simple search on Google for plagal cadence in music will provide a variety of resources, including educational websites, video tutorials, and music theory articles that delve deeper into this musical concept.
Sure, here's a concise guide on creating jazz melodies with an introductory statement, a table of techniques and examples, and additional Google resources. Introduction. Jazz music thrives on improvisation and expression. Developing jazz melodies requires an understanding of key elements such as scales, chords, and the pivotal role of rhythm. Here's a quick guide to help you start crafting your jazz melodies with practical examples and resources to explore. Jazz melodies often derive from specific scales. Blues scale in C, F sharp, G, use of scales. Jazz melodies often derive from specific scales, predominantly the blues and pentatonic scales. Blues scale in C, C, F, F sharp, G, G. Emphasizing the notes within chords being played can ground your melody in the harmony of the piece. Melody notes C, E, G, B. Adding notes that approach target notes from above or below adds interest and tension, approaching C with B, B, and a C7 chord. Rhythmic variation. Changing up the rhythm can transform a simple melody into a captivating one. Swinging an eighth note melody. Developing small musical ideas, motifs throughout a piece creates unity and narrative. Repeating and altering a phrase over chords. Google resources, Jazz Theory, search Jazz Melody Theory for theoretical underpinnings. Listening guides, search iconic jazz melodies to hear examples. Tutorials, search how to write jazz melodies for step-by-step guides.
Da capo is a musical term derived from Italian, meaning from the head. It instructs musicians to repeat a piece of music from the beginning and is often used in conjunction with al fine or al coda, directing the performer to end at a specific section or to jump to a concluding passage. Definition. Da capo means to repeat from the beginning of the piece. Da capo al purpose, used to create a structural repetition in music for thematic reinforcement or varied expression, used in ABA form pieces. Notation, written as DC in the music score. DC al fine or DC al coda. Execution, performer returns to the start and continues until fine or jumps to coda sign after the repetition. Common use. Common in Baroque and classical music compositions to emphasize symmetry and balance. Modern application, still used in modern compositions, arrangements, and performances to achieve specific artistic effects. Jazz and pop music. For further learning and examples, resources like Google's music theory resources can be invaluable. Try searching for da capo music examples to explore more. Introduction. Electroacoustic music is a genre where composers blend traditional musical instruments with electronic processing and sound recordings. It challenges conventional musical boundaries, creating a fusion of natural and synthesized sounds. Asper-Zipsche uses conventional and synthesized sounds. Pierre Schaeffer's Etude au chemin de fer. Origins. Emerged in the mid-20th century, exploring new sonic possibilities through electronic technologies. Pierre Schaeffer's Etude au chemin de fer. Electroacousticin.wikipedia.org. Electroacoustic music. Techniques. Utilizes techniques such as sound synthesis, live processing, spatialization, and the use of found sounds. Karl-Heinz Stockhausen's Contact Us. Introduction to Electroacoustic Music Techniques. Britannica.com/electroacoustic music. Technology involves software like Max MSP, Pure Data, and hardware like synthesizers and modulators. John Chowning's Stria. Tools and Technologies in Electric Music. music.arts.uci.edu/musictech. Performance. Often performed in concert settings with a combination of live electronics and acoustic instruments or fixed media. Steve Reich's Pendulum Music. Performing electroacoustic music.meetpressjournals.org. Ash, plot 11662, ComJA, Educational Impact. Used in music education to teach composition, sound design, and the impact of technology on music. Morton Subotnick's Educational Works. Electroacoustic Music in Education. https://sagepub.com/out1770305and3561488 This table highlights key aspects of electroacoustic music, providing a snapshot of its techniques, historical development, and educational impact, along with resources for deeper exploration. Music Copyright Overview. Music copyright laws protect the rights of creators and control the use, distribution, and reproduction of their works. Understanding these laws helps musicians, producers, and listeners to respect the rights of artists while promoting legal use of music. Key aspects. The creator right ownership or their assigned rights holders. Copyright ownership. The creator of the original music or their assigned rights holder owns the copyright. They control reproduction, distribution, and performance. A songwriter owns the copyright to their song and can decide who can perform or distribute it. Public performance. A performance license is required to play music publicly, whether live or recorded. A restaurant needs a license to play background music from artists. Fair use. Limited use of copyrighted music for commentary, criticism, or parody without permission, but it must not harm the market value of the work. A YouTuber reviewing a music album can use short clips under fair use. Mechanical paid to copyright holders when their music is reproduced, e.g. on CD, streaming services. Spotify pays royalties when users stream a song. Sampling and remixing. Permission from the original copyright owner is needed to sample or remix music. A DJ must get permission before remixing a copyrighted track for public distribution. Duration of copyright. Copyright lasts for the creator's lifetime plus 70 years. After that, the work enters the public domain. Beethoven's music is in the public domain because the copyright has expired. Google resources. Google Copyright Overview, legal conf /34632 public en. Copyright and related rights. /copyright/en.
Exploring jazz harmonic tension and release. Jazz harmonic tension and release form the core of its dynamic and emotive sound. By utilizing dissonant chords, chromaticism, and complex progressions, tension is built, followed by satisfying resolutions to consonant harmonies. This interplay is fundamental to jazz improvisation and composition, making the music feel vibrant and unpredictable. Concept, description, example, Google resource. Dissonance of clashing tuition, e.g. G7, DB7. Dissonance, the use of clashing tones that create tension. Tritone substitution, e.g.7, DB7. Learn about tritonejazzstandards.com. Resolution, movement from dissonance to consonance, providing a sense of release. V7I, e.g. G7 to CN. Jazz Harmony Basics /www.jazzlessonChromaticism, incorporating non-diatonic notes to add tension and color. Chromatic approach to chord tones in improvisation. Explore chromaticism, musictheory.net. Modal interchange, borrowing chords from parallel modes to create harmonic interest. DM7, BB7, borrowed. Modal harmony explained, jazztheory.com. This framework of tension and release enhances jazz's emotional depth and improvisational freedom.
Composing with chamber strings, a quick guide. Chamber strings compositions, typically for small ensembles, require nuanced orchestration to balance the rich textures and intimate dynamics. This table outlines essential tips, techniques, and examples to help you master the art of composing with chamber strings. Aspect description, example, Google resources. Instrumental range of each instrument, violin voynge. Instrumental cello with instrumental range. Understanding the range of each instrument, violin, viola, cello, double bass, helps in crafting cohesive melodies and harmonies. Write a melody using the higher range of the violin and contrasting with lower cello pizzicato. Insta-ranges, www.google.com. Voicing and balance. Ensure each instrument has a distinct role, avoiding overcrowding by spacing lines clearly for optimal resonance. Use wide intervals between the viola and cello to create depth, while violins maintain the melody. Dynamics and expression. Strings are highly expressive. Use dynamic swells, legato, and pizzicato for emotional effect. Create a dramatic crescendo in the violins, paired with a decrescendo in the viola and cello for contrast. Dynamic writing, google.com. Texture and layering. Play with thin and thick textures by adding or subtracting instruments. Use diviz to split parts within sections for rich harmonies. Start with a single cello line, gradually adding violins and viola for a full ensemble texture. String textures, WW, and interaction. Use counterpoint for conversational interplay between instruments. Have the violins echo a theme stated by the cello in a delayed fashion for a conversational dynamic. Counterpoint in strings. Timbre and effects. Experiment with different techniques like harmonics, col legno, or sul ponticello for unique sound colors. Incorporate violin harmonics for ethereal high notes while using col legno in the cello for rhythmic textures. String techniques, google.com. Form and structure. Establish clear sections in your composition with shifts in tempo, dynamics, and texture to maintain interest. A ternary, ABA form, where the A section is lyrical and slow, while the B section is faster and more rhythmic. Form and music, www.google.com. This structured approach will help you create rich, dynamic chamber string compositions with balance and expressiveness.
Introduction to Jazz Fusion Compositions. Jazz Fusion blends jazz improvisation with elements from rock, funk, and world music, often incorporating electric instruments and complex rhythms. Its intricate harmonies and improvisational nature challenge both performers and listeners, making it a dynamic and evolving genre. Topic, description, Google resources. Key feature of jazz, electronic instruments, and world heilige influences. Herbie Hancock at Swing Fetins. Key thing, Birdnantis. Keeks of jazz fusion, conversation and rims, electronic instruments, and world music influences. Weather reports Birdland. Search jazz fusion characteristics. Focus on electric guitar, bass, synthesizers, alongside traditional jazz instruments like saxophones, trumpets. Search jazz fusion instrumentation in depth. Complex meters, syncopation, and polyrhythms borrowed from rock and funk. Mahavishnu Orchestra's Meeting of the Spirits. Search polyrhythms in jazz fusion. Harmonies, jazz-based with extended chords, dissonance, and modal structures. Pat Metheny's Are You Going With Me? Search Jazz Fusion Harmony Guide, Improvisation. Central to the genre with solos over structured compositions, often featuring high technical skill, John McLaughlin's The Inner Mounting Flame. Search Jazz Fusion Improvisation Techniques. This concise table should guide your exploration of jazz fusion compositions while offering resources to dig deeper into each concept.
Scoring for orchestra. A quick overview. Scoring for orchestra involves assigning musical parts to various instruments in an ensemble, carefully balancing tone, range, and texture. Composers must consider the unique qualities of each instrument and how they blend to create a full sound. Below is a concise guide to orchestral scoring. Element, description, example, Google resource ideas. Selecting instruments to achieve desired timbre and balance. Selecting instruments to achieve desired timbre and balance. Strings, violins, violas for warmth. Brass, trumpets, horns for power. Orchestration tips. Range and register. Writing within the playable range of instruments, considering high, middle, and low registers for color. Flute, high for brightness. Cello, low for depth. Instrument ranges. Texture, layering different sections for thick or thin sound. Homophonic versus polyphonic textures. Thick texture, strings and winds play harmonies. Thin texture, solo flute with string pizzicato. Orchestration textures. Dynamics, utilizing volume levels, P to F, to control mood and energy. Adjusting across sections for clarity. Crescendo in brass section, pianissimo in strings for subtlety. Orchestration dynamics, balance and blend. Ensuring all instruments are heard clearly, with careful balancing of loud and soft sections. Wind softly under the strings, brass section highlighted in fortissimo passages. Orchestration balance. This table provides a basic understanding of scoring for orchestra. For deeper insight, you can explore orchestration books or online resources like blogs, tutorials, and YouTube channels.
Composing for trumpet, key concepts and examples. Composing for the trumpet requires understanding its range, tonal capabilities, and unique characteristics. The instrument's powerful and bright sound can be used to evoke bold fanfares, lyrical melodies, or dramatic effects. Consider the different trumpet techniques, such as articulations and dynamics, when creating music for this versatile instrument. Below is a guide with examples and resources. Example, Google resources. Example, Google resources, and Google Imbitsaratan. Adex Mukuliso again. Ek Ironman Kamindra Latia Panasubaf. Written range spans from F sharp 3, F sharper 3 to C6. Written range, typically from F sharp 3 to C6. Start melody in G4, rising to C5 for emphasis. Trumpet range and transpositions, www.edu/academics/music/resources/gas transpositions and instruments. Articulation, trumpet allows for varied articulations, staccato, legato, marcato. Use staccato in quick passages for clarity and impact. Articulation in trumpet music, trumpetlessons.com/techniques are dynamics. Trumpet excels in a wide dynamic range from soft to loud, providing dramatic contrasts. A crescendo from pianissimo to fortissimo creates tension in a brass ensemble. Dynamics and expression, yourtrumpetguide.com/trumpet playing, dynamics and expression, the timbre. Bright, piercing sound at high registers, warmer in the mid to low range. Use mid-register for lyrical passages, high register for fanfares. Toneandtrumpetland.com.blog, understanding the trumpet tone. Harmonics and techniques. Incorporate techniques like trills, glissandos, and muted effects for variety. Add a muted trumpet passage to create a softer, more mysterious atmosphere. Special effects in trumpet composing, brasscircuit.com/resources. Special effects in trumpet orchestration. Trumpet blends well with brass, woodwinds, and strings. Be mindful of balance in ensemble settings. Combine trumpet with horns for a heroic feel, or with flutes for contrast. Orchestration techniques for trumpet. .orchestrationonline.com/brass-orchestration/. This table provides a concise overview of essential factors when composing for the trumpet, with practical examples and valuable resources to enhance your skills.
Introduction to Psalmization. Psalmization is a method of assigning syllables to the steps of a musical scale. This technique, dating back to the medieval period, helps singers and musicians easily learn and perform melodies. It forms the foundation of sight singing practices like solfege. Aspect. Examples? Google resources. Easily learn some solfege. Solfege. Origin. Medieval monk Guido d'Arezzo is credited with creating early psalmization. Ut, re, mi, fa, sol were the original syllables. Solfege basics, /solfege plusic. Syllables. Modern psalmization uses the syllables do, mi, fa, la, ti, do. C major scale, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Music Theory Solfege //w.com. Search Music plus Theory Solfege. Movable versus fixed. Movable do adjusts to the key, while fixed do always assigns do to C. Movable, G major, do equals G. Fixed do is always C. Movable versus fixed search, movable vs fixed do. Hand signs, a visual aid used in psalmization, invented by John Kerwin. Kerwin hand signs for each note of the scale. Hand sign search, solfege plus hand signs. Usage. Widely used in music education for ear training and sight singing. Choirs often practice scales with psalmization syllables. Ear training solfege. Google.com/search ear training solfege. This method simplifies learning musical scales, whether using movable do, adapting syllables to any key, or fixed do, where do always represents C.
Jazz ensemble arranging, a quick overview. Jazz ensemble arranging involves orchestrating music for groups like big bands, small combos, or jazz orchestras. It requires a balance between harmonies, rhythmic grooves, and interplay between instruments. Effective arrangements let each section, saxophones, trumpets, trombones, rhythm, shine, while creating excitement through dynamics, articulation, and improvisation opportunities. Resourcing the main theme with variation and repetition. Recomposition basics. Melody writing. Crafting the main theme with variation and repetition. Write a melody, then vary it by transposing or reharmonizing. Jazz composition buys advice. Kosh. arranging notes for instruments to create harmony. Use close voicing for tight harmonies or spread voicing for openness. Voicing techniques, jazzstandards.com. Counterpoint, combining multiple independent melodies. Write a walking bass line while trumpets play the melody. Learn jazzstandards.com. Rhythm section, the backbone, piano, bass, drums, guitar. Use piano comping to support soloists with syncopated chords. Section tips.jazzpianoschool.com. Section writing, writing distinct parts for each section, brass, woodwinds. Give saxophones a syncopated background to a trumpet lead. Big band arranging, berkeley.edu online. Solos, highlighting individual instruments for improvisation. Leave space for a sax solo over the chord progression. Soloing in jazz, jazzadvice.com. Dynamics, controlling volume levels for impact. Use crescendos to build intensity before a climactic section. Dynamic range in jazz, dummies.com/artcall/academics-the-arts-music/jazz. This table offers key ideas, examples, and trusted resources to deepen your understanding of jazz arranging techniques.
Repetition in music. Repetition is a fundamental aspect of music, enhancing its structure, emotional impact, and memorability. It occurs in various forms, such as repeating melodies, rhythms, or motifs. This technique helps listeners recognize patterns, creating familiarity and cohesion throughout the piece. A short, repeating musical phrase, often in bass. Bolero by Ravel, Canon in D by Pachelbel. Ostinato in music.google.com/search ostinato in music. A repeated section in a song, typically the most memorable part. Happy by Pharrell Williams, Let It Be by the Beatles. Chorus in pop songs, google.search chorus in pop songs. Rondo form, a musical form with recurring sections. Für Elise by Beethoven. Row form explained, Google search, rondo plus form. Theme and variations. A theme is repeated with variations in melody, rhythm, or harmony. Twinkle Little Star Variations by Mozart. Theme and variation music, google.search, theme and variations. Imitation. A phrase is repeated in different voices or instruments. Row, row, row your boat. Imitation in music, Google imitation in music. Repetition creates structure and engages listeners by emphasizing musical ideas and emotions. Harmonic rhythm. Harmonic rhythm refers to the rate at which chords change in a musical piece. It shapes the flow and feel of the music, often creating tension and release. In slower harmonic rhythms, chords last longer, giving a relaxed feel, while faster rhythms create excitement or urgency. Google research. Harmonic rhythm. Harmonic rhythm. The speed at which chords or harmonies change. Harmonic measure of my piece of music. The speed at which chords or harmonies change in a piece of music. In classical music, chords may change every measure or beat. Harmonic rhythm in music. Google.com/search harmonic rhythm in music. Fast harmonic rhythm. Chords change quickly, often every beat or half beat. Pop music. Chords change every beat. Fast harmonic google.com/search catch equals fast harmonic rhythm. Chords change more slowly over several beats or measures. Classical, Bach's chorales, slow chord changes. Class search, slow harmonic, tension and release. Fast harmonic rhythm can increase tension, while slow harmonic rhythm can provide resolution and relaxation. Jazz improvisation or romantic symphonies. Tension in harmonic rhythm, google.com/search, tension and release harmonic rhythm.
Developing melody lines. Creating compelling melody lines is a balance of structure, emotion, and creativity. Here's a concise guide to help you develop engaging melodies with examples and links for further learning. Technique. Description. Google resource. Google resource. Start with a 4-note iMusic. Motif development. Repeating and varying a short musical idea to build coherence. Start with a 4-note idea, then vary rhythm. Motif.com, search Motif plus development in music. Shape the melody by rising and falling in pitch to create interest. Stepwise rise, then a leap down. Melodic contour guide.google.com/search Melodic contour in music. Rhythmic variation. Change note durations and rests to alter mood and flow. Use longer notes, then mix with syncopation. Rhythmic variation in melodies. Google.com/search Rhythmic plus variation in melodic connection. Align melody notes with the chords for a sense of harmony. Melody outlines C major chord note, C, G. Melody and harmony. Google.com/search Melody and harmony relation. Step and leap balance. Combine small stepwise motion with occasional leaps for dynamics. Ascend by steps, leap by a fifth. Stepwise leaping melodies. Google.com/search Step, tension, and release. Build tension through dissonance and resolve with consonance. Tension with FB, resolve to C. Tension and release in music, /google.com/search Cue tension and release in melody. This approach to melody development uses core techniques for balance, variety, and emotional impact.
Polytonality explained in brief. Polytonality is the simultaneous use of 2 or more different keys or tonal centers in a musical composition. This technique creates rich and complex harmonic textures, often leading to tension or unexpected musical contrasts. It was notably used in early 20th century music by composers like Stravinsky and Milhaud. Definition. A melody, distinct keys that sing simultaneously with chords in G major. Definition 2 or more distinct keys at the same time in a piece of music. A melody in C major played simultaneously with chords in G major. Igor Stravinsky, Darius Milhaud, Bela Bartok. Darius Milhaud's Saudades du Brésil, polytonality with F major and A major. Characteristics. Creates harmonic tension and complex textures, often used in modern classical music. Stravinsky's Petrushka uses C major against F sharp major, resulting in sharp harmonic contrasts. Related tonality, a subset of polytonality with just 2 tonal centers. Atonality. Charles Ives often employed bitonality, combining 2 different keys, such as C major and E major, in his work 3 Places in New England. Listening tip, listen for different instrumental sections playing in distinct keys. In Petrushka, pay attention to the winds and brass playing in different keys simultaneously. For more resources, check out Polytonality Definition and Explanation, Google, ps/w.google.com/search, Polytonality Definition. Example works using polytonality. Google.com/search goes polytonality examples.
Creating groove with bass, essential tips. The bass plays a pivotal role in establishing the groove in music, particularly in rhythm-driven genres like funk, R&B, and hip-hop. Mastering groove with bass involves timing, rhythmic patterns, and interaction with the drums to make music feel tight and danceable. Below is a table outlining key strategies and techniques for creating groove with the bass, with examples and useful resources for further learning. Technique concept. Google resource. Sync your bass line with the kick drum to create a solid foundation. Sync your bass line with the kick drum to reinforce rhythm and create a solid foundation. Play root notes in time with each kick hit. Locking bass lines with www.google.com/search, locking bass lines with drums. Use offbeat accents to add rhythmic interest and unpredictability to your bass line. Accent notes on the and of beats, e.g. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Syncopation bass search, syncopation bass lesson. Groove with space. Leave spaces in your bass line to let the rhythm breathe and create tension and release. Play a note on beat 1, rest on beat 2, and play again on beats 3 and 4. Bassline Space Techniques.ugoogle.com search Bassline Space Techniques. Ghost notes. Incorporate muted, non-pitched notes to add texture and rhythmic complexity without overwhelming the groove. Add soft, percussive mutes between main notes, e.g. finger slap mutes. Ghost Notes Bass Lesson, google.com/search. Ghost playing ahead, behind the beat. Vary your timing to create tension. Play slightly ahead for urgency or slightly behind for a laid-back feel. Play slightly before the snare for a pushed feel. Each technique can help you craft a more engaging and dynamic bass groove.
Introduction. Vocal techniques are essential for enhancing your singing and speaking abilities. This guide provides an overview of fundamental vocal concepts and includes examples with additional resources to deepen your understanding. Concept. Examples. Google resources. Google resources. Google resources. Proper control of breath to support singing, avoiding. Breath control. Proper control of breath to support singing, avoiding strain. Take deep diaphragmatic breaths before singing long phrases. Breath control techniques for singers. Google.com/search, cue breath control techniques for singers. Accuracy of hitting notes. Sing scales or use a piano to match pitch. How to improve pitch accuracy. How to improve pitch accuracy in singing. Resonance, amplifying sound by using different areas of the body, chest, head. Hum to feel vibrations in your chest or head. Vocal resonance search, vocal resonance explained. The span of notes a voice can comfortably reach. Practice extending range with scales. How to expand vocal range, uw.google.com/search. How to expand vocal diction. Clarity of pronouncing words. Practice tongue twisters to improve articulation. Vocal diction tips, search, vocal diction. Vibrato. Slight, rapid variations in pitch that add richness to notes. Sustain a note and practice controlled pitch fluctuations. Mastering vocalview.google.com/search. Cue how to master vocal book. Warm-ups. Exercises to prepare the voice for performance. Lip trills, humming, and scales. Vocal warm-up exercise. Vocal warm-up exercises. Posture. Proper alignment of the body to support breath and voice production. Stand with shoulders relaxed, feet hip-width apart. Proper singing posture. Google.com/search. Proper singing. These basic concepts are crucial for building a strong, healthy voice, suitable for various styles of singing or speaking. Sync licensing overview. Sync licensing, or synchronization licensing, refers to the legal process of obtaining the rights to use a piece of music in synchronization with visual media, such as films, TV shows, video games, or advertisements. This license is essential to ensure that both the composition, musical notes, lyrics, and the sound recording, specific recorded version, are legally cleared for use. Sync licenses generate income for songwriters, composers, and music publishers. Aspect publishers. Aspect po zung arabatat iframe. Examples. Amin Yurglan. Definition. Sync licensing is the permission to use music in combination with visual content. Using a popular song in a movie trailer, who requires it? Filmmakers, TV producers, advertisers, video game developers, and content creators. An ad agency licensing a track for a commercial. Key rights involved: rights to the composition, music lyrics, and the sound recording. A filmmaker licensing both a song and a specific recording. Licensing parties: music publishers for compositions, record labels for recordings, or directly from artists. An indie filmmaker contacting an independent artist directly for a track. Google resources. Search for Sync Licensing Guide music licensing platforms, or use services like Songtrader and MusicBed for easy sync licensing. Sync Licensing Guide, google.com, search Sync Plus Licensing Guide.
Understanding pitch bend in music. Pitch bend is a musical technique that allows for smooth, continuous change in pitch, commonly used in electronic instruments and synthesizers to make sounds more expressive. Topic: explanation. Example allows for smooth, continuous change in pitch, commonly used in electronic instruments that is more expressive. What is pitch bend? Pitch bend modifies the pitch of a note by sliding between its original pitch and a new one, changing a C note gradually to D without distinct steps. Common instruments: synthesizers, electric guitars with whammy bars, MIDI keyboards, using pitch wheels or modulations on keyboards to change the pitch. Musical impact: adds expression and emotion to music by creating a sliding, bending effect. Blues guitar bends, or bending notes in electronic music for dramatic emphasis. Digital tools: MIDI controllers have pitch bend wheels or touch strips to control the range of the pitch change. Pitch bend automation in DAWs like Ableton Live and FL Studio allows for fine-tuning of pitch shifts. For more in-depth resources, explore Google. Pitch bend techniques, google.com/search pitch bend plus techniques.
A fusion of soul and calypso. Soca, soul calypso, originated in the 1970s in Trinidad and Tobago, blending the African rhythms of calypso with Indian music and American soul. Soca is upbeat, designed for dancing, and central to Caribbean carnival culture. It's characterized by fast tempos, lively instrumentation, and catchy hooks. Google resources. Origin. Soca originated in Trinidad and Tobago. Originated in the 1970s. Soca originated in Tobago in the 1970s. In the 1970s, Lord Shorty, Rast Shorty one. Soca music, history, www.com/search/Soca music history. Rhythm and tempo, fast-paced with African and Indian rhythmic influences. Michelle Montano, Bungie Garland, Soca music experimentation. Mix of steel drums, electronic instruments, and traditional percussion. Hot 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 by Arrow. Soca Kingdom by Michelle Montano. Soca music instrument. Carnival culture. Soca plays a crucial role in Caribbean festivals, particularly during Carnival. Family by Skinny Fabulous, Bungie Garland, Michelle, Soca and Carnival. Google.com/search Soca music and carnival. Subgenre pauster tempo, groovy soca, slower melodic. Savannah Grass by Kess. Soca music subgenre, search power soca plus vs groovy soca.
Transposing instruments overview. Transposing instruments produce a pitch different from the written note, usually to simplify notation or maintain consistent fingerings across different instrument sizes. Players read music as if the notes sound at concert pitch, but the actual sound is either higher or lower. The transposition depends on the instrument's key, requiring adjustments in notation for ensemble settings. Instrument. An exam pitch perfect fifth. Example, B clarinet. Written pitch plus major second, a whole step lower than written. Right C, Fouch horn. Written pitch plus perfect fifth lower than written. Right C sounds F. Alto saxophone, written pitch major sixth, a major sixth lower than written. Right C sounds E. Trumpet, written pitch plus major second, a whole step lower than written. Right C sounds B flat. English horn F, written plus perfect fifth, a perfect fifth lower than written. Right C sounds F. For more, check out Transposing Instruments Google resource-like.google.com.
The art of crafting beats. Drum programming involves using software to create drum patterns that mimic live drumming or generate electronic rhythms. By manipulating digital samples, drum machines, or synthesizers, producers design complex beats in various musical genres. It's key to understand rhythm, timing, and groove to make your drum patterns compelling and dynamic. Concept explanation. Kick and snare placement. Typically, the kick is on beats 1 and 3, snare on beats 2 and 4 for a basic rhythm. Basic: 1 kick, 2 snare, 3 kick, 4 snare. X stacks with watch hi-hat patterns. Hi-hats add groove, often placed on every 8th or 16th note. Closed hi-hats are used for steady rhythms, while open hi-hats add variation. Closed XXXX. Creating hi-hat rolls in in.com/blog, making your hi-hats groove. Velocity variation, changing the intensity, volume of each hit for a more natural, humanized feel. 100% on downbeats, 50% on offbeats. Humanizing drums in Logic Pro, YouTube.watch, Swing Shuffle. Introduces a laid-back, syncopated feel by shifting certain beats, often used in jazz, hip-hop, or house. Shift 8th notes slightly off-grid for groove. Understanding swing in drum machines. AttackMagazine.com, technique/beat dissected/swing groove drum machines. Layering sounds, combining multiple drum samples, e.g. stacking snares or kicks for fuller sound. Kick with a sublayer for depth, snare with clap for impact. Layering drum samples in FSL Studio, YouTube/watch. Fill in transitions. Drum fills break up monotony and signal transitions between song sections. Triplet snare rolls or tom fills leading into the chorus. Drum fills tutorial, YouTube/watch, EQ and compression. EQ removes unwanted frequencies, while compression balances dynamics, ensuring drums cut through the mix. Boost kick at 60 to 100 Hz, cut snare at 500 Hz. Mixing drums tutorial, isotope.com/learn how to mix drums.
Dubstep, a guide to its unique sound and origins. Dubstep is an electronic dance music genre that emerged in the late 1990s in South London. Characterized by its heavy bass lines, syncopated rhythms, and a tempo around 140 BPM, it blends elements of dub, drum and bass, and garage. The signature sound of dubstep often includes sub-bass wobbles, dark atmospheres, and sparse drum patterns. Category examples, resources. Developed in South London, two-step garage, step garage, and /South London, influenced by dub, two-step gub, two-step garage, and drum and bass. History of Dubstep, /redbull.com, History of Dubsteps. Signature sounds. Heavy bass line, sub-bass, wobble, syncopated rhythms, minimalism, and dark tones. Midnight Request Line by Scream, Cockney Thug by Rusko. Tempo typically around 140 BPM, providing a slower, groove-driven pace compared to other electronic genres. What is dubstep? Wikipedia, wikipedia.org/dubstep. Famous artists. Pioneers include Scream, Benga, Burial, and later artists like Skrillex popularized Brostep. Top dubstep artists, Google. /google.com search top dubstep artists. Key tracks. Notable tracks include Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites by Skrillex and Archangel by Burial. Best dubstep songs.edmms.com /2017-11/01/10 best-dubsongs/time. This concise overview highlights dubstep's evolution, characteristics, and key contributors.
Explore the fusion of jazz and classical composition. Delve into the captivating world of music where jazz and classical elements blend seamlessly. This fusion creates rich, complex compositions that draw on the improvisational spirit of jazz and the structured beauty of classical music. Below is a guide to understanding and exploring this unique genre, complete with examples and resources to enhance your learning. Aspect, description, examples, resources. Combines the complex harmonies of jazz, like extended chords and altered scales, with Uriah Gershwin's declonic language. Gershwin's the complex harmonies of combines the complex hards and altered scales with the formal harmonic progressions of classical music. Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue. OpenMusicTheory.com merges the rhythmic diversity of jazz, including syncopation and swing, with classical's varying meter and tempo changes. Bernstein's Prelude, Fugue and Riffs. Instrumentation utilizes a mix of classical orchestral instruments with jazz ensemble elements like saxophones and drum sets to create unique sound textures. Stravinsky's Ebony Concerto. Form and composition often features jazz's improvisational sections within traditionally structured classical movements or vice versa. Milhaud's La Création du Monde.mymusictheory.com. Explore these resources to understand the techniques and beauty of jazz-classical fusion, enhancing your musical palette. Here's a compact guide to drum layering, which can elevate your tracks by adding depth and character to the drums. Reselect bass drum. Select bass drum. Select bass drum. Choose a primary drum sound that fits the genre of your music. This will be the foundation of your drum layers. For hip-hop, a deep kick might be used as the bass. Creating drums soundonsound.com. Add body. Layer a second drum sound that complements the bass to add body and texture. Usually, this sound fills in missing frequencies, adding a punchy snare under a softer one to enhance attack. Drum layering techniques. attackmagazine.com. Adjust the timing and velocity of each layer to ensure they mesh well without phasing issues. Slight delay on the secondary snare to avoid phase cancellation. Phase alignment tips, LID0453's.com. Enhance character. Introduce additional elements like claps, snaps, or electronic sounds to enhance the uniqueness of the drum track. Layering a clap over a snare on beats 2 and 4. Adding unique drum sounds. musictech.net. Explore these resources to dive deeper into each step and refine your drum layering skills.
Here's a concise guide to writing for a percussion ensemble laid out in an easy-to-follow table format. Introduction to writing for percussion ensembles. Writing music for percussion ensembles involves understanding the diverse range of instruments and their unique sound textures. Percussion music can vary from rhythmically complex pieces to atmospheric soundscapes, providing a wide canvas for composers. Aspect. Examples. Resources. Choose instruments by desired sound and ensemble size. Snare that cambered into percussion. Instrumentation. Choose instruments based on desired sound and ensemble size. Snare, marimba, timpani, cymbals, etc. The Cambridge Companion to Percussion by Russell Harper Notation. Use standard notation, indicating specific techniques and mallet choices. Use cross-staff beaming for clarity in marimba. Google Books provides various books on percussion notation. Techniques. Familiarize with striking, scraping, and shaking methods among different tools. Rim shots, rolls, bowed cymbals. YouTube tutorials on specific percussion techniques. Textures. Experiment with layers and dynamics to create rich soundscapes. Layered rhythms, dynamic contrasts. Articles on musical texture and percussion from JSTOR. Rhythmic complexity. Incorporate polyrhythms and syncopation for engaging patterns. Clave rhythms, overlapping time signatures. Percussion theory books available on Google Scholar. This table offers a quick reference for understanding and beginning to write music specifically for percussion ensembles, utilizing a range of instruments and techniques.
Explore the harmonic depth of jazz with chord extensions and voicing. Jazz chords are not just about basic triads and sevenths. They involve richer, more complex sounds achieved through extensions and various voicings. Below is a concise guide to understanding these elements, providing a foundation to enhance your jazz playing. Chord type. Extension, voicing examples. Noting examining playing. Note major seventh, 9, number 11, 13, C, E, G, B, D, F sharp, A. Dominant seventh, B9, number 9, 13, G, 3, B9, G, B, D, F, A, B, E. Minor seventh, 9, 11, D, F, A, C, E. Half diminutive 7, B11, B, D, F, A, E. Altered B9, number 9, 11, B13, G7 alt, G, B, B, E, D, F sharp, F. For deeper learning and practical applications, explore online resources such as jazzguitarjazzgear.be for detailed lessons. LearnJazzStandards.com, i.e. .learnjazzstandards.com for theory and exercises. iRoPro.com/ for practice backing tracks.
Here's a concise guide to composing jazz ballads, complete with examples and resources to explore further. Introduction. Crafting a jazz ballad involves blending emotional depth with musical sophistication. This guide provides key elements and resources to help you compose your own captivating jazz ballads. Examples. Resources. This guide provides key activating jazz ballads. Learn jazz standards. Chord progressions of ballads, often featuring extended chords. Misty uses VI progressions. Learn LearnJazzStandards.com. Melody should be lyrical and expressive, often following the chords. Body and Soul showcases a complex melody. Jazz Advice, melodywrice.com/melody-writing. Lyrics. If applicable, focus on emotional and poetic content. The Nearness of You by Hoagie Carmichael. Jazz Lyrics Analysis, jazz.org/blog, Understanding Jazz Lyrics and Their Significance. Commonly features piano, saxophone, or vocals. In a sentimental mood, has distinct sax lines. Jazz Instrumentation, jazzfuel.com/jazz arrangement. Dynamics and space are crucial for emotive impact. Blue and Green utilizes minimalistic style. Arranging Jazz Ballads, mymusicmasterclass.com, premium videos, jazz arranging lesson ballads. This table summarizes the key aspects of composing jazz ballads, offering both examples for inspiration and resources for deeper study.
Here's a concise table for learning cool jazz arranging, including examples and resources for deeper exploration. Cool jazz is characterized by its relaxed tempo and lighter tone, standing apart from the more aggressive styles of bebop. Key features often include intricate arrangements and a subtle interplay of instruments. And for British tones, trumpet, Birth of the Cool by Miles Davis. Instrumentation. Cool jazz typically features a combination of saxophones, trumpet, piano, bass, and drums. Birth of the Cool by Miles Davis. MilesDavisAdvice.com/Miles-Cool-Jazz. Arrangement techniques. Emphasis on counterpoint, less syncopation, and more lyrical melodies. Take 5 by Daybreak Jazz Arranging Technique.LearnJazzStandards.com/learningjazz/jazz advice, the basics of jazz harmony, use of modal scales and extended chords to create a mellow sound. My Funny Valentine by Chet Baker, modalmusicalu.com/learn modal jazz explained. Rhythm more consistent and subtle than in bebop, often features a laid-back groove. Blue and Green by Bill Evans, cooljazzrhythmtechniques.jazzinamerica.org/lesson plans/5/3260. Notable artists knowing key figures helps understand style nuances and phrasing. Gary Mulligan, Low Files, Profile, allaboutajazz.com/musicians/jazz-artists. Each of these topics provides a foundational element to the art of arranging in cool jazz, which can be further explored through the linked resources for a more in-depth understanding.
Introduction. Vinyl DJing combines the tactile pleasure of physical media with the art of live audio mixing. Whether you're a music enthusiast or aspiring DJ, learning the basics of vinyl DJing can enhance your appreciation for music and provide a rewarding creative outlet. Below, we delve into the key concepts and provide resources to help you get started. Concept. Examples. Resources. Learn how to properly set up and calibrate your turntables and mixer for optimal sound. Technics SL1200, Pioneer PLX 1000. Vinyl DJ Setno.turntablelab.com/beginner's guide to DJ equipment setups. Beat matching. The technique of synchronizing the tempo of 2 records to achieve a seamless mix. Matching beats between 2 songs in the same BPM range. www.digitaldjtips.com/lessons beat matching-basics. Scratching, a technique used to produce distinctive sounds by moving a vinyl record back and forth. Basic scratches like the baby scratch. Scratch.com, mixing techniques. Techniques like blending, cutting, and phasing to transition between songs. Transitioning from an R&B track to a hip-hop beat. DJ technique. It's djtechtools.com/610/10/5 powerful DJ mixing techniques. Record care, proper maintenance of your vinyl records to ensure longevity and quality sound. Cleaning and storing vinyl records. Vinyl record care, thevinylfactory.com/features, a guide to turntable setup. This table covers fundamental aspects of vinyl DJing, guiding you through the essentials with practical examples and online resources that delve deeper into each concept.
Here's a concise table format to help teach the concept of beat in music, complete with examples and resources. The introduction provides a brief and engaging overview. Introduction. Beat is the fundamental unit of time in music, acting as the steady pulse that you tap your foot to when listening to a song. Understanding beats is crucial for both performing and appreciating music. Aspect. Example. Resource. Definitely thump in Queen's We Will Rock You / definition. A beat is the basic time unit within a piece of music. The steady thump in Queen's We Will Rock You, musicae tom / beats. Measuring beats. Beats are measured in BPM, beats per minute. A slow song might have 60 BPM, while a fast one could have 120 BPM. Tempo guide, /ubc.ca/David/music types of beats. Primary beats are strong and most noticeable. Secondary beats are weaker. Primary beats occur on the first and third beats of a 4/4 bar, on the second and fourth. Study.com / study.com / academy / lessons / beat-music definition types. Practicing with a metronome can help musicians keep a consistent beat. Metronome apps are available for practice in maintaining consistent timing. Metronome on metronomeonline.com //. This table provides a structured way to explore the concept of beat, highlighting practical tools and examples for deeper understanding. Tritone substitution is a powerful jazz harmonic technique that replaces a dominant seventh chord with another dominant seventh chord, a tritone, 3 whole steps away. This substitution works because both chords share the same guide tones, third and seventh, adding a chromatic and unexpected twist to the progression. Here's a concise guide to understanding and using tritone substitution. Details. Example. Definition. Replacing a dominant chord with another dominant chord a tritone away. Replace G7 with DB7. Shared third and seventh notes create continuity. G7, BF, DB7, FB. Usual context. Used in jazz and blues to enhance chord progressions. 2-5-1 progression DM7, G7, C major A7. Creates a smoother bass movement and adds tension. DM7, DB7, C main usage. Often appears before the tonic in a resolving progression. Turnaround. For deeper insights and examples, you might want to explore resources available on platforms like YouTube, where educators offer detailed tutorials, or dedicated jazz education websites that feature interactive lessons and analyses.
Here's a concise table to help you understand the descending fifths progression in music, along with examples and resources for further exploration. Explore the descending fifths progression. Dive into the fascinating world of the descending fifths progression, a staple in Western music that creates a harmonious and flowing sound by moving through chords whose roots are a perfect fifth apart. Below is an overview of the concept with practical examples. Key concepts. Explanation. Examples. Examples. Further resources. Examples. What is it? What is it? A sequence of chords where each chord's root is a perfect fifth below the last. C, F fifth, E flat, Ace lessons. Common in genres, found in classical, jazz, and popular music. Autumn Leaves, Jazz Standard, Jazzit.com, Jazzadvice.com. Why use it? Create smooth, logical transitions between chords. Let It Be by the Beatles, Chorus.com. Variations can include minor chords or altered chords for different moods. Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin, hooktheory.com/. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding and hear this progression in action across various musical pieces. Understanding hemiola, a rhythmic phenomenon. Hemiola is a musical technique that involves a shift of rhythmic accents within a measure, creating a cross-rhythm effect. It is typically represented in a 3-2 ratio, where 2 groups of 3 beats are replaced by 3 groups of 2 beats. This shift can dramatically alter the feel and flow of a piece, making it a popular tool in various musical genres, from classical to contemporary. Definition: hemiola occurs when the rhythmic pattern changes to give the impression of a different meter. It creates a 3-2 rhythmic ratio. Notation: in a 6/8 time signature, hemiola might be notated as 2 sets of 3/8 notes, accented to feel like 3 sets of 2/8 notes. Example: in Brahms's Hungarian Dance No. 5, a shift from a triplet feel, 3/8, to a duple feel, 2/8, within the same measure, exemplifies hemiola. Search for Brahms's Hungarian Dance No. 5 to hear hemiola in action, where the rhythmic alteration creates a compelling drive. For a deeper understanding and more examples, consider exploring music theory resources available through Google.
Advanced Blues and Jazz Harmonic Movement. Explore the rich harmonic movements characteristic of advanced blues and jazz. This guide delves into complex chord progressions, substitute chords, and modal interchange, essential for any aspiring jazz musician. Concept, description, example. Secondary dominance. Chords functioning as dominants to other chords besides the tonic, enhancing tension and resolution. 2 in C, D7 leads to G7. Tritone substitution, replacing a dominant chord with another dominant chord a tritone away, common in turnaround sections. G7 substituted by DB7 in C major. Borrowing chords from parallel modes or keys to add color and complexity. C major using abe from C minor. Coltrane changes. A sequence of key changes through major thirds, adding rich harmonic texture. From C to E to abe to C, backdoor progression, AV to IB minor to I progression, offering a softer resolution than traditional VI. FJ7, FM7, CMAJ7 in C major. For further exploration, Google resources like Jazz Harmony Books, or google.com/search, Advanced Blues Progressions. Advanced Blues, google.com search, Advanced Blues Progressions. And Modal Interchange in Jazz. google.com search Modal Interchange Jazz provide in-depth studies and examples.
Here's a concise table-based guide on composing for documentaries, featuring examples and resources for deeper learning. Aspectfuls, resources. Purpose: focus on enhancing the story's emotional impact and supporting the narrative flow without overshadowing it. Waltz with Bashir uses a haunting score to amplify its narrative. Google Impact of Music in Waltz with Bashir. Themes: develop thematic material that can be revisited throughout the documentary to provide cohesion and support storytelling. An Inconvenient Truth features a minimalist score that reinforces its environmental theme. Google An Inconvenient Truth soundtrack analysis. Instruments: choose instruments that reflect the cultural or historical context of the documentary. Buena Vista Social Club utilizes traditional Cuban instruments. Google Instruments used in Buena Vista Social Club documentary. Compose music that matches or contrasts the mood of the scenes to enhance viewers' emotional response. The Cove uses suspenseful music to heighten tension. Google Music Mood in the Cove documentary. Editing: timing the music with key scenes can enhance impact or provide transitions. March of the Penguins uses music to enhance pivotal scenes. Google March of the Penguins music editing. Learn to compose captivating scores for documentaries. Explore how to enhance your documentary with a powerful musical score. This table offers a quick guide on effective musical storytelling, essential techniques, and examples of successful applications in popular documentaries. Expand your skills by exploring these resources and analyzing how music shapes documentary narratives.
Here's a concise overview of some fundamental guitar techniques, including examples and resources for further learning. Explore the exciting world of guitar playing with these key techniques. Master each to enhance your musical expression and performance. Check out the suggested Google resources to delve deeper into each method. Example Google resource. Strumming. Basic technique for playing chords rhythmically. Down-up pattern on a C chord. Strumming palm. Search Google strumming patterns. Finger picking. Plucking the strings directly with fingertips. Blackbird by the Basics. Search finger picking guitar. Bending. Pushing the string across the fretboard to raise pitch. Bend on the G string, 7th fret. String bending /google.com search. Guitar string bending. Sliding finger along the string to connect two notes. Slide from 5th to 7th fret on the D string. Slides. Search guitar slide. Hammer-ons. Tapping a finger down on the fretboard to sound a note. Hammer-on from 5th to 7th fret on the A string. Hammer-on, take google./search hammer-on guitar. Pull-offs. Lifting a finger off the fretboard after hammering on. Pull off from 7th to 5th fret on the E string. Pull off google.com search. Palm muting. Dampening the strings with the palm to mute the sound. Palm mute during a heavy metal riff. Palm muting guide Google search. Harmonics. Lightly touching the string at a harmonic node and plucking. Natural harmonic at the 12th fret. Each Linux /google.com/search guitar plus harmonics. This table includes core techniques to get you started or refine your guitar skills, each linked to a helpful resource for further exploration.
Sure, here's a concise introduction and a table on developing jazz themes. Developing jazz themes, an exploration of musical creativity. Jazz is a genre deeply rooted in improvisation and expression, where themes are not just played but transformed. Developing themes in jazz involves taking a simple melodic line or motif and creatively altering it through various techniques. This process enhances the original idea, giving it new life and complexity during a performance. Explore the essences of jazz through the following table, which outlines for theme developments, for theme development, paired with examples and resources for deeper learning.
Description.
Resources.
Motivic development. Motif development. Repeating and altering a short motif to build a larger section. Miles Davis in So What? Learn Jazz Standards, motivic.learnjazzstandards.com/blog/learningjazz/jazz advice, the power of motivic development in jazz improvisation. Hortition, repeating a phrase at different pitches. John Coltrane in Giant Steps. Jazz Advice, jazzadvice.com/learn to play more than patterns. Variation, changing a theme's rhythm, harmony, or mode. Charlie Parker in Ornithology, jazzadvice.www.jazzadvice.com/how to build solos with thematic development /inversion, playing a melody upside down. Thelonious Monk in Round Midnight, Open Music Theory inversion /openmusictheory.com/inversion. Augmentation and diminution, changing the note values of a theme, making them longer or shorter. Duke Ellington in A Sentimental Mood. musictheory.net, augmentation and diminution /www.musictheory.net/lessons 59. This table provides a snapshot into the complex and rewarding process of jazz improvisation, where thematic development is central to the genre's expressive depth.
Here's a concise table explaining the concept of field recording, along with practical examples and resources for further learning. Field recording overview. Field recording involves capturing audio recordings outside of a traditional studio setting. This technique is used to collect natural sounds, environmental noises, or any auditory occurrences in their organic contexts. These recordings are crucial for various applications in film, music, sound design, and scientific research, providing authentic audio experiences. Aspect descriptions. Resources for learning and scientific research. Tascam DR40S. Equipment. Essential tools include portable recorders, microphones, and windshields. Zoom H4n. Tascam DR40X. Tascam DR40X. zoomcorp.com/us/sound-/lab techniques. Techniques vary from stealth recording to binaural setups for immersive sound. Binaural recordings in a forest? Creative field of www.slwrecording.com.applications. Used in film, music production, sound design, and environmental studies. Wildlife documentaries, ambient music. Sound editing. Post-processing with software like Audacity or Pro Tools to refine recordings. Noise reduction, EQ adjustments. Audacity tutorials /manual.audacityteam.org/man/tutorials.html. This table outlines the basics of field recording, offering a starting point for enthusiasts looking to explore this enriching sound technique.
Here's a concise guide to Latin jazz rhythms, a vibrant genre that blends the rich rhythmic traditions of Latin America with the harmonic complexity of jazz. Dive into these foundational rhythms, each unique in its structure and feel. Rhythm, origin, time signature, characteristics, example songs, with the harmonic complexity of jazz. Bossa Nova. Brazil, 4/4, smooth laid-back groove with a constant rhythm. The Girl from Ipanema, 2/4 or 4/4, lively dance rhythm with a syncopated bouncing beat. Más que nada. Cuba, 4/4, fast-paced with strong accents on the second beat of each measure. Mambo No. 5. Cuba, steady, driving rhythm with a shuffle, emphasizes on the third beat. Oye como va. Rumba, 4/4, complex rhythms featuring interplay between vocalists and percussion. Afro-Cuban jazz, Cuba, variable, combination of jazz improvisation with Afro-Cuban rhythms. Manteca by Dizzy Gillespie. Explore more about these rhythms and how to incorporate them into your music through tutorials and resources available on platforms like YouTube and music education sites. Here's a concise table on harmonic cadence, designed to offer a clear and straightforward explanation along with examples to aid understanding. Harmonic cadence, a fundamental concept in music theory. Harmonic cadence is a sequence of chords that concludes a phrase, section, or piece of music, creating a sense of resolution or pause. Understanding cadences is crucial for both performing and composing music, as they help to structure and convey musical ideas effectively. Type of cadence. Characteristics, F major to C major. Perfect VI progression, strong resolution, C major to G major. Conclusive and satisfying resolution. Plagal, VI progression, softer resolution. F major to C major, gentle and often used in hymns. Imperfect. V to any chord except I, weak resolution. G major to D minor leaves a sense of anticipation, deceptive, or any chord but I, unexpected shift. G major to A minor, surprising and often dramatic. For more insights and examples, consider exploring resources on platforms like Google, which provide a wide array of tutorials and videos on musical cadences. Here's a concise guide to neoclassical composition in a tabular format, featuring key elements and examples, along with resources to explore further. Exploring neoclassical composition. Dive into the elegance and symmetry of neoclassical music, which reflects the artistic ideals of clarity, balance, and order, mirroring the values of ancient Greece and Rome. This guide offers a snapshot of its defining characteristics and notable compositions. Element adheres to sonata form or symphony. Mozart's Symphony No. 41. Harmony his logical harmonic progressions. Form adheres to strict structures such as sonata form or symphony. Mozart's Symphony No. 41. Example.com. Harmony uses clear, logical harmonic progressions. Haydn's Concerto in D major. Example.com. Melodies are balanced, often symmetrical. Beethoven's Pathétique Sonata. Link to resource /rhythm. Rhythmic clarity, often emphasizing regularity and restraint. Poulenc's Concert Champêtre. Texture, typically homophonic, focusing on melody supported by harmony. Stravinsky's Pulcinella Suite. Expression emphasizes restraint, avoiding overt emotional expression. Prokofiev's Classical Symphony, example.com. Explore these elements and compositions to understand the timeless appeal and influence of neoclassical music.
Here's a concise overview of jazz forms and their development, along with examples for each. You can find more detailed resources and recordings by searching online platforms like Google, YouTube, or educational websites such as Berklee Online and Jazz Academy. Jazz form. Key examples. Key examples by searching online platforms like Google and Jazz Academy. Jazz form. Blues, 12-bar structure, AAB lyric pattern, rooted in African American history. St. Louis blues, ragtime, predominantly piano-based, syncopated rhythms, structured in march form. Maple Leaf rag, New Orleans jazz, polyphonic ensemble play, collective improvisation, strong rhythm section. Dippermouth blues, swing, strong rhythm section, big band format, emphasis on danceable rhythms, smooth flow. Sing, sing, sing. Benny Goodman, complex harmonies, fast tempos, small group settings, emphasis on improvisation. Coco, cool jazz, softer dynamics, relaxed tempos, counterpoint among lead instruments, lyrical solos. Take 5. Modal jazz, use of musical modes rather than standard chord progressions, long improvisations. So what? Free jazz, avant-garde dissonance, irregular forms, absence of predetermined structure. Free jazz, ornette fusion, mix of jazz improvisation with rock rhythms, electronic instruments, and diverse musical influences. Birdland, Latin jazz, incorporation of Latin American musical elements and rhythms like the clave pattern. Manteca, Dizzy Gillespie and Chano Pozo. This table provides an overview of the major forms of jazz and highlights some classic examples that exemplify each style. To deepen your understanding, listen to the tracks mentioned and explore articles and documentaries that trace the evolution of these forms.
Here's a quick guide to help you dive deeper into the world of advanced jazz grooves, complete with examples and resources to explore further. Jazz, with its intricate rhythms and harmonies, offers endless possibilities for creativity and expression. Use the table below as your roadmap to mastering some sophisticated jazz grooves. Description. Example. Resource for further learning. Charlie Parker's Donna Lee, Slast, bebop, fast tempo with complex syncopated rhythms. Charlie Parker's Donna Lee, smooth, flowing rhythm with a strong groove. swing. Duke Ellington's It Don't Mean a Thing. Slash. Bossa Nova, blend of samba and jazz with a relaxed, lyrical feel. Stan Getz and João Gilberto's The Girl from Ipanema's Bossa Nova funk jazz, characterized by a strong bass line and rhythmic intensity. Herbie Hancock's Chameleon, funkversity, modal jazz, focuses on modal scales instead of chord progressions. Miles Davis's So What, modal jazz, jazzadvice.com, learn modal jazz theory. This table should serve as a starting point for exploring the sophisticated rhythms and melodies of advanced jazz. Dive into each style, listen to the examples, and check out the provided resources to deepen your understanding and skills in jazz performance.
Exploring jazz harmony, a brief overview. Jazz harmony is the art of chord progressions and chord scales in jazz music. It forms the foundation of jazz improvisation and composition. Here's a concise exploration of key concepts in jazz harmony, including practical examples and resources for further learning. Consamples, resources. Here's a concise steps in jazz harmony. Chord progressions. Sequences of chords that create a harmonic backdrop. 2V-Ein progression, often seen in jazz standards like Autumn Leaves. Jazz advice, quadjaster to a jazzadvice.com/learn jazz standards the right way. Chord extensions, adding notes beyond the basic triad to enrich chord color. C major 7 Narv 11 adds a sharp 11th to a major 7th chord. /www.jazzguitar.b/blog/chord extensions, modal jazz, focus on modes instead of chord progressions for harmony. So What by Miles Davis uses Dorian mode extensively. Learn jazz standards, modal.jazz.com/blog, learning jazz/theory/chord scale theory, matching scales to chords for improvisation. Mixolydian mode over dominant 7th chords. Jazz advice, chord scale theory, jazzadvice.com/a new perspective on jazz improvisation-chord scale theory. Substitution and reharmonization, altering the original chords of a piece to add variety. Tritone substitute, replacing G7 with DB7 in a progression. Jazz Piano Basics, substitution.jazzpianobasics.com. This table provides a starting point for diving into the vast world of jazz harmony, highlighting essential topics, along with some classic examples and valuable online resources for in-depth study.
Here's a concise guide to advanced jazz harmony structured in a table format. This table includes key concepts along with examples, and I provided a list of Google resources to deepen your understanding. Advanced Jazz Harmony Overview. Explore the intricate and rich world of advanced jazz harmony. From altered chords to complex progressions, this guide provides insights into sophisticated harmonic concepts used by jazz professionals. Delve deeper with online resources for a more thorough understanding. Google Resource. Delve deeper with online resources. Altered dominant chords. Chords that include alterations like 5, B9, etc. to increase tension. G7 and 5 dominant chords. Tritone substitution, replacing a dominant chord with another dominant chord a tritone away. G7 replaced with D7, tritone substitution jazz. Modal interchange, borrowing chords from parallel modes or keys to add color. CM7 from C Dorian, modal interchange in jazz. Coltrane changes, a substitution pattern used by John Coltrane, changing keys rapidly. E7, A7, D7, G7 sequence, Coltrane changes explained. Upper structure triads, using triads formed from upper extensions of a chord to enhance harmony. F sharp over C7, upper structure triads jazz. For detailed studies and practical applications, consider exploring these topics through the suggested Google searches. where you'll find lectures, sheet music, and tutorials tailored to advanced players. Jazz improvisation in rock music. Jazz improvisation can enrich rock music by adding complex, spontaneous melodies and harmonies. This fusion involves using jazz scales, syncopation, and chromaticism over rock rhythms, enhancing creativity and musical expression. Below is a structured guide with examples and resources to explore this exciting blend. Concept, explanation, Google resources. Solo over a C major rock progression, C mixolydian. Jazz scales. Use scales like mixolydian or Dorian for improvisation. Solo over a C major rock progression using C mixolydian. Chromaticism. Add chromatic notes for tension and relief. Play chromatic runs during a guitar solo. How to use chromaticism in rock. Experiment with offbeat rhythms to add complexity. Improvise syncopated riffs over a 4/4 rock beat. Syncopation techniques for rock musicians. Modal interchange. Borrow chords from parallel modes for variety. Mix major and minor scales in a guitar solo. Modal interchange in rock and jazz fusion. Jazz chord voicings. Use extended chords, e.g. 7ths, 9ths, in rock progressions. Play a G7 or 9 over a standard G rock chord progression. Jazz chords in rock guitar.
Exploring jazz rhythms. Jazz rhythms are unique, offering a mix of swing, syncopation, and complex time signatures that create a dynamic and free-flowing feel. Understanding these rhythmic components is essential to grasping the essence of jazz music. Below is a table summarizing key jazz rhythmic elements, along with examples and resources for further exploration. Jazz rhythm element. Google resources. Swing, 8th belt in triplets. A lilting rhythm where notes are played unevenly, often felt triplets. In Bach jump. Count Basie's 1 o'clock jumps of a Google.com search, plus swing rhythms in jazz. Syncopation, off beats or unexpected parts of the measure, creating surprise. Thelonious Monk's straight note chaser. Syncopation in jazz, Google.com search, syncopation plus jazz, 2 or more conflicting rhythms played simultaneously. John Coltrane's Giant Steps, polyrhythms in jazz, Google.com search, Latin jazz rhythms, combining jazz with Latin dance rhythms like clave and bossa nova. Dizzy Gillespie's Manteca, www.google.com/search, Latin jazz plus rhythms, jazz that breaks from traditional 4/4 time, often using 5/4 or 7/4, take 5. Dave Brubeck's Google/search, octaves in jazz. This table captures fundamental jazz rhythm concepts to help you explore further. Augmented chords explained in brief. An augmented chord consists of a root, a major third, and an augmented fifth raised by a halves, commonly used to create tension and transition between chords and progressions. Aspect. Examples. Chord structure are made up of a major third, fifth. This creates a dissonant sound used to create tension. Augmented chords are made up of a root note, a major third, and an augmented, sharpened fifth. This creates a dissonant sound used to create tension. Cog equals C, E, G sharp. Augmented chords are often written as aug or plus after the root note. Gauge or G plus, G. Augmented chords sound tense and unresolved, often leading into more stable chords. They create a sense of movement and anticipation in music. E plus leading to F. Function in progression, commonly used to transition between chords, especially in major key progressions. C, C+F. Frequently used in jazz, classical, and some pop music to add harmonic richness. Beatles' Oh Darling. Google Resources. Search for Augmented Chords Theory Piano for beginner-friendly video lessons and chord diagrams. Recommended websites: musictheory.net, pianoscales.org. Groove and rhythm, the soul of music. Groove and rhythm refers to the subtle timing and dynamic variations in music that create a sense of flow and feel. It's what makes music feel alive and danceable, rather than mechanical. Groove often arises from syncopation, emphasis on offbeats, and interaction between rhythmic layers in a musical piece. Whether in jazz, funk, rock, or electronic music, groove is essential to creating rhythmic intensity and emotional drive. Concept, description. Google resource. Funk bass lines like James Brown's core Sweat. Syncopation, rhythmic. Accentuation of normally weak beats to create rhythmic tension. Funk bass lines like James Brown's Cold Sweat. sympatheory.net//lessons 25. Offbeat accents. Stressing the weak beats, 2 and 4 and 4/4 time. Reggae music focusing on beats 2 and 4. Understanding offbeats. Wikipedia-offbeat core, polyrhythm. Multiple rhythms played simultaneously. Afro-Cuban drumming patterns. Polyrhythms. Explained www.teoria.com/tutorials/rhythm17polyrhythm.php. Rhythmic feel that alters straight eighth notes into a long, short pattern. Jazz music like Duke Ellington's It Don't Mean a Thing. musictheoryacademy.com/understanding-music/swing music, how instruments interact to create rhythmic flow. Drum and bass interplay in funk music. Groove and rhythm. /music.stackexchange.com/2/8/. What is the definition of groove? Groove is what makes music irresistible to move to, the invisible force that drives energy and emotional connection.
Understanding swing rhythm. Swing rhythm is a key element in jazz, characterized by a long, short feel that gives the music its unique, bouncy groove. Instead of evenly dividing beats, swing shifts the emphasis towards the offbeats, creating a syncopated and laid-back rhythm. Swing is often felt in triplets, where the first note is held longer than the second, providing that classic swing feel. Element, description, example, Google resources. Eighth notes become da-da-da-da-da. Swing feel. Uneven division of beats with a long, short pattern. Eighth notes become swing rhythm explained /google.com search swing rhythm explained. Triplet feel. Beats are divided into triplets, emphasizing the first note. Play 1 and a, 2 and a, instead of straight 1 and 2 n. Learn swing groove /google.com/learn+swing groove. Accenting off beats, usually beats 2 and 4, creating a laid-back groove. Bass drum on 1, snare on 2 and 4 in a swing jazz beat. Jazz rhythm tutorial, Google Earth Jazz plus rhythm tutorial. This combination of offbeat accents and uneven note durations is the essence of swing rhythm. A quick guide to ballads. Ballads are narrative poems or songs that tell stories, often passed down orally through generations. Originating in medieval times, they typically follow a simple rhythmic structure and use repetition to emphasize themes. Ballads often focus on themes of love, tragedy, adventure, or heroic deeds. Key aspects, including definition. Definitive poem, traditionally passed down orally. Definition. A ballad is a narrative poem, traditionally passed down orally, that tells a dramatic or emotional story. It often follows a simple, regular structure with rhyming quatrains. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Structure, often composed of quatrains, 4-line stanzas with an ABAB or ABCB rhyme scheme. The lines alternate between iambic tetrameter and iambic trimeter. The Ballad of Chevy Chase. Themes. Common themes include loss, betrayal, heroism, and death. Many ballads focus on dramatic or tragic events. Barbara Allen. Literary devices. Frequent use of repetition, refrains, simple language, and dialogue to enhance storytelling. Sir Patrick Spens. Modern ballads. Though traditional ballads were oral, modern examples can be found in music or contemporary poetry. Bob Dylan's The Times They Are A-Changin'. Online resources. Google Books on Ballads, books.google.com, access to ballad anthologies, Poetry Foundation, .poetryfoundation.org, learn/glossary term/ballad. Ballad definition and examples. Bartleby's Anthology, /bartleby.com, famous historical ballads. This table provides a brief understanding of what a ballad is, its common structure, and some examples for context. Layering drum sounds, a key to punchy beats. Layering drum sounds involves combining multiple samples or recordings to create a fuller, more dynamic sound. By layering, you can add depth, richness, and complexity to your beats, helping your track stand out. The goal is to balance frequencies, dynamics, and textures of each layer to create a cohesive result without muddling the mix. Kick drum. Layer a punchy kick with a sub-bass layer for low-end power and a mid-layer for presence. Combine a thump kick with a short 808 for depth. Snare. Blend different snares to mix snap and body, e.g. acoustic plus electronic. Layer an acoustic snare with a digital clap for added sharpness. Snare layering techniques, bit/layering. Use multiple hi-hat samples for texture and stereo width. Pair a tight closed hat with a slightly looser panned hat. Percussion. Add rhythmic variety by layering shakers, claps, and toms. Layer claps with finger snaps for a unique groove. This guide offers a quick approach to layering drum sounds for better production.
Developing a groove, a path to musical consistency. Creating a groove is about locking in a steady, compelling rhythmic feel, often achieved through tight coordination between instruments. It's not just about hitting the notes, but developing a pocket where rhythm and timing feel effortless, creating a solid foundation for the rest of the music. Below is a guide to developing your groove, including examples and resources to explore. Example. Google resources establish a sync and reclaimers. And the sort timing the tempo rhythm. Timing rythmers on consistent tempo efter piano Focus on consistent tempo and syncopation to establish a steady flow. Playing a bass line in sync with a metronome with a metcom, fasttrackhold imp timing www.google.com. Understand the emotional vibe and energy you want to convey in the groove. Funk bass lines with a laid-back feel. What is groove in music? Google.interaction. How instruments work together to create a cohesive groove. Drum and bass locking in sync during a funk jam. How drums and bass create a Google.com. Practice techniques. Use slow practice to internalize patterns, focusing on subdivisions and dynamics. Practicing drum rudiments slowly, then increasing speed. Slow practice for mastery. www.google.com. Listen to groove-based genres, funk, jazz, to absorb their rhythmic essence. Analyzing James Brown's rhythm section, top groove-based track Googled forward. By focusing on timing, feel, and the interaction between instruments, musicians can develop a captivating groove that propels the entire band forward.
Layering drums, a quick guide. Layering drum sounds enhances the depth and complexity of your beats by combining different elements. By carefully selecting and adjusting samples, you can create richer, more dynamic drum patterns that stand out. Below is a simple guide to layering with examples and resources for further learning.
Explanation.
Select on Choose Sample 1. Choose Samples. Select complementary drum sounds that blend well together. Kick, sub-bass kick, SoundOnSound.com's Techniques, Layering Drums. 2. Frequency control. Ensure layered sounds cover different frequency ranges. High snare, mid-tom. Asgain.wtackmagazine.com//beat diary, advanced drum layering. /3. Adjust phase. Align the phases of your samples to avoid phase cancellation. Aligning two claps, Sample Magic Kyle's tutorials. 4. Envelope shaping. Shape attack, decay, and sustain to avoid overlap. Short and hi-hats attack, talkoutmprod.com. 5. Add effects. Apply effects like EQ and reverb to glue layers together. Reverb on clap layers. Producer Half Dodge Buyer Guides. VST Drum Layering Guide. This basic overview can be expanded by exploring these resources.
Writing for brass ensembles, a quick guide. Writing for brass ensembles requires attention to balance, range, and blend, as brass instruments produce powerful sounds that can easily overwhelm each other. Understanding the timbral qualities and technical capabilities of each instrument ensures successful, rich harmonies and dynamics. Pay attention to the strengths of different brass instruments in various registers and how to create clear lines, even in dense textures. Brass Ensemble Writing Guide, Google Resources. Google Resources Malwin, Brass Ensemble Writing Gostermin Pied, Exam Tuition, Backen Serpentine Limit, Exoc Examples. Balance. Balance. Ensure proper balance between high, trumpets, horns, and low instruments, trombones, tubas. Pair trumpets with horns for brighter melodies, trombones and tubas for solid bass. Writing for Brass Ensembles Guide, google.com/search. Writing for brass ensembles. Range consideration. Respect each instrument's comfortable playing range to avoid strain and weak tone. Avoid high notes for hornbones beyond their comfortable range. Brass instrument ranges. https www.google.com/search. Brass instrument ranges and registers. Blend and texture. Create smooth textures by mixing instruments that complement each other's tone. Combine trombones with horns for a smooth blend or trumpets with horns for sharp contrasts. Brass ensemble arrangement tips. Brass ensemble arrangement tips. Articulation techniques. Use different articulations, legato, staccato, for variety and phrasing. Brass sections can excel at both majestic legato passages and crisp, rhythmic staccatos. Articulation in www.google.com/search. Brass plus ensemble articulation techniques. Dynamics. Exploit the wide dynamic range of brass, but be cautious with extreme dynamics in ensemble settings. Trombones and tubas handle fortissimos well, while trumpets and horns manage pianissimos effectively. Dynamic control in brass music.google.com/search. Q-Quils Dynamic Control Brass Ensembles. The guide can be extended based on the needs of the composition. Composing house music tracks. A quick guide. House music is a genre built on groove, rhythm, and electronic elements. With repetitive beats and catchy melodies, it creates energy and atmosphere on the dance floor. This guide breaks down the core elements for producing house tracks in a table format. Use these tips and resources to start crafting your sound. House music's foundation. House music's foundate kick drum. House music's foundation. Use a deep, punchy kick for a driving beat. Kick at 120, 100. We want 130 BPM. Splice.coms//search. Kick hi-hats and percussion. Layered hi-hats add groove. Claps and snares add variation. Syncopated open hi-hats. YouTube hi-hat program / hi-hat programs music. Bassline. A funky repetitive bassline often defines the track's groove. Bouncy bass with subtle variations. Somatics free bass samples. Chords and stabs. Chords add warmth. Stabs provide rhythmic punches. Minor seventh chords, piano stabs, soundon.com/techniques/secrets house chords. Vocal samples. Often short, chopped phrases create an infectious loop. Repeating feel the beat vocal snippet. Loopmaster's vocal sample pack. Loopmasters-categories/find vocals. Arrangement. Build energy through breakdowns, drops, and climaxes to maintain interest. Classic 8-bar loop structure with breakdown after 32 bars. Land arrangement tips, blog.lander.com/house music-arrangement. Start experimenting with these elements to develop your unique house music sound.
Jazz voicings overview. Jazz voicings refer to the way chords are played to create rich, colorful harmonies. Unlike basic triads, jazz voicings often use extensions, ninths, 11ths, 13ths, altered notes, and different arrangements of notes to add complexity and depth. These voicings are essential in creating the sophisticated sound characteristic of jazz. Explanation. Rootless voicings that omit the root note, often played by bass. G7, F, B, D, E, third voicings. Chord built on fourth intervals for modern sound. C7, C, F, B, drop 2 voicings. Second highest note is dropped an octave. C major 7, G, E, C, B. So what voicings? Voicings based on fourths and thirds. Devon, D, G, C. Chords with third and seventh only, compact voicings. For detailed lessons, check out this guide @jazzguitar.be blog/jazz-chord voicings this article or /www.learnjazzstandards.com blog/jazz-chord voicings on jazz voicings.
Introduction to blues chord progressions. Blues music is known for its expressive and soulful sound driven by characteristic chord progressions. The most common form is the 12-bar blues, which revolves around 3 chords. Learning these basics will give you the foundation to play countless blues songs. Type, chord per example key, C major. Google resource. I, V, V, C, C. The most common blues progression using 12-bar blues. I repeats every IV for I. C, 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 F, C, C, G, F, C. The most common blues progression using 3 chords I, Ivor, V. It repeats every 12 bars. fi.igul.com/search 12+ bar blues plus chord progression. I, 4, I, V, IV. C, C, F, F, C, G, C, G. A shorter variation often used in rock and country influenced blues styles. 8-bar blues chord progression. Minor blues. I, 4, I, V, I. MCM-FMM. A minor key variation of the standard 12 bar, giving it a more melancholic sound. .google.com/search minor blues plus chord progression. These are essential blues patterns that are easy to learn and form the backbone of blues music. Blending jazz and pop, fusion of styles. The fusion of jazz and pop creates a versatile sound that combines jazz's improvisation and complexity with pop's catchy melodies and broad appeal. This blend is a music that appeals to a wider audience while maintaining artistic depth. Below is a quick guide to understanding and exploring this fusion. Element, jazz influence, pop influence. Examples. Steady, simple rhythms by Norah Jones. Imp rhythm, syncopation, swing, and complex time signatures. Steady, simple rhythms with a 4/4 beat. Don't Know Why by Norah Jones. Search jazz pop rhythm techniques. Melody, improvised, often more complex and chromatic. Catchy, repetitive diatonic melodies. Everything by Michael Bublé. Search jazz and pop melodies. Use of extended chords, 7th, 9th, 13th, straightforward basic chord progressions, 4/4, Come Away With Me by Norah Jones. Search blending jazz and pop harmony. Artists, influenced by jazz but commercially popular, primarily pop artists incorporating jazz elements, Amy Winehouse, Jamie Cullum, Norah Jones. Search jazz pop fusion artists.
Minimalism, less is more. Minimalism is a design, lifestyle, and artistic philosophy focused on simplifying elements to their essential form, reducing clutter, and fostering clarity. It emphasizes functionality, purpose, and beauty in simplicity. Description examples. Google resources. Design. Simple, uncluttered, and functional designs with minimal elements. Architecture, modern homes with clean lines, neutral colors, minimalistgoogle.com. Lifestyle, living with fewer possessions, focusing on essentials. Capsule wardrobes, decluttering homes, mindful purchasing. How to live a minimalist life. Art that strips down to basic shapes, colors, and ideas. Pipe Mondrian's geometric paintings, minimalist sculpture, minimalist art, technology, streamlined and user-friendly technology, focusing on function, Apple's product design, clean web interfaces, minimalism in tech at prioritizing time, experiences, and relationships over things, mindfulness, meditation, simple living, mindfulnessmeditationsimpleliving.com. This table provides a concise overview of minimalism across various areas with examples and links for further reading. Understanding Rhythmic Complexity, a brief guide. Rhythmic complexity refers to the intricate and unpredictable patterns created by altering the regular flow of rhythm in music. This can include elements like polyrhythms, syncopation, and odd time signatures, challenging the listener's sense of pulse and timing. It is common in jazz, progressive rock, classical, and world music, adding richness and depth to compositions. Definition. Resourced in Flanking Life Fries, Proferdefkeni, the simultaneous use of two or more conflicting rhythms, like Paul Melody had the for nouns, and the simultaneous use of two more conflicting rhythms. Simultaneous use of two or more conflicting rhythms. A 3/4 melody over a 4/4 drum beat. Polyrhythm Guide /soundonsound.com/exploring-polyrhythms, emphasizing offbeats or unexpected parts of the rhythm, jazz drumming where the snare expected beats. Syncopation Explained .musicradar.com/tuition/tech 6 ways to use syncopation - in your drum beats. Odd time signatures. Time signatures that deviate from common 4/4 or 3/4 patterns. 7/8 in Dave Brubeck's Unsquare Dance. Odd time signatips /www.jazzadvice.com/how to understand and feel odd meters in jazz. Cross rhythm, rhythms where opposing pulses are layered, e.g. 3 against 2. A rhythm with 3/4 notes played simultaneously with 2. Cross Rhythms Explained /duderiacademy.com//cross rhythm. This table gives a snapshot of rhythmic complexity with definitions, examples, and helpful resources to explore further.
Jazz ensemble techniques, a quick overview. Mastering jazz ensemble techniques enhances performance dynamics, unity, and musical expression. Below is a table outlining key techniques, examples, and resources to further elevate your jazz ensemble. Technique, discrample. Resources is to further elevate your jazz ensemble, ensuring equal sound levels across instruments. Section balance. Balancing equal sound levels across instruments. In balancing brass and saxophone so one doesn't overpower the other. Rhythm doesn't overpower the other. Jazz ensemble balance tips. Q plus ensemble balance techniques. Rhythmic precision. Tight, accurate playing of complex rhythms, especially swing. Playing a tight, syncopated rhythm in a bebop tune. Rhythm exercises for jazz, www.google.com/search, Q equals jazz rhythmic precision techniques. Consistent attacks and releases among all instruments. All saxophones using the same tonguing in a big band piece. Jazz articulation guide, google.com, jazz ++ articulation techniques. Dynamic contrast, varying volume for expressive effects. Gradually building from a quiet intro to a loud climax in a ballad. Dynamic expression in jazz, www.google.carch, jazz dynamic contrast plus techniques, improvisation integration, allowing soloists to improvise while maintaining group cohesion. Trumpet soloist improvising over a rhythm section groove. Jazz improvisation tips, google.com search, jazz ensemble plus improvisation techniques. Communication, nonverbal cues and listening within the ensemble to maintain tight coordination. Eye contact and nods between rhythm section players during tempo changes. Jazz ensemble communication techniques. heyxpablo.google.com/search, jazz ensemble communication plus techniques. This table covers essential techniques to strengthen your jazz ensemble's sound and cohesion. Use these resources for deeper insights.
Arranging for big band involves creating musical scores for a large ensemble, typically featuring brass, woodwinds, and a rhythm section. The process requires a balance of harmony, melody, rhythm, and texture, while ensuring each section shines without overpowering the whole. Below is a summary of key elements, practical tips, and examples. Description. Resources. Det blir börsen kvinnoräs, tune ett sådant bra musikerigen. As one is fragile at the standard of its orchestrated in like it interstitious. And their instrumentation, it on blocked into what frenzy. This is we more attracted to synchron and standard big bands can see gates of the king and relcane. If you say your trombones, instrument fits, 4 from the standard big bands consist of 4 to 5 trumpets, 4 to 5 trombones, 5 saxophones, alto, tenor, baritone, piano, bass, drums, and sometimes guitar. Standard count bassy band instrumentation, big band instrumentation guide, the big band resource.voicing. Spread voices for brass and saxes to create fuller harmonies, or close voicing for a tight, unified sound. Trumpet section, spread across octaves, trombones in close harmony. Jazz voicing techniques, jazzarranging.com. Rhythm section, ensure piano, bass, drums, and guitar complement without cluttering. The rhythm section drives the band's groove, a four-to-the-floor swing beat, walking bass lines, syncopated piano rhythms. A PM section in bigband.musicarranging.com. Texture and dynamics. Use contrasting textures to maintain interest. Full ensemble, small groupings, and solos. Varied dynamics for impact. A piece may start with a quiet sax section, gradually adding brass for a full, powerful climax. bigbandmiss/jazzarrangements.com. Solos highlight individual players with improvised or written out solos. Ensure transitions back to the ensemble are smooth. Trumpet solo over rhythm section backing, returning to full band with big chord stabs. Arranging for Soluju.com. Rehearsal strategies. Provide clear notations for difficult passages. Focus on sectional rehearsals to refine harmonies and timing. Isolate brass for syncopated passages. Work separately with rhythm section. Big band rehearsal tips, schlubby.banddirectorresources.com. This structure covers the key elements in a digestible format for beginners or seasoned musicians looking for a refresher. Jazz groove development techniques. Jazz groove development is crucial for creating dynamic and engaging rhythms. These techniques help musicians explore rhythmic complexity, syncopation, and feel, giving their playing a unique personality and drive. Below is a summary of key techniques, including examples and resources to deepen your understanding. Emphasizing off beats or weak beats to create rhythmic tension. Accenting and beats, Lazarus beats, or weak beat syncopation. Emphasizing off beats or weak beats, accenting and of each beat in 4/4 time. Syncopation.com, syncopation 101. Swing feel. Slightly lengthening the first note in a pair to create a swung rhythm. Triplet-based feel in jazz standards like Take the A Train. Swing Rhythms Explained, musicacademy.com, Swing Rhythm in Jazz. Ghost notes. Soft, almost inaudible notes that add subtle texture, light taps on the snare in between beats. Ghost notes technique, drummerworld.com, Ghost notes placement. Shifting the rhythm slightly forward or backward in the bar to create unexpected phrasing. Playing ahead of or behind the beat. Exploring rhythmic displacement, w.jazzguitar.be, blog/rhythmic displacement. Polyrhythms, layering 2 or more contrasting rhythms simultaneously. 3/4 rhythm, triplets over a 4/4 groove. Polyrhythms in Jazz, /lines of Jazz, Polyrhythms Jazz tutorial. These techniques are key to mastering groove development and enhancing your jazz performance.
Divisi, a quick guide. Divisi, Italian for divided, is a musical term that instructs musicians in an ensemble, usually string players, to divide into smaller groups and play different parts of the same section. Instead of all musicians playing the same note or passage, they split into groups to cover different notes or harmonies. Aspect, explanation, example, resources playing different notes or harmonies. In a violin section, some players while others play lower notes. Definition. A directive for musicians to split and play separate musical lines. In a violin section, some players may play higher notes while others play lower notes. Google search, .google.search in music. Usage in scores. Found in orchestral, band, or choral scores to indicate multiple voice parts. Violin ein and violin 2 may divide into violin un-A and IB in a section of the score. Google Books, orchestration techniques, books.google.com, instrumentation, commonly used in string sections but also seen in choirs and winds. In a choir, sopranos may be divided into soprano 1 and soprano 2 for harmonization. Google Scholar, scholar.google.com. Benefit: adds depth, harmony, and texture to musical passages. DVC creates a richer harmony in orchestral works like Tchaikovsky's symphonies. This table offers a concise overview of DVC along with useful resources for further study.
Jazz improvisation tools and techniques. Jazz improvisation is the art of creating spontaneous melodies and harmonies during a performance. Mastering this requires a balance of technical skills, creativity, and musical intuition. Below is a table that outlines key tools and techniques along with practical examples and online resources to help you get started. Google resources. Use major, pentatonic, and melodies. Improvising over losing the blues scale. Scales. Use major, minor, pentatonic, and modes for creating melodies. Improvising over a 12-bar blues using the blues scale. Jazz scales for improvisations, right? /3dy scales. Chord tones. Emphasize the notes of the chord being played. Targeting 3rd and 7th of chords in a 2/beyond progression. Chord tone soloing bit tone chord. Arpeggios, play chord tones in a linear broken chord manner, arpeggiating through the changes of autumn leaves. Ja or pedley / make variation. Alter rhythms to create interest and syncopation, playing syncopated rhythms over a swing beat. Playing syncopated rhythms over a spread mag. Build ideas by repeating and evolving small musical phrases, repeating a 3-note motif and changing its rhythm each time. Motivic development in jazz, leitmotifs, 3 motifs. Surround target notes by playing their neighboring notes first, enclosing the 5th of a chord by playing the 4th and 6th. Jazz includes. Chromaticism. Add tension by incorporating non-diatonic notes, using chromatic passing tones between scale tones. Jazz chromaticism /delay/3 monadics. These tools are essential for crafting creative and expressive jazz improvisation.
Solmization is a method used to assign syllables to musical notes in a scale, making it easier to learn and sing melodies. It is widely known through systems like do-re-mi, derived from the Guidonian hand in medieval times. Below is a simplified explanation in a table format, including examples and Google resources for further exploration. Concept, explanation. Example, psalmizationist in sight singing. Developed in the medieval period. Definition. Psalmization assigns syllables to the pitches of a scale, commonly used in sight singing. Do, la, ti, in C major. Developed in the medieval period, linked to the Guidonian hand, named after Guido d'Arezzo. The psalmization system dates back to 11th century. Modern solfege. Today's psalmization uses fixed, e.g. do always C, or movable, e.g. do as the tonic syllables. Movable do equals C in C major, do equal G in G major. Application, helps musicians sight read music, learn melodies, and improve pitch accuracy. Do-re-mi in the sound of music. Resources. Learn more via Google search on psalmization.google.com/search psalmization. This basic overview should give you a good understanding of psalmization.
Orchestral Writing Guide, Basics of Full Orchestra Composition in a Snapshot. Writing for a full orchestra involves mastering the diverse instrumental families to create rich, balanced, and dynamic music. Understanding the ranges, roles, and techniques for strings, woodwinds, brass, and percussion is essential to crafting compositions that make full use of the orchestra's potential. Below is a concise guide to get you started. Orchestral family, role, instrument range characteristics, examples of use, resources, deep found lake. Strings, core of the orchestra, provides melody, harmony, and texture. Violins, high melody, violas, mid-range, cellos, lower melody, basses, deep foundation. Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake, lush string melodies. Google Orchestration Online Strings. Woodwinds, add color, lightness, and contrast to strings. Flute, bright, high. Clarinet, smooth, wide range. Oboe, nasal, expressive. Bassoon, deep, rich. Debussy's Prelude to the Afternoon of a Faun, dreamy flute lines. Google Orchestration Online Woodwinds, power, grandeur, and depth. Trumpet, bright, bold. French horn, warm, heroic. Trombone, majestic, powerful. Tuba, deep, solid. Holsts the Planets, powerful brass fanfares. Google Orchestration Online Brass. Percussion, rhythm, drama, and impact. Timpani, dramatic. Snare drum, sharp accents. Cymbals, crash effects. Glockenspiel, sparkling high notes. Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring, complex rhythmic patterns. Google Orchestration Online Percussion. This table outlines the basic roles of each orchestral family and provides examples to illustrate their use. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding of orchestration techniques.
Drum programming is a crucial skill in music production, allowing creators to synthesize realistic drum sounds using digital tools. This approach provides flexibility in beat making, from simple backbeats to complex rhythms in any music genre. Here's a concise guide to help you master the basics. Aspect, description, resources. This approach provides flexibility in any music genre. Here's a concise guide to the 4 on the floor basic drum beats. Start with foundational rhythms like the kick on the first and third beat and snare on the second and fourth. 4 on the floor disco beats on basic drum beats. Hi-hat techniques. Add hi-hats for rhythm texture. Use open and closed hi-hat sounds to vary intensity. Closed hi-hats in verses, open in choruses. Online courses on hi-hat manipulation. Adding fills. Drum fills are used to transition between sections of the song. Experiment with snare rolls or tom fills. Snare roll leading into the chorus. Forums and blogs with drum fill ideas. Advanced patterns. Incorporate offbeat syncopation or polyrhythms for complexity. Syncopated kick drums in funk music. Video breakdowns of complex drum patterns. Software and tools. Choose the right digital audio workstation and drum plugins. Logic Pro, FL Studio, Ableton Live. Reviews and comparisons of DAW views and drum plugins on tech sites. Each aspect above can be explored in depth through tutorials, online courses, and interactive platforms that offer real-time feedback and community support. Embrace experimentation and continuous learning to refine your drum programming skills.
Here's a concise table explaining pizzicato along with examples and some resources to explore for further learning. A playing technique used on stringed instruments where the strings are plucked with the fingers instead of being bowed. Aspect. Details. Resources. Examples is technique can be performed on various string instruments. Strings are plucked with fingers or thumb. Can be performed on various string instruments. Plucking the violin string in Vivaldi's concertos. violinmasterclass.com. Sound. produces a light percussive sound distinct from bowing. The sharp, staccato notes in Rimsky-Korsakov's Flight of the Bumblebee arrangements. Classical Archives, /doubleclassicalarchives.com/styles, used across many genres including jazzicals and folk, jazz double bass lines in pizzicato style. Extended use. Bartók pizzicato, pulling the string away from the instrument to let it snap back percussively. Bela Bartók's String Quartet No. 4, where strings snap back, creating a unique sound. All about Bartók, allmusic.com, Bela Bartók Temin Dielu 0078.
Introduction to Afrobeat. Afrobeat is a vibrant and energetic genre of music that combines elements of traditional African music with jazz, funk, and highlife. Originating in Nigeria in the 1960s, it was pioneered by Fela Kuti, who used it as a form of political expression and social critique. Afrobeat features complex rhythms, horn sections, and percussive drive that make it uniquely captivating and influential. Aspect, description, examples, resources. 1960s in development. Developed in the 1960s in Nigeria. Fela Kuti Afrobeat video. Marco Prokit. Nine musical slide. Afrobeat history. Tingled Heimpike Engine. The Wikipedi Afrobeat. Fusion of jazz, funk, and traditional African rhythms. Listen on youtube.com/watch instruments. Characterized by brass, percussion, and vocals. Tony Allen. Tony Allen's art, pitchfork.com artist/29216 Tony Influence. Influences modern genres globally. Anti-Ballast Talking Heads. modernafrofolk.com/feature lists and guides. 9935 The 50 Best Afrobeat Albums. Political Edge. Often includes social and political themes. Water No Get Enemy. Lyrics Analysis. Songmeanings.com/songs. View 3530822178944745s. This table offers a snapshot into the rich world of Afrobeat, highlighting its origins, style, and lasting impact on global music scenes.
Here's a concise guide on mixing EDM tracks, including helpful examples and resources. Introduction. Mastering the mix. Dive into the essentials of mixing EDM tracks to elevate your music production. Learn key techniques, access online resources, and explore practical examples to unleash your creative potential. Adjust levels to ensure no element overpowers others. Adjust the kick and bass to be dominant but not own level balancing. www.dmprod.com/missings. 2. EQ. Cut or boost frequencies to clean up the mix. High pass filtering on non-bass elements to avoid muddiness. Sound on Sound EQ basics. soundonsound.com/techniques. EQ compression. Used to control dynamics and add punch. Sidechain compression on the bass synced with the kick. Attack Magazine compression in attackmagazine.com/technique/workshops using compression in EDM. 4. Stereo imaging. Enhance the spatial distribution of sound. Panning synths and effects for a wider stereo field. Isotope on stereo imaging. isotope.com/learn what is stereo imaging. 5. Effects. Apply reverb, delay to enhance depth and texture. Light reverb on leads, ping pong delay on vocals. On using effects, blog.com/audio-effects-every musician needs know. This table summarizes core mixing techniques with practical applications and useful online resources to help you get started and refine your EDM mixing skills.
Arranging for a rhythm section involves creating parts for instruments like drums, bass, guitar, and piano to support and enhance a musical piece. Effective arrangements ensure that each instrument contributes to the overall groove and harmony without clashing. Here's a quick guide and some resources to help you master this skill. Instrument, role in arrangement. Example techniques. Resource links. Here's a quick guidance and master this skill. Provide the foundational beat and dynamics of the track. Use kick drums for downbeats and snares for backbeats. Add cymbals for texture. Drum arranging tips, musicradar.com/how-to, 10 ways to improve your drum programming skills. Bass. Connect the rhythmic and harmonic elements, emphasizing the chord roots. Play with syncopation to add groove. Use octaves for dynamic range. Notably.com/buzz 2018-006/creating grooves and bass lines. Add harmonic support and rhythmic texture. Use chords in rhythmic patterns or arpeggios for movement. Guitar rhythm techniques, guitarworld.com/lessons, essential rhythm guitar techniques. Piano, enhance harmony and can also drive rhythm. Implement chord inversions and syncopated rhythms. www.keyboardmag.com/technique, playing in the rhythm section. This table outlines the basic roles and techniques for each instrument in a rhythm section, along with links to detailed guides that provide further insights and tips for effective musical arrangement. Explore the art of jazz piano voicing techniques. Voicing techniques are essential for any jazz pianist looking to enhance their sound. From basic triads to advanced structures, understanding how to layer notes can significantly influence your musical expression. Below is a concise guide to some key voicing strategies used in jazz piano, complete with practical examples. Technique, description, example. C Maj 7, evil voicings. Rootless voicings. Avoids the root note to leave space for bass instruments. E, D, G, 7th, 9th, 13th. Quintal chords based on intervals of a fifth. DM11, D, G, C, 7th, 9/11th. Drop 2 voicings. Drops the second highest note of a chord an octave lower. G, C, E, B, 5th, root, 3rd, spread voicing. Notes are closely spaced, often within a single octave. D, E, G, B, 3rd, 5th, spread voicings. Wide intervals are used for a more expansive sound. Verve A, C, E, G, D, root, 5th, 7th, 13th. For a deeper dive into jazz piano voicing techniques, consider exploring online resources or jazz piano books that provide comprehensive lessons and exercises. Bass and drum locking, enhancing groove in music. Bass and drum locking is a crucial technique in music production and performance, where the bassist and drummer synchronize their rhythms to create a tight, cohesive sound. This technique emphasizes the groove and drives the rhythm section, providing a solid foundation for other instruments. Here's a breakdown of key concepts and examples. Concept. Description. Example. Rhythmic-sizing the same beats. Complementary patterns. Rhythmic synchronization. The bass and drums play matching rhythms, often emphasizing the same beats. Bass and kick drum both hit on beats 1 and 3. Complementary is played by each inch together like puzzle pieces, enhancing the overall groove. Drum plays a standard 4/4 beat. Bass plays a syncopated line that locks with the kick and snare. Both instruments adjust their dynamics, volume, and intensity to respond to each other and the song's needs. During a verse, bass and drums might play softer, but increase intensity during the chorus. Textural alignment. They align on the texture or feel of the rhythm, whether it's smooth, choppy, or somewhere in between. For a smooth feel, long sustained bass notes paired with a soft, rolling drum beat. For further exploration, check out online tutorials or courses specifically on rhythm section techniques. Websites like YouTube and educational platforms such as Coursera or Udemy offer a wealth of resources to get started. Here's a concise introduction and a comparative table on jazz and classical tonality, along with examples to illustrate their unique characteristics. Below the table, you'll find some recommended resources for further exploration. Exploring tonality in jazz and classical music. Dive into the intriguing worlds of jazz and classical music tonality, each with its distinctive harmonic structures and expressions. This comparison sheds light on how each genre uniquely approaches melody, harmony, and emotional expression. Aspect: jazz, classical. This comparison sheds light. Harmonic structure uses extended chords, 7th, 9th, primarily triads and 7th chords. Key characteristics: frequent modulations and use of modes. Often adheres to established key signatures. Central with real-time creation, generally limited to specific sections. Examples: So What, Miles Davis, modal jazz. Symphony No. 5, Beethoven, tonal harmony. Rhythm and phrasing, complex, syncopated rhythms, more straightforward and predictable. Google resources: Jazz Theory, From Basic to Advanced Study, do.amazon.com/Jazz Theory Basic Advanced Study, DP/1135. A comprehensive guide, Understanding Classical Music Theory, Coursera.org/learn/classical music theory. An online course suitable for all levels. These resources offer deeper insights into the tonal dimensions and theoretical underpinnings of jazz and classical music, perfect for enthusiasts and scholars alike. Understanding key signatures. Key signatures are essential in music, helping to indicate the key of a piece by specifying which notes are to be played sharp or flat throughout. Below is a simplified table to help you understand and recognize key signatures, along with practical examples. Key signature: sharps or flats. Example pieces. C major minor, none. Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, G major. E Ode to Joy by Beethoven. D major, Schat C Chat, Pachelbel's Canon in D. A major, F sharp minor, Schat C Chat G Shat, Für Elise by Beethoven. E major, C C Shat G Shat. Spring from Vivaldi's Four Seasons. B major, G minor, Schat C Shat G Shat, D Shat, Flight of the Bumblebee. F major, D minor, Be eine kleine Nachtmusik by Mozart. B major, G minor, Bia, Symphony No. 5 by Beethoven. To dive deeper and access a range of resources to learn more about key signatures, visit educational music theory websites like musictheory.net, .musictheory.net, or teoria.com, oxlalatteoria.com. These platforms offer interactive tools and tutorials that make learning key signatures straightforward and engaging.
Sure, here's a concise table that teaches about non-chord tones, NCTs, including examples. This table can serve as a quick reference for understanding these common embellishments in musical composition. Non-chord tones, NCTs, are notes that do not belong to the chord they are sounding against, adding tension and color to music. These tones create dissonance that typically resolves to consonants, enhancing musical expression. Type. Example. Moves away from a chord and return. Passing tone moves stepwise, filling in between two other tones, resolves to next chord tone, C in between B and D. Neighbor tone moves away from a chord tone and returns to original. D, C, D over C chord. Suspension holds a note from a previous chord into the current chord, creating tension. Steps down to resolve. G held over to F chord resolves to F. Appoggiatura approaches by leap and resolves by step. Steps to resolve, leaps to C, resolves to B. Escape tone steps up from a chord tone, then leaps down. Leaps to resolve, steps from E to F, leaps to D. Anticipation occurs when a tone is played right before it becomes part of the next chord, becomes part of the chord F played right before F chord. For more detailed explanations and musical examples, you can explore resources like music theory websites and educational videos that delve deeper into the role and function of non-chord tones in various musical contexts.
Introduction to Barbershop Quartet. Discover the art of arranging music for barbershop quartets. Learn the key principles and techniques that will help you harmonize melodies effectively. This guide provides a concise overview with examples and resources to get you started on your musical journey. Topic, details. Examples, resources. This guide provides resources, typically sung by the lead, should be clear and memorable. My Wild Irish Rose, Bravo Barbershop Darmony, tenor harmonizes above the lead, baritone and bass below. Sweet Adeline, shop arrangeshop.org/arranging manual. Voice leading. Smooth, logical transitions between chords. Progression I4I, atflashshop.org/education/arranging. Uses seventh chords predominantly, adding depth and color. Dominant seventh in Coney Island Baby. Deepen barbershop.org, education-tutorials, text setting. Align syllables for clear articulation and resonance. Hello Mary Lou, online workshops and tutorials on YouTube. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding and enhance your skills in barbershop quartet arranging. Here's a concise guide to understanding the concept of a virtuoso, presented in a clear, table format with an introduction and examples to help clarify the concept. A virtuoso is an individual who exhibits exceptional skill, mastery, and artistry in a particular field, often relating to the arts such as music, painting, or performance. These individuals stand out due to their extraordinary abilities and are often considered exemplary in their respective fields. Aspect. Explanation. Definition. A person highly skilled in music or another artistic pursuit. A violinist who can play complex compositions with exceptional technique. Characteristics. Mastery of skill, creative proficiency, and often innovation in their field. A painter like Leonardo da Vinci, known for innovative techniques and profound impact on art. Often recognized by awards, critical acclaim, and peer acknowledgement. Grammy-winning musicians or a laureate in literary contests. Impact influences the field, sets new standards, and inspires others. Mozart, whose compositions shaped classical music. Development typically involves rigorous practice, formal training, and a deep personal commitment to the craft. Ballet dancers spending hours daily from a young age at prestigious academies. For further reading and resources on famous virtuosos and their contributions, Google Scholar and educational websites like Britannica or Khan Academy offer detailed articles and biographies that explore their lives and works in depth.
Introduction. Fugato is a musical technique where a theme or motif is introduced by one part and successively taken up by others. Rooted in counterpoint, it's widely used in classical compositions to build intensity and complexity. Aspect. Examples, resources. Rooted in counterpoint, it's willed intensity and complexity. It resembles a fjorder. Definition. Fugato involves introducing a musical theme and echoing it across various instruments or voices. It resembles a fugue, but is typically shorter and used as part of a larger work. Bach's Mass in B minor, Credo in Unum Deum. FugatoOVW.musictheoryacademy.com, Fugato. Usage. Often used to enhance dramatic effect within a larger piece, serving as a climax or pivotal moment. Beethoven Symphony No. 3. Second movement. UnderstandingClassicFM.com, Composition. Composers utilize fugato to demonstrate skill in weaving intricate musical ideas together harmoniously. Mozart's Requiem, Kyrie. Composing with Fugat, MyMusicTheory.com, Listening. To truly appreciate fugato, listen for the way themes are layered and interwoven, creating a complex musical tapestry. Shostakovich's Symphony No. 8, Third Movement. Fugato Listening Guide. EssentialMusicTheory.com/fugato. This table provides a concise introduction to the concept of fugato, complete with examples and resources for deeper exploration.
Makassa, a vibrant dance music genre from Cameroon, is known for its catchy rhythms and soulful melodies. This genre blends traditional African rhythms with influences from jazz, highlife, and soukous, making it popular in nightclubs and dance floors across Africa and beyond. Below is a concise guide to understanding Makassa, including notable examples and resources to explore. Aspect, details, resources. Originated in the traditional Douala dance music. Origin and influence. Originated in the 1950s in Cameroon. Influences include traditional Douala dance music. Soul Makossa by Manu Dibango. Manu Dibango's work, google.com/search. Q Manu Dibango Makossa. Rhythmic structure. Features a prominent bass line, interlocking guitars, and a repetitive groove. Yeke Yeki by Mori Kante. Rhythms applied, Google.search, Makossa rhythms, cultural impact. A symbol of Cameroonian identity, it has influenced genres worldwide. Makossa by Awilo Longomba. Global influence of Makossa, global influence. Modern evolution. Continues to evolve, blending with hip-hop, Afrobeat, and electronic music elements. Chavashie by Stanley Enow, others. Showcasing Harvard.com/search, Contemporary Makossa Plus artists. This table offers a snapshot of Makossa's rich cultural heritage and its evolution, showcasing how it remains a dynamic force in the world music scene. Explore these resources to dive deeper into the captivating world of Makassa. Introduction. The zither is a stringed musical instrument predominantly found in Central European and East Asian music. It features a flat body with multiple strings stretched across, played by strumming or plucking. Aspect, details, examples, resources. It features a flat body played by strumming or plucking. Types. Various types include concert zither, alpine zither, and the Chinese guzheng. Concert zither, Wikipedia zither, n.wikipedia.org zither. Playing technique, played by strumming or plucking the strings with fingers or a plectrum. Finger plucking, plectrum, Britannica.com/zither. Tuning. Tuning varies by type, but generally involves tuning each string to a specific pitch. C major tuning for alpine. Tuning is zip.com music/now/tips, how to tune a zither. Music styles, used in folk music, classical compositions, and modern experimental music. Bavarian folk, Chinese folk, Zither Musfo, Ethnomusicology Review.ucla.edu. Famous composers. Composers like Anton Karas and Joseph Friedrich Doppelbauer have contributed significantly. The Third Man theme by Karas. Composer influence, allmusic.com artist Antonash Karas, MN0059643. This table provides a concise guide to understanding the zither, highlighting key aspects, examples, and resources for deeper exploration.
Jazz groove development strategies. Developing a compelling jazz groove involves blending rhythmic stability with creative variations. This table outlines key strategies to enhance your groove, supported by practical examples. Explore these techniques to deepen your understanding and execution of jazz rhythm. The sources. Accessing the end of each beat in 4/4. Syncopation. Emphasize off beats or weak beats to create rhythmic tension. Accenting the and of each beat in 4/4. Polyrhythms. Combine multiple rhythms played simultaneously to enrich the texture. Playing 3/2, 3 notes over 2 beats. Polyrhythms explained. Dynamic variation. Alter the volume and intensity within a groove to maintain listener interest, gradually increasing volume on a repeated phrase. Dynamics in jazz. Rhythmic displacement. Shift a pattern earlier or later against the underlying beat, maintaining the original pattern. Repeating a melody starting on beat 2 instead of beat 1. Interplay. Engage in call and response or conversational dynamics with other musicians, trading 4-bar phrases between drums and bass. Jazz interplay technique. By integrating these strategies, musicians can keep their grooves fresh and engaging, ensuring a lively and dynamic performance.
Voice leading is the art of smoothly transitioning between notes and different chords, making music sound cohesive and expressive. Below is a compact table summarizing key voice leading concepts and practical examples. C to am. Common tone. Maintain a note that is shared between successive chords. C to am. C. Note. Stays in both chords. Stepwise motion, move notes by a step or half step between chords. G to C, B in G moves to C in C. Contrary motion, move voices in opposite directions to achieve balance. C to G, E moves to D, G moves to B. Oblique motion, one voice stays the same, the other moves. M to G, G stays, B moves to D. Avoiding crossings, ensure higher voices in one chord don't drop below others. Soprano, C, avoid alto dropping to C. For further exploration, Google resources like musictheory.net /www.musictheory.net or teoria.com offer interactive lessons and exercises on voice leading and other music theory topics.
Introduction. The French chanson is a genre of French song characterized by lyrical and often poetic expressions of romance, emotion, and sometimes politics. Spanning from medieval times to the modern era, this genre showcases the richness of French musical heritage. Explore the nuances of French chanson with examples and resources below. Period. Characteristics. Notable artists. Resources. Guillaume de Michaud, medieval.org. Medieval. Melodic, monophonic, often with religious or courtly themes. GuillaumeDeMichaud.org, flymedieval.org. Renaissance. Polyphonic textures, elaborate melodies. Le Chant des Oiseaux, earlymusicsources.com. Baroque. Ornate, expressive, use of harpsichord. Bois épais. Varied styles from caroquemusic.org. 19th century, romantic themes, often nationalistic. Georges Bizet, Carmen, 19th century music.com. 20th century, varied styles from cabaret to avant-garde. Edith Piaf, Jacques Brel. La vie en rose, ne me quitte pas. Chanson. Each era contributes uniquely to the evolution of French chanson, reflecting changes in society and the arts.
Sure. Here's a table layout that presents key concepts about arranging music for string instruments, accompanied by examples and resources for further learning. Introduction. Arranging music for string instruments involves adapting music to highlight the unique qualities of string instruments, like violins, violas, cellos, and double basses. This process requires understanding their ranges, techniques, and expressive capacities to create rich and engaging orchestral or ensemble pieces. Concept explanation. An ExpressivesMagazine.com conceits. Range. Each string instrument has a unique playable range. Each 3 to A7. Violin. G3GsMagazine.com. Bow techniques. Different bowing techniques produce varied tones. Legato, staccato, spiccato. ViolinMasterclass.com. Harmonics. Lightly touching the string creates high ethereal pitches. Artificial and natural harmonics. MyMusicMasterclass.com. String crossings. Moving the bow across strings for melodic lines. Bach's cello suites. Doubling. Layering parts to enrich sound. Octave doubling in cellos and basses. Music Theory Academy, Com class. This table summarizes essential aspects of string arranging, providing a quick reference to help create beautiful string arrangements. Introduction to tempo. Tempo refers to the speed at which a piece of music is played. It's a crucial element of musical expression, influencing the mood and feel of a piece. Here's a concise overview of tempo, complete with examples. Term, beats per minute, BPM. It's a crucial element of musical expression, influencing the mood and feel of tempo, complete with examples. Largo, 40-60, very slow and broad. Adagio for Strings by Samuel Barber, Adagio 66-6, slow and stately, Moonlight Sonata by Ludwig van Beethoven. Andante 60108, walking pace, Piano Concerto No. 21, Moderato 108 to 120, moderate speed, For Elise by Ludwig van Beethoven. Allegro 156, fast and bright, Symphony No. 5 by Ludwig Beethoven. Presto 168-200, very fast. Flight of the Bumblebee by Rimsky-Korsakov, Prestissimo, 200+, extremely fast, Moto Perpetuo by Niccolo Paganini. For a deeper understanding of tempo and further resources, you can explore topics and tutorials on music theory websites or use apps that help musicians practice with different tempos.
Middle Eastern music encompasses a vast range of musical styles and traditions from countries in the Middle East. This region's music is notably rich and diverse, characterized by intricate rhythms, a variety of musical scales, and a unique approach to melody and harmony. Instruments commonly used include the oud, kanun, darbuka, and ney. The music often features complex improvisations and variations, reflecting deep cultural and historical roots. Here's a concise table to introduce some of the key elements and examples of Middle Eastern music. Description. Examples. Makam Bayati, Makam Hijaz. Scale system providing a set of pitches and a blueprint for melodic development. Makam Bayati, Makam Hijaz. Makamworld.com, rhythmic cycles. Patterns known as eek used to organize rhythms. Ikudam Encyclopedia, rhythmandmusic.com. Instruments. Traditional instruments that define the sound of the region. Oud, kanun, ney, darbuka. Atlas of plucked instruments.com. Genres. Different musical styles and forms. Arabic Tarab, Turkish Sufi music. Arab song translations. ArabSongTranslations.com. Improvisation. Spontaneous composition emphasizing individual expression. Taksim, solo improvisational piece. Understanding World Deltat N. This table highlights fundamental aspects of Middle Eastern music, providing a snapshot of its complexity and beauty.
Introduction to a cappella arranging. A cappella arranging involves crafting vocal music by combining harmonies, rhythms, and textures using only human voices. This guide will help you understand the basics and provide resources for deeper learning. Topic: Details. Resources, rhythmies, and only human voices. This guide will help you resources for deeper learning. Distribute different vocal parts based on singers' ranges. Soprano, alto, tenor, bass, voicingnic.acapella.org. Harmony. Create chords and progressions that support the melody. Use of seventh and suspended chords. Harmony basics. Develop rhythms that add texture and drive the arrangement. Beatboxing, vocal percussion. Texture. Blend different layers of sound to enhance the arrangement. Background oohs and ahs, counter melodies, textual effects, wasatly voicesonlyacapella.com. Dynamics. Use volume changes to build intensity or highlight sections. Crescendos, decretrol.vocalarea.tips. Tailor arrangements to the group's strengths and song choice. Custom arrangements for specific vocal abilities. Arranging guides. /www.acapellablog.com. Each element plays a crucial role in a cappella arranging, making it a dynamic and engaging musical form. For further exploration, the provided resources are excellent starting points.
Here's a concise table on rondo form, including examples and resources to enhance your understanding. Explore rondo form, a dynamic structure in classical music. Rondo form is a musical structure known for its recurring themes and contrasting episodes prevalent in classical compositions. Below, we delve into the basics, provide notable examples, and suggest resources for further exploration.
Aspect details.
Definition. Rondo form features a main theme, aim, that alternates with varying C, B, etc. Alternates with varying sections, B, etc. Right? For release, Beethoven, musictheory.net. Structure. Typically structured as a baka or baka, where A is the recurring theme. Rondo alla turca, Mozart. h/w.classicfm.com. Purpose. It provides a lively, predictable framework allowing for contrast and unity in a composition. Symphony No. 9, fourth movement, Dvorak, open music theory, variations. Some rondos include more complex patterns or integrate elements from other forms, like sonata form. Horn Concerto No. 4, Mozart. Explore these resources for an in-depth understanding and listening examples that highlight the form's unique characteristics. What is a refrain? A refrain is a repeated line or group of lines in a poem or song, often occurring at the end of a stanza. It emphasizes key themes, creates rhythm, and enhances the impact, the emotional impact. Aspect is a repeated line or group of lines repeated at intervals, like definition. A refrain is a phrase, line, or set of lines repeated at intervals, typically at the end of a stanza or verse. Purpose enforces themes, adds rhythm, and evokes emotion. It creates a pattern that is easy to remember. Where it appears. Commonly found in poems, songs, and ballads. Types of refrains: simple, one line repeated; complex, longer phrases or lines; incremental, slightly modified with each repetition. Example 1, do not go gentle into that good night. Rage, rage against the dying of the light. Dylan Thomas, example 2, let it be, let it be, let it be, repeated in the Beatles song Let It Be. Common forms often used in villanelles, ballads, and songs. Google resources. Poetry Foundation, refrain.poetryfoundation.org/learn-glossary-terms/refrain. Literary devices, literarydevices.net/refrain.
Harmonic suspensions, a quick guide. Harmonic suspensions are a musical technique where a dissonant note delays the resolution to a consonant note, creating tension that resolves beautifully. Description: steps. Example: Roman numerals. Example: notes. A dissonant note delays the resonant 9 to 8 suspension. Dissonant ninth resolves down to a consonant eighth. Dissonance, preparation, resolution. I, 9-8, CDG, CCG, 7-6 suspension, dissonant. 7th resolves down to a consonant 6th. Dissonance, preparation, 6, GFB, GEB. 4-3 suspension. Dissonant 4th resolves down to a consonant 3rd. Dissonance, preparation, resolution. I, 4-3, CFE, CEG. 2-1 suspension. Dissonant 2nd resolves down to a consonant 1st. VI 211 DDDG. Further reading: Suspensions in Music. Musictheory.musictheory.net. Harmonic suspensions explained. Teoria.com.
Musique concrète is a form of experimental music that emerged in the 1940s, focusing on using recorded natural sounds rather than traditional instruments as raw material. These sounds are then manipulated and edited to create new compositions. Originating in France with Pierre Schaeffer, it marked a revolutionary approach to music making, laying the groundwork for electronic and experimental music genres. Concept. Resources: Ochamunfate, Pierre Schaeffer, Buvo, Google.search. Origin: began in the 1940s with Pierre Schaeffer in France. Étude au chemin de fer, 1948. Pierre Schaeffer info, google.com/search. Sound source: utilizes recorded natural sounds like trains, voices, and everyday objects. Field recordings: environmental sounds. Musique concrète, overview, google./search. Musique concrète, technique, manipulation of sounds through cutting, looping, speed changes, and effects. Symphony pour un homme seul, 1950. Examples on YouTube, Google Musique concrète examples. Legacy, influenced modern electronic, ambient, and experimental music genres. Karlheinz Stockhausen's work, History and Influence. Google.com/search. Cue Musique concrète history. Musique concrète continues to inspire contemporary music production, especially in avant-garde and experimental contexts.
Hip-hop instrumentals, crafting the beats. Creating hip-hop instrumentals is all about blending rhythm, melody, and sound texture to create catchy, head-nodding tracks. The foundation of a hip-hop instrumental lies in the beat, which typically includes drums, bass, and often a sample or melody. Whether you're starting from scratch or sampling classic tracks, following structured steps will help you create engaging instrumentals. Step, description, example, and resources. Start with a strong drum pattern. Use kicks, snares, and hi-hats. With heavy kicks on the first, 1. Drums. Start with a strong drum pattern. Use kicks, snare, and hi-hats. Example, 80 BPM with heavy kicks on the first and third beats, snare on second and fourth. Google hip-hop drum patterns. Google.com search hip-hop drum patterns. 2. Bassline. Add a deep, groovy bass to anchor the beat. Example, use an 808 or sub-bass in the key of C minor. Google how to create hip-hop bass lines. Search how to create hip-hop bass lines. 3. Melody. Incorporate a catchy melody or sample. Example, chop and loop a soul sample or use a piano melody in G minor. Sampling in hip-hop. www.google.com/search sampling in hip-hop. 4. Structure. Arrange into verses, chorus, and bridge sections. Example, 4-bar intro, 16-bar verse, 8-bar hook. Google hip-hop beat structure. hip-hop plus beat plus structure. 5. Mixing. Balance levels and EQ for clarity. Example, make sure the kick and bass don't clash in the low end. Mixing hip-hop beats search. Mixing hip-hop beats.
Creating modal jazz, a quick guide. Modal jazz is a style that focuses on musical modes rather than chord progressions. It provides freedom for improvisation, emphasizing scales that define a piece's harmony rather than complex chord changes. Think Miles Davis's Kind of Blue. Here's a quick guide on how to create modal jazz. Google resources. So 1. Choose a mode. Select a scale, like drum mode of Hamian. Choose a mode. Choose a mode, like Dorian, Mixolydian, or Phrygian. Each mode provides a unique emotional tone, deeply. Dorian, D, and so what? Jazz modes explained, jazzadvice.com/modal improvisation and the modes of the major scale. 2. Create a static harmony. Use a minimal or static harmonic structure, often staying on one chord for an extended time. So what stays on DM7 and EBIM7, theoryacademy.com/jazz. 3. Improvise freely. Improvise melodies over the mode, using its specific notes to explore new melodic ideas rather than following chord changes. Miles Davis soloing over So What. Jazz improvisation, takelessons.com/live/jazz improvisation. 4. Focus on melody. Develop melodies that emphasize the mode's intervals, avoiding the restrictions of fast-moving harmonic changes. John Coltrane in Impressions. modalstudybase.com/harmony, Modal Jazz Part 1. Modal jazz invites a different kind of creativity, providing wide-ranging improvisation over static harmonies.
Composing with reverb, a quick guide. Reverb is an essential tool in music composition that adds depth and space to your sound. It simulates how sound behaves in different environments, like rooms, halls, or open spaces, creating a more immersive and dynamic experience for the listener. By controlling the amount, type, and decay of reverb, composers can evoke various emotional atmospheres, enhance instrumental blends, or make elements stand out in the mix. Aspect. Explanation. Google resource simpled. Example like man händer där kurds. Kurda. And in bird take we king room size. Simulates the size of the space where spreaders when occurs for hagwe. E.g. small room. Room size. Simulates the size of the space where sound occurs, e.g. small rooms, hall. Small room for intimate vocals, hall for orchestral swells. Google.com/search, room reverb plus in music composition. Reverb time determines how long the reverb lasts. Longer times create spacious sound, shorter for tighter control. Long for ambient pads, short for percussion or fast-paced rhythms. Understanding reverb times, Google.com, search understanding reverb plus time music. Pre-delay adds a slight delay before reverb kicks in, preserving clarity in fast-moving elements. used with vocals or snare drums to maintain clarity while adding space. Pre-delay and reverb, google.com/search, pre-delay in high-frequency cut. Removes high frequencies from reverb, making the sound darker and more natural. Apply to synths for a warmer feel or to avoid harshness in bright mixes. Using high-frequency cut, /dumb.google.com/search, cue high-frequency cut reverb, wet dry mix, balances the original dry sound with the reverberated wet signal. Heavy wet for dreamy effects, light wet for subtle ambience. Wet versus dry reverb explained, search wet VS plus dry reverb. Advanced jazz modalism. Jazz modalism focuses on improvisation using scales, modes, rather than chord changes. This approach, popularized by musicians like Miles Davis and John Coltrane, encourages a deeper exploration of harmony and melody by focusing on a single mode for extended periods. Modal jazz allows more freedom in improvisation, emphasizing color, mood, and space within music, and fostering creativity in phrasing and expression. Concept. Descriptive example. Google resources expresses. Hier kan je mij hetzelfde get vrij niet meer wordt en French frem tites en voor en snifia. But both through the half day did him in strike. Dorian mode or sixth. A minor scale with a natural scale. For this scale with a natural sixth. So a string. Mothers is it and a minor scale with a natural sixth in tad, often used in jazz to create a mellow but slightly uplifting sound. Dorian C, D, G, F, G, A. Dorian Jazz Improvisation, google.com, and Mixolydian mode, a major scale with a flattened seventh, frequently used in blues and jazz for dominant seventh chords. G Mixolydian, G, A, B, C, D. Lydian mode, a major scale with a sharp fourth, creating a bright floating sound. F Lydian, F, G, A, B, C. Miles Davis // Google Modal Harmony uses modes instead of functional harmony, focusing on creating long stretches of a single chord. Miles Davis's So What uses Dorian mode. Jazz modalism explained, Google.com non-functional harmony. Modalism often avoids traditional resolution patterns, VI, allowing for more fluid and open improvisations. John Coltrane's Impressions remains rooted in modal harmony without shifting between chords frequently. Modal Jazz Explain /google.google.com. This table provides a concise overview of advanced jazz modalism concepts with accessible examples for deeper exploration. Jazz and gospel music fusion. Jazz and gospel music fusion blends the improvisational elements of jazz with the emotional, spiritual aspects of gospel. Originating from African American communities, both genres share deep roots in rhythm, blues, and soul. This fusion has given rise to a unique, uplifting sound that combines faith-based lyrics with complex harmonies and instrumental solos. Simple, often using these with simple melodies. Rhythm, syncopated. Complex, with advanced chord progressions. Simple, often using major chords. Complex harmonies with simple melodies. Kirk Whalum's The Gospel According to Jazz. Rhythm, syncopated, swing. Straight, often upbeat. Swing-influenced gospel rhythms. Genius Loves Company, improvisation, key element, especially in solos, rarely present, jazz improvisation over gospel songs. Amazing Grace by Aretha Franklin, instruments, saxophone, trumpet, piano, organ, choir, clapping, organ, piano with jazz instrumentation. Take My Hand, Precious Lord, Mahalia Jackson with jazz influences. Google resources, jazz and gospel fusion playlist on YouTube, history of jazz and gospel music. On Google Scholar, Jazz Gospel Fusion blogs and podcasts.
Introduction. A pre-chorus bridges the verse and chorus, enhancing emotional build-up and preparing listeners for the climax. It provides contrast while reinforcing the main theme. In songwriting, a strong pre-chorus adds depth, anticipation, and smooth transitions between sections. Google Resources. Just Before I Go. Slaster Clash Songwriting Pre-Chorus. Kinetics, verse to chorus, building tension or creating contrast. Just Before I Go. / the Molastock Variation. Articles / songwriting pre-chorus. Structure. Typically 4 to 8 bars long, provides harmonic or melodic variation. I'm on the Edge of Glory. Pre-chorus writing tips. holisticsongwriting.com / how to write a pre-chorus. Slightly different from verse, but simpler than the chorus. Builds energy or shifts in tone. And I Can't Help But Feel. Melody writing tips / songwriting.net. Blog / pre-chorus - or pre-chorus. Lyric themes are consistent, but create a sense of progression towards the main idea in the chorus. I Know It Hurts, Fun Like You. Lyric writing guide songtrust.com / blog songwriting / lyric writing pre-chorus - development. Placement occurs before the chorus, usually following the verse, but not always used in every song. Don't Stop Believing. Song structure overview. BMI.com / news / entry / the role of the pre-chorus in your songwriting.
Ensemble Learning Overview. Ensemble learning is a machine learning technique where multiple models, classifiers, or regressors are combined to solve a problem. By leveraging the strengths of various models, ensemble methods can improve prediction accuracy and robustness compared to individual models. Useful Google resources. By leveraging the strength and robustness. Bagging, a technique that trains multiple models independently and then averages or votes on the result. Focuses on reducing variance. Random forest, understood for developers.google.com machine learning / glossary bagging. Sequentially trains models where each model corrects the errors of its predecessor. Focuses on reducing bias. AdaBoost, XGBoost, googledevelopers.com / boosting. Stacking combines multiple models by training a final model, metamodel, to output the best prediction based on the outputs of the individual models. Blending, stacked generalization. Stacking guide / developers.google.com machine learning / stacking. Voting uses multiple models and aggregates their predictions by majority vote for classification or average for regression. Majority voting, averaging, Google Ensemble Learning / developers.google.com / machine learning. Ensemble methods are powerful tools for achieving higher accuracy in machine learning tasks by reducing both variance and bias. Blending jazz and blues grooves. Jazz and blues have deep, intertwined roots, but they offer distinct rhythmic and harmonic approaches. By blending grooves from both genres, musicians can create fresh, dynamic styles, fusing the swing and improvisation of jazz with the emotional intensity of blues. Here's a brief guide to get you started. Concept. Jazz approach. Blues approach. En je kan stillewerken erop. Het handelt om hem rhythm voor mijn natural life and to the model snare and like the rhythm. Rhythm, swing rhythm, complex time signatures, en het heet een ketten en ik klaar of 12 bar rhythm, slam instruments, 12 bar blues, syncopation, comp time signatures, 12 bar blues, shuffle rhythm. Play a jazz tune with a blues shuffle, e.g. Freddie Freeloader by Miles Davis. Jazz rhythm techniques /www.jazzadvice.com / chord progressions. Extended chords, ninths, 11ths, 13ths, IVI progressions. Simpler, dominant 7th chords. Merge a jazz EVI progression into a blues 12-bar format, e.g. Stormy Monday. Blues chord progressions, blues guitar dot improvisation, modal improvisation, complex scales, bebop, altered scales, pentatonic and blues scales. Use blues pentatonic over a jazz standard, e.g. So What by Miles Davis. Improvising jazz and blues, pkw-jazz-guitar.slash. Understanding rhythmic complexity in jazz. Jazz's rhythmic complexity arises from syncopation, polyrhythms, and shifting time signatures. These elements create unpredictable, intricate patterns that challenge both performers and listeners. Here's a concise overview. Concept, definition, examples, Google resources, Google resources, Google resources. Breaking the regular rhythmic flow. Take the A jazz. Syncopation, emphasis on off beats or weak beats, breaking the regular rhythmic flow. Take the Asian in jazz. masterclass.com/articles/syncopation, polyrhythm. The use of 2 or more conflicting rhythms played simultaneously. Chameleon. Polyrhythms in jazz.premierguitar.com/Daozyne62 Polling Feel, a rhythmic groove where the beat is divided into a triplet feel, emphasizing forward momentum. Sing, sing, sing is ian.wikipedia.org swing jazz performance style. Odd time signatures. Using time signatures outside the typical 4/4, like 5/4 or 7/8, adding unpredictability. Take 5. Jazz time thersage jazzadvice.com/playing in odd time signatures. Metric modulation. Shifting the pulse mid-piece, giving the illusion of a tempo change while keeping constant time. Footprints. Metric modulation, wikipedia.org, wiki metric modulation. This table provides foundational terms and resources to explore rhythmic complexity in jazz. Sinfonia, a quick overview. Sinfonia refers to an instrumental piece commonly used as an overture, interlude, or short orchestral work. Originating in the Baroque era, particularly in Italian opera, the term evolved into forms such as the symphony. Originally brief and instrumental, the sinfonia became an essential musical structure in the transition to larger orchestral forms.
Detail.
Short instrumental for stage work like Mogul Bivlus Steklomi, definition. A short instrumental composition, often serving as an introduction to a vocal or staged like an opera. Historical context originates from the Baroque period and was used to introduce larger works. It eventually contributed to the development of the symphony in the classical period. Typically 3-part, fast, slow, fast, and composed for small orchestras. Famous examples: J.S. Bach's Sinfonia in D major, Beta 45, Handel's Sinfonia from Messiah, Mozart's early symphonies, initially called Sinfonia. Further learning, Google search sinfoniamusic.google/search Sinfonia plus music. This table provides a concise understanding of the Sinfonia, its evolution, and notable examples. Understanding jazz modulation and tension. Jazz modulation and tension refer to the movement between keys and the buildup of harmonic or melodic stress, respectively, to create emotional impact in music. Jazz musicians use these techniques to introduce variety, surprise, and intensity in their improvisations and compositions. Concept, definition, examples, additional resources, Google search. Modulation, shifting from one key to it, chords or abrupt changes. Example in Atonalian trekking from one key, the Leichentrating, from one key to another within a piece, often using pivot chords or abrupt changes. These are example. A song in C major modulates to G major by using D7 dominant of G as a pivot chord. Jazz modulation techniques or pivot chords in jazz. The buildup of dissonance or unresolved harmony, often through altered chords or extensions like ninths, 11ths, or 13ths. Example, using a G7-9 chord to create tension before resolving to C major. Jazz tension and release techniques or altered chords in jazz. Tension release. The resolution of tension, typically by resolving dissonant chords to more stable ones. Example, G7-5 resolves to C major 7 in a E-VI progression. Jazz tension release in high VI progressions.
Impressionist harmony, a glimpse into color and light. Impressionist harmony encapsulates the dynamic use of color and light to convey a moment's atmosphere. This art movement, originating in the late 19th century, emphasized transient effects of light and color over precise detail. Artists like Claude Monet and Pierre-Auguste Renoir mastered this technique, revolutionizing how scenes are perceived and portrayed. Below is a concise table detailing key aspects of Impressionist harmony, paired with examples and resources for deeper exploration. Example artists. Resources for further exploration in Impressionist harmony, paired with examples and resources for deeper exploration. Color technique. Impressionists often applied pure, unblended colors in short brush strokes to simulate natural light and its changes. Claude Monet, Camille Pissarro, Art and Modernity, Met Museum, tufmetmuseum.org/TOA, html/dimml.gm. Use of light. Light and its changing qualities were central themes, influencing the colors and the time of day portrayed. Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Alfred Sisley, National Gallery, London, www.nationalgallery.org.uk/organization/policies and procedure research center, research resources, online-resources, glossary, Impressionism. Characterized by visible, often rough brush strokes that add vibrancy and a sense of movement to the painted scene. Edgar Degas, Mary Cassatt, Impressionist Technique, Art Institute of Chicago, www.arctic.edu artist/11123/Techniques of the Impressionists. Subject matter, focused on everyday subjects and landscapes, aiming to capture fleeting moments and moods rather than historical scenes. Understanding Impressionism, openlearn.openlearn/history-the-arts, visual art, understanding and -impressionism. This concise overview offers a gateway into understanding how Impressionists manipulated color and light to capture the essence of a moment, inviting viewers to experience the scene as if through the artist's eyes.
Here's a concise guide to blending jazz and folk music, complete with examples and resources to explore further. Explore the fascinating fusion of jazz and folk, genres rich in tradition and innovation. This blend offers a unique musical experience that combines jazz improvisational spirit with the storytelling and acoustic elements of folk. Instrumentational focus like jazz elements like saxophones and trumpets. Combines traditional folk instruments like acoustic guitar and banjo with jazz elements like saxophones and trumpets. Punch Brothers, search jazz folk instruments. Jazz chords and progressions bring complexity to the straightforward harmonies typically found in folk music. Joni Mitchell's later albums search harmonic blending in jazz and folk. Rhythm, Integrates jazz's syncopation and swing with folk's steady rhythms, creating a unique groove. Chris Pyle and Brad Meldau search rhythmic fusion of jazz and folk. Improvisation. Emphasizes jazz's improvisational techniques within folk's narrative style, allowing for spontaneous creativity. Esperanza Spalding's Junjo. Search improvisation in jazz and folk music. Cultural context merges the culturally rich backgrounds of both genres, often reflecting societal themes and personal stories. Charles Mingus's The Black Saint and the Sinner Lady. Search cultural impact of jazz and folk fusion. This table outlines how the two genres can be interwoven, creating a rich tapestry of sound that celebrates both diversity and unity in music.
Here's a brief guide on rhythmic variations, organized in a table format with examples and resources for deeper exploration. Rhythmic variations, an overview. Rhythmic variations are modifications in the pattern of beats in a musical piece, offering diversity and complexity to compositions. These variations help in expressing different emotions and dynamics within music. Resource: syncopation, accenting a beat that is usually not accented. Jazz music typically utilizes syncopation by stressing the offbeats. Syncopation basics.musictheory.net/ins, augmentation, lengthening the duration of notes in a melody, doubling the length of each note in a theme from Beethoven's symphonies. Augmentation explanation, Britannica.com/art, augmentation music, diminution, shortening the duration of notes in a melody, playing a melody with each note halved in duration. Diminution details, /teoria.com//din diminution. Rhythmic displacement, shifting a rhythmic pattern to start on a different beat, moving a snare drum pattern by a beat in a drum sequence. Rhythmic displacement guide on sound.com/techniques/rhythmic displacement, utilizing meters that are not in the standard 2, 3, or 4 beats, using 5/4 or 7/8 time signatures as found in progressive rock. Irregular meters in music, ledgernote.com column/music-theory odd time dashers. Feel free to dive into any of the resources linked to expand your understanding and application of rhythmic variations.
Alternate picking is a fundamental guitar technique used to achieve speed and precision by alternating between downstrokes and upstrokes. This approach maximizes efficiency, allowing for faster playing without sacrificing accuracy. Here's a concise guide to mastering alternate picking. (1) Start slow. Begin with slow, controlled motions to ensure accuracy. Practice consistently to develop muscle memory. Play a simple scale using only alternate picking, down, up, down, up. 2. Emphasize timing. Focus on keeping a consistent rhythm. Use a metronome to help maintain an even tempo. Set a metronome to a comfortable pace and play each note of the scale in time with the clicks. 3. Gradual increase. Slowly increase the speed as you become more comfortable without losing clarity or timing. Increment the metronome speed by 5 BPM once you can play the scale cleanly. Apply to songs. Apply the technique to different songs and solos to enhance your practical skills. Practice alternate picking in guitar solos, focusing on transitions between strings. For more resources and exercises, search for alternate picking exercises on Google to find numerous tutorials and video lessons tailored to improving this technique. Improvisation is the art of creating and performing spontaneously without pre-planning. This technique is used extensively in music, theater, and other creative arts. Mastering improvisation can enhance creativity, adaptability, and quick thinking. Here's a guide to some basic improvisation techniques along with examples and resources to help you learn more. Technique description, example, resource. It's raining cats. You and dogs. Encyclopedia. Yes, and acknowledge and add to previous ideas to advance the scene or piece. It's raining cats. And dogs. Let's get an umbrella. Improv Encyclopedia, improvencyclopedia.org/object work. Use mime to create the illusion of handling real objects, pretending to drink a cup of tea during a scene. The Improv Network, theimpronetwork.org/character switch. Quickly change your character in response to a cue, switching from a shy teen to a confident leader. Impro Wiki Flash, emotional recall. Use personal memories to evoke genuine emotions, remembering a sad farewell to portray sorrow. Improvisationnews.improvisation.spacework. Define and interact with the imaginary setting around you. Setting a table in an imaginary dining room. Improve Resource Center/improveresourcecenter.com. These techniques and resources will help you dive into the world of improvisation, enhancing your creative expression and presence.
Here's a concise guide to understanding concertos, a fascinating and complex form of classical music. The table below provides a succinct overview of key aspects along with examples for deeper exploration. Aspect. Examples. The table below provides examples for deeper exploration. Definition. A concerto is a musical composition generally composed of 3 movements, in which one solo instrument, such as a piano, violin, or cello, is accompanied by an orchestra. Beethoven's Piano Concerto No. 5? Origin. Originated in the 17th century Italy, the concerto format was developed to showcase musical contrasts and the virtuosic skill of the soloist. Vivaldi's The Four Seasons. Types. Concerto grosso, multiple soloists. Solo concerto, single soloist. Bach's Brandenburg Concertos. Concerto grosso. Typically structured in 3 movements, fast, slow, fast. This format allows for a dynamic range of expression and technical prowess from the soloist. Tchaikovsky's Violin Concerto in D major. Modern examples. Concertos continue to evolve, incorporating modern elements and instruments, showing the genre's adaptability and enduring appeal. Philip Glass's Piano Concerto No. For further reading and detailed analyses, Google offers a wealth of resources, including recordings, scholarly articles, and performance reviews that can enrich your understanding of the concerto's unique characteristics and historical development.
Sure, I'll provide a concise overview of exploring jazz harmony in a table format, complete with examples and links to useful resources for deeper understanding. Exploring jazz harmony. Jazz harmony forms the foundation of jazz music, characterized by rich, complex chords and innovative progressions. Delve into the world of jazz harmony to understand how it shapes the soulful and intricate soundscapes of jazz. Concept. Examples. Resources, G7, NAR5, chord types. Basic to advanced chords used in jazz like major 7th, dominant 7th, half diminished, and altered. Semi-altered chords. C major 7, DM7, G7, Bo, G7, NAR5. .be/guitar.blog jazz chords. Progressions. Common sequences that form the backbone of many jazz songs, such as the 2BI progression. DM7, G7, Learn Jazz Standards, /www.learnjazzstandards.com//substitutions and alterations. Techniques to add color and tension like tritone substitutions and altered dominance. G7 substituted by DB7 in a C major context. Jazzadvice.com/tritone modal harmony. Using modes of the major scale to create different emotional effects. Dorian mode on DM7, Mixolydian mode on G7. www.jazzpianosite.com/language. Different ways to play the same chord to provide texture and depth in arrangements. Rootless voicings, drop 2 voicings. freejazzlessons.com/jazz-piano-chords. Each element in this table is an entry point into the vast world of jazz harmony, offering a blend of theory and practical application. For a hands-on experience, it's beneficial to listen to classic and modern jazz recordings, analyze the harmonies, and try replicating or improvising over them. Introduction to popular music forms. Explore the diverse world of popular music through this concise overview. From the rhythmic beats of hip-hop to the soulful melodies of blues, each genre offers a unique sound and cultural influence. Dive into the examples provided to experience the richness of each style. Characteristics. Popular examples. Popular example of each style. Rock, strong backbeat, electric guitars, emphasis on live performance. Stairway to Heaven from Led Zeppelin, pop, catchy melodies, mainstream appeal, often dance-oriented. Thriller, Michael Jackson, rhythmic and rhyming speech, DJing, sampling. Lose Yourself, Eminem. Jazz, improvisation, complex chord swing feel. Take 5, Dave Brubeck. Blues, 12-bar structure, emotional lyrical themes, use of guitars. The Thrill Is Gone, B.B. King. Country, storytelling lyrics, acoustic and electric guitars, strong vocals. Jolene, Dolly Parton, electronic, synthesizers, strong pulse, DJs instead of bands. Strobe, Deadmau 5. Reggae, offbeat rhythms, staccato chords, social and political messages. No Woman, No Cry, Bob Marley, link to resource. This table offers a glimpse into each genre, showcasing its distinct features and notable songs. For a deeper exploration, the provided resources offer comprehensive insights into the evolution and impact of these music forms.
Here's a concise table on polyphonic texture with a bold introduction to grab attention. Explore the rich world of polyphonic texture in music. Polyphonic texture, a complex and harmonious overlay of multiple independent melodic lines, is a hallmark of sophisticated musical compositions. Each line, or voice, has equal importance, creating a weave of sounds that can be both intricate and beautifully harmonious. Discover how this texture operates and enrich your understanding through notable examples. Aspect. Examples. Discover how this texture operates. Definition. Multiple melodic lines played simultaneously, each maintaining its independence and importance. Bach's fugues, Renaissance madrigals. Characteristics. Lines are independent but harmonious. Each line is equally important, often used to create a complex, rich sound. Gymnopédie No. 1 by Eric Satie. Purpose: to create texture and depth in music, allowing multiple melodies to interweave without a single dominating theme. Madrigals in the Renaissance era. Impact on listener: engages the listener with multiple layers of melody, offering a rich auditory experience that reveals new details upon each listening. Contrapuntal sections in Beethoven's symphonies. For more detailed insights, you can explore resources like scholarly articles and music theory websites through a simple Google search.
Creating tension and release in writing is a crucial skill for crafting engaging narratives or poems. It involves building suspense or emotional intensity, tension, and then providing resolution or release. This dynamic can heighten readers' emotional investment and keep them hooked on your story. Below is a concise guide on how to effectively use this technique, complete with examples and resources for further learning. Description. Example. Hinting anticipation or early in the story. Example it. Foreshadowing. Hinting at future events to create anticipation or anxiety. Hinting at a character's secret early in the story. Foreshadowing tips. Clicked. Introducing problems or obstacles for characters to overcome. A protagonist disagrees fundamentally with their ally. Understanding conflict, pacing. Varying the speed of the story to control tension. Slow builds tension. Fast can provide quick release. A slow description of a mysterious setting. Pacing in stories. Cliffhangers. Ending scenes or chapters on unresolved suspenseful moments. A chapter ends with a character hearing a strange noise. Mastering cliffhangers. Dialogue. Using conversation to create or resolve tension. Sharp, tense exchange between rivals reveals secrets. Dialogue dynamics. Each of these techniques can be leveraged to create a compelling rhythm in your writing, keeping your audience engaged through a satisfying balance of tension and release. For more detailed guidance and additional techniques, explore the linked resources. Here's a concise guide to melodic dictation exercises, including examples and resources. Melodic dictation exercises. Melodic dictation is a fundamental skill in music education, helping students improve their musical ear by transcribing melodies they hear. Below are some exercises along with examples and resources to enhance learning. Exercise type descriptive. And transcribing melodies they sing. Single note. Identify individual notes played sequentially. Play C, then E, then G. musictheory.net exercises/ear note. Recognize the distance between two notes. Play C followed by E, major third. /yoria.com exercises/E. Scale degrees. Identify notes within a scale. In C major, identify the note E as the third degree. /wearmaster.com/products free tools online-ear-trainer.playback. Hear a short melody and replicate it or write it down. A simple melody like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star .bymusic.com/content melodic-dictation. Use these exercises regularly to develop a more attuned musical ear and greater musical literacy.
Learn the basics of programming horn sections in MIDI to add rich orchestral layers to your music compositions. Explore key concepts, practical examples, and valuable resources to master MIDI horn arrangements. Resources on this sets. Practical examples, 30 MIDI horn arrangements. Each horn can be assigned to a separate MIDI channel to control individually. Trumpet on channel 1, French horn on channel 2. Understandingdonsound.com/techniques. Velocity control. Velocity affects the attack and volume of notes, crucial for dynamic expression. Set higher velocities for louder, stronger notes. MIDI velocity tips. .musicradar.com/tips 8 ways to use velocity more creatively in your MIDI edition. Use MIDI control changes to simulate different playing techniques like legato, staccato. Use CC messages to change articulations. Articulations in MIDI, sound.com/techniques, getting most out MIDI, layering. Combine multiple horn sounds to create depth and texture. Layer muted trumpet with a French horn for depth. Layering techniques. .keyboardmag.com/lessons, how to layer sounds for bigger Imler use. A breath controller can add realistic expression by controlling dynamics and articulations in real time. Use breath control to modulate dynamics of a sax part. using a breath controller.soundonsound.com/reviews techcontrol-bbc2. For hands-on learning, experimenting with MIDI controllers and software like Logic Pro or Ableton Live can offer practical insights into the techniques discussed.
Here's a concise guide to composing for gospel choirs. Feel free to explore the resources for deeper insights and inspiration. Focus on spiritual or uplifting themes. Use biblical verses or personal testimonies. Focus on spiritual or uplifting themes. Use biblical verses or personal testimonies. Oh Happy Day by Edwin Hawkins / Harmony. Rich, layered harmonies typical. Use third and seventh intervals extensively. Total Praise by Richard Smallwood, often syncopated with a strong, driving beat. Swing feel can be effective. Stomp by Kirk Franklin. Melody. Strong, memorable melody that is easy for a choir to pick up. Joyful, adapted by mervinwarren.com/dynamics. Use dynamics to build intensity. Often start soft and builds to a powerful climax. I Smile by Curtorial's Niall Taish. Instrumentation. Piano or organ typically lead, with drums and bass supporting. Brass adds richness. Every Praise by hezekiahwatt.com/. Explore these concepts and resources to enhance your gospel choir compositions. Understanding jazz harmony in film. Jazz harmony adds a rich, emotive layer to film scores, enhancing mood and character development. It employs complex chords and improvisational elements that mirror the narrative's dynamics. This table outlines key aspects of jazz harmony in cinema, providing practical examples and resources for deeper exploration. Resource for further learning. Chord notes beyond the basic triad to create depth. Chord extensions. Chord extensions adds notes beyond the 7th pedra to create depth. La La Land 216. Epilogue. Google chord extensions in jazz. Modal interchange. Borrowing chords from parallel modes for color and emotional impact. Whiplash 2014 car accident scene. Google modal interchange in film scores. Dissonance, using tension and harmony to reflect conflict or intensity in the narrative. Birdman 2014 drum improvisations. Google using dissonance in jazz film scores. Improvisation, themes and motifs developed spontaneously, reflecting the unpredictability of the story or a character's arc. Round Midnight 1986, multiple scenes. Google importance of improvisation in jazz film scores. Blue notes, notes that are lowered or bent for an expressive, soulful sound. Mo Better Blues 1990, main theme. Google blue notes in jazz. This table is a starting point for appreciating how jazz harmony enriches film music, offering a deeper connection to the story through its nuanced sound palette. Introduction. Common tones and modulation are pivotal in creating smooth transitions between keys in music. They utilize shared pitches from the original and target keys to seamlessly navigate through harmonic changes, enhancing musical coherence. Aspect, description, example, definition. Utilizing shared pitches between two keys to aid in transitioning smoothly during modulation. Transitioning from C major to G major using the shared note C. Purpose to create a smooth, almost imperceptible shift between keys, making the music flow naturally without abrupt changes. In a song, using the note G to modulate from C major to E minor subtly. Technique. Identify common tones that are present in both the original and target keys and use them to anchor the modulation. When modulating from F major to D minor, the common tone D can be used in a melody to bridge the keys. Implementation. Common tones can be used in various musical elements like melody, harmony, or even as pedal points to underpin the modulation process, using the note E as a pedal in the transition from A minor to C major. For additional resources, exploring sites like musictheory.net or checking out relevant sections in music textbooks on platforms like Google Books can provide deeper insights and practical applications of common tones in modulation.
Triple stops explained. Triple stops are a linguistic phenomenon where 3 consecutive consonants occur in speech, often across syllable boundaries. They can pose pronunciation challenges and vary significantly between languages. Understanding triple stops can enhance language learning and phonetic transcription skills. Aspect. Examples. Akin-pulse pronasal stops can enhance phonetic transcription skills. Definition: triple stops refer to sequences of 3 consonant sounds. English. Occurrence: common across languages, especially in compound words. German. Pronunciation typically involves a blend of stops and fricatives. Russian. Phonetic challenge, difficult due to rapid succession of different mouth movements. Polish. Bez chel. Important for accurate pronunciation and understanding. Spanish rarely uses them. For more detailed studies and exercises on triple stops, consider exploring resources like scholarly articles or phonetics textbooks available through Google Scholar or similar platforms.
Here's a concise table explaining binary form in music with a bolded introduction on top. Binary form overview. Binary form is a musical structure consisting of 2 related sections, both of which are usually repeated. This form is prevalent in early dance music and often labeled as AB. Aspect. Examples. Description. Consisting of are usually repeated. Description. Binary form divides a piece into 2 distinct sections, each often repeated AABB. Early Baroque dance suites. Section A, first section, establishes a melody and sets the key, often ends on a half or imperfect cadence. Bach's Minuet in G major. Section B, second section, provides contrast, may modulate to a new key, usually returns to the original key. Handel's Allemande. Types, simple, section B ends in the original key. Sectional, section A ends in the original key. Courant by Couperin. Use in compositions. Common in Baroque dance music, classical sonatas, and folk music. Greensleeves. For more detailed resources and interactive examples, you can explore materials available on educational platforms like Google Arts and Culture, artsandculture.google.slash, or music theory websites.
Here's a concise guide to help you get started with composing for bagpipes. Below, you'll find a table outlining key aspects of the process, including practical examples and valuable online resources. Aspeption exam resources. Below, you'll find a table out key aspects of the process and valuable online resources. Understand Lydian scale, AB scale, and tuning. Bagpipes typically use a Mixolydian scale with limited notes. Understanding this scale is fundamental. Example, a mid B, C sharp, D, E, F sharp, G. Bagpipescalebasics.bagpipelessons.net. Drones. Drones provide a continuous bass sound that is key to bagpipe music. They need to harmonize with the melody. Use drones tuned to A for an A Mixolydian melody. pipersdojo.com/drones explained. Bagpipe compositions often involve specific rhythmic patterns and a steady tempo. Common rhythm, Scott snap, short-long pattern, bapuat nana. Ornamentation. Ornamentations like grace notes are crucial for authentic bagpipe music. Example, adding a grace note before the main note. bagpipeslaphafa.pipedrums.com/ornamentation. Use these resources to explore the nuances of bagpipe composition and start crafting your own unique pieces.
Sure. Below is a structured table containing essential tips and examples for writing music for brass ensembles, along with a bold introduction at the top. Explore the art of brass ensemble writing. Dive into the nuances of composing for brass ensembles, where dynamics, timbre, and harmony play pivotal roles. Enhance your compositions by understanding each instrument's capabilities and roles. Aspect. The instrumentation, trombone, melody, variety of use a standard mix: trumpets, horns, trombones, tuba, and murs. Trumpets, high, bright melodies. Brass techniques, musictheoryacademy.com. So, balance melody across instruments. Consider range and endurance. Horns. Carry softer mid-range harmonies. Dynamics.com. Exploit dynamics to add expression. Brass can play powerfully or softly. Trombones. Powerful dynamic lines. DiamondWritingComposerFocus.com. Harmony. Use close and spread harmonies to exploit the ensemble's richness. Tuba provides bass and depth, or basic. Texture. Layer different rhythms and pitches to create complex textures. Mixed ensemble pieces, textureandterrangers.com. Attention to articulations. They profoundly affect the music's impact. Staccato in trumpets, legato in horns, biffings, can.
Here's a concise guide on teaching advanced jazz arrangements structured in a table format with an engaging introduction and resource recommendations. Unlock the art of advanced jazz arrangements. Embark on a journey through the complex, expressive world of advanced jazz. This guide provides structured lessons and examples alongside resource recommendations to enhance your skills and understanding of jazz arrangements. Chord substitution, chord-alternative options to enrich harmony. Substitute G7 with chord substitution. Learn to replace standard chords with alternative options to enrich harmony. Substitute G7 with DB7 in a C major context. Google Advanced Jazz Chord Substitution. Modal interchange. Incorporate modes from different scales for color. Use C Lydian over a C major chord for a brighter sound. Search Modal Interchange Jazz for tutorials. Counterpoint. Understand the use of independent melodic lines that are harmonically interdependent. Create a counter melody in the saxophone against a piano lead. Look up jazz counterpoint techniques. Advanced voicings. Explore dense, layered chord structures. Utilize chordal voicings on piano for a modern jazz sound. Google Advanced Jazz Piano Voicings, Rhythmic Complexity. Master complex rhythms including syncopation and polyrhythms to elevate your jazz arrangements. Integrate 5/4 polyrhythms in a drum pattern. Find courses on advanced jazz rhythm techniques. Orchestration. Learn to arrange for larger ensembles, considering the unique timbre and range of each instrument. Arrange a piece for jazz big band, focusing on brass textures. Search Jazz Orchestration Tutorial, Improvisation. Develop improvisational skills within the structure of advanced jazz harmony. Practice over giant steps using targeted improvisation methods. explore advanced jazz improvisation exercises on Google. This table serves as a roadmap to delve into intricate aspects of jazz that can transform simple melodies and chords into sophisticated musical expressions.
Here's a concise guide to advanced jazz modulation techniques, providing you a pathway to deepen your understanding of key changes in jazz composition and improvisation. Dive into these methods and explore more with the listed resources to truly elevate your musical expertise. Technique. Example. Chromatic modulation. Moves between keys using chromatic or non-diatonic chords that connect the original and target keys. Modulating from C major to D major using a D7 as a pivot chord. Jazz advice on chromatic modulation, ta.jazzadvice.com. Pivot chord modulation utilizes a chord common to both the original and target keys to make a smooth transition. Using G7 as a pivot to modulate from C major to F major. Learn JarenJazzStandards.com. Modal interchange incorporates chords from parallel modes to create a modal shift ideal for modal jazz pieces. Switching from C major to C mixolydian by introducing a B major chord. Jazz Theory Explained, JazzTheoryExplained.com. Direct modulation abruptly changes keys without pivot chords, creating a surprising and dramatic effect. Direct shift from C major to E B major in a new section. Jazz Modal Harmony, JazzModalHarmony.com. Sequential modulation uses sequences to move through several keys, often following a pattern or a series of related chords. Sequence moving from C major to E minor, A major, then D major. Music Theory Academy, musictheoryacademy.com. Feel free to explore these resources to expand your knowledge and apply these techniques in your jazz compositions and improvisations.
Certainly. Below is a compact table that introduces and details various types of terms in 160 words, along with examples and Google resources for further exploration. The introduction is bolded for emphasis. Type of turn, definition, and example Google resource go on with examples for further exploration. And U-turn plakiteres you return. Complete reversal of direction, making a U-turn at a traffic light. Learn about U-turn /www.google.com/search. Right turn, turning towards the right side of the road, turning right at a stop sign. Right turn rules /search, cool right plus turn rules. Left turn, turning towards the left side of the road, turning left into a parking lot. And turn tips like /search, cool left plus tips. 3-point turn. A maneuver used to turn around on a narrow street using forward and backward movements, executing a 3-point turn on a residential road. How to do a 3-point turn, www.google.com/search, how to do plus 3-point turn. Introduction, understanding different types of turns is essential for safe and efficient driving. Here's a quick guide with examples and resources for further learning.
Here's a concise guide to the concept of temperament in tuning. Temperament in tuning is essential for musicians, allowing instruments to sound harmonious in various keys. This adjustment in pitches ensures compatibility across different tonalities. Just intonation. Based on natural harmonic ratios, producing pure intervals within a key, but can sound dissonant in others. Barbershop quartets, Renaissance music. A compromised tuning reducing dissonance in thirds, good for fixed key music. Harpsichord music from the Renaissance period. Well-tempered, early form aiming for consonance in all keys without perfect consistency, precursor to equal temperament. Bach's well-tempered clavier, equal temperament, divides the octave into 12 equal parts, enabling consistent play across all keys, but with slightly compromised intervals. Modern pianos and most Western music. For further reading and detailed resources on temperament and its historical development, a quick search on Google will offer a wealth of articles, scholarly papers, and tutorials that delve deeper into this intriguing aspect of music theory. Here's a concise table with strategies for jazz composition, preceded by a bold introduction to guide you on your journey of jazz creation. Below the table, you'll find additional resources for deeper exploration. Explore the art of jazz composition. Dive into the diverse world of jazz composition. Below, discover key strategies and examples to inspire your musical journey. For further study, follow the links to enrich your understanding and technique. Strategy. Description. Resources. Giant Steps by John Coltrane. Description. Chordal harmony. Build compositions using extended and altered chords. Giant Steps by John Coltrane. Modal composition. Modal composition. Utilize specific modes to create atmospheric sounds. So What by Miles Davis, Jazz Advice /jazzadvice.call and response. Employ interaction between instruments mimicking conversation. Sidewinder by Lee Morgan, jazztheory.com, Rhythmic complexity. Integrate syncopation, odd time signatures, and swing. Take 5 by Dave Brubeck, iRealPro.com, Motivic development. Develop small musical ideas into full themes. A Love Supreme by John Coltrane. Jazz Composition www.jazzcompositiontheory.com. Compose with flexibility for improvisation. Freddie Freeloader by Miles Davis. OpenStudioJazz.com. Explore these strategies to enhance your compositions and capture the essence of jazz in your music.
Vocal arranging for gospel music. Explore the art of vocal arranging in gospel music, emphasizing harmony, dynamics, and the spiritual emotion central to the genre. This guide provides a concise overview and practical examples to help you create impactful gospel arrangements. Resource. This guide provides a concise overview of gospel arrangements. Oh Happy Day uses 7th chords. Harmony. Utilize traditional gospel harmonies, including triads and 7th chords. 7th gospel skills, basic gospel harmony / dynamics. Arrange dynamics to enhance the emotional impact, ranging from soft whispers to powerful crescendos. Total praise dynamics vary very significantly. This is learnreligions.com/dynamics-in-music-245674. Call and response, a common technique where a leader sings a line and the choir responds. Amazing Grace often uses call and response. Call and response in gospel, sweetwater.com/insync. Solos and leads. Feature soloists to highlight individual talents and emotional expression. His Eye is on the Sparrow showcases a soulful lead vocal. One in gospelmusic/mass.com/articles/gospel-singing techniques. Layer multiple vocal tracks to build a rich, full sound. Stomp by Kirk Franklin features stacked vocals. vocallyhomerecordingstudio.com/recording-vocals. Each aspect of gospel vocal arranging contributes uniquely to the overall effect, blending traditional techniques with individual creativity for a deeply resonant and spiritual performance. Here's a concise breakdown of the musical form capriccio, along with resources for further exploration, all formatted into a table with a bold introduction. Capriccio overview. A capriccio is a lively piece of music, typically free in form and often whimsical or improvisatory in nature. Originating in the 16th century, it's meant to showcase the composer's inventiveness and the performer's skill. Examples. Resources for further learning. A musical piece free in style and composition. Resources for further learning. Definition. A musical piece that is usually free in style and composition, meant to demonstrate technical skill and creativity. Johann Sebastian Bach's Capriccio on the Departure of a Beloved Brother, BWV 992. Classical Music Archives, classicalarchives./ Characteristics, often vibrant and unpredictable, lacking a fixed form. Can include rapid changes in mood and tempo. Niccolo Paganini's Caprice No. 24. Music Theory Academy, musictheoryacademy.com. Historical context, emerged during the Renaissance, popular through the Baroque and Romantic periods. Igor Stravinsky's Capriccio for Piano and Orchestra. AllMusic Guide, music.com/usage, used as a test of technique for performers and a display of compositional skill for composers. Brahms's Capriccio, Op. 76, No. 1, Britannica Music, britannica.com/capriccio-music. Music. These resources provide detailed insights into various aspects of capriccios and their place in classical music. Here's a concise introduction and table layout for a lesson on blues and jazz harmonic exploration. Exploring the harmonics of blues and jazz. Dive into the soulful depths and intricate harmonics of blues and jazz. This guide provides foundational knowledge and examples to help you understand and experiment with the unique harmonic structures that define these genres. Discover more through recommended Google resources tailored for each topic. A foundational chord progression in Google resource. 12-bar blues progressions. 12-bar blues form. Blues form. A foundational chord progression in blues music. C, 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 F, 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 C, C, G, F, C, F, C, G. 12-bar blues expressions. Adds depth to chords with additional tones. C, Maj 7, DM9, G13. Jazz chord extensions tutorial. Blues scale, a scale that adds a bluesy feel to melodies. C, Eb, F, sharp, G, up, C. How to play blues scale. Focuses on modes instead of typical chord progressions. So What by Miles Davis uses Dorian mode, modal jazz songs, swing rhythm, the rhythmic groove that gives jazz its characteristic feel. Eighth notes played in a swung rhythm, understanding swing rhythm in jazz. Explore these concepts to begin your journey into the rich harmonic worlds of blues and jazz. This structure provides a quick and accessible overview, perfect for both newcomers and those looking to deepen their understanding of these musical styles.
Here's a concise guide on orchestral brass techniques, providing essential methods and examples. This table should serve as a solid foundation for any aspiring brass musician or enthusiast. Description, examples, providing essential methods and examples. This table will serve as a solid foundation for any aspiring musician or enthusiast. Examples, lip sourcers, lip slurger, moving between notes without changing fingering. Trombone, glissando in Ravel's Bolero. basiclipsexerciseu.com/lip-slur-exercises for brass players. Articulating notes quickly with a taka or takata syllable. Trumpet in Urban's Carniflung, trumpetsizzle.com's double tonguing. Muting, using a device to alter the tone quality of the instrument. Muted trumpet in Miles Davis's jazz pieces. Guide to brassmutes.ww.com, the Music Brass Mute Guide. Pedal tones, playing notes below the normal range of the instrument. Tuba solos in Wagner's operas. Pedal tones on tuba, tubapeter.com's index file/free PDF. Circular breathing, breathing in while blowing out to maintain a continuous sound. Didgeridoo techniques adapted for brass. Learn circular breathing, /wwikihow.com/do circular breathing. Each technique is crucial for mastering brass performance in orchestral settings. The provided resources are excellent starting points for detailed learning and practice.
Exploring the intricacies of modulation in jazz and classical music. Modulation, the process of changing from one key to another, is a dynamic technique in music composition. It enhances musical expression in both jazz and classical genres, creating a shift in mood and intensity. Below is a concise overview of key modulation techniques with examples tailored for both jazz and classical settings. Technique, jazzical example. Direct modulation, moving directly from C major to G major, Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, C minor to G major, using DM7 of C to G7 V of C, Mozart's Sonata K330-31 from A major to F major. Modal interchange, switching between C major and C minor, Debussy's Clair de Lune, using modes. Chromatic mediant, F major to A major, using chromatic mediants. Wagner's Tristan und Isolde, E to G sharp minor. Secondary dominant E7 leading to A major in a progression. Schubert's Impromptu Op 90 No. 3, modulation through secondary dominance. For deeper understanding, exploring scholarly articles and resources on sites like JSTOR or Music Theory Online can provide valuable insights into how these techniques are applied and perceived in both genres. Introduction to music production workflow. Embarking on music production requires a structured workflow to turn creative ideas into polished tracks. This concise guide highlights the key stages of music production, complete with examples and Google resources to deepen your understanding and enhance your skills. Stage description. Example, Google resource. That's the key stages of music production, co-standing, and enhance your skills. Concept, initial idea and style definition, deciding to create a pop rock track. Music production basics, songwriting, crafting lyrics, melodies, and chords, writing a catchy chorus, songwriting tips for beginners, arrangement, structuring the song into parts, adding a bridge after the second chorus, music arrangement techniques, recording, capturing the music performance digitally or on analog media, recording vocals and instruments, home recording studio setup editing, tightening up timings and performances, comping multiple vocal takes, audio editing basics, balancing levels, panning and adding effects, adjusting EQ on the lead guitar, mixing music tutorial, mastering, final enhancements to make the track sound cohesive and polished, increasing overall loudness, mastering music at home, distribution, releasing the track on platforms, uploading to Spotify and Apple Music, how to distribute music online. Each stage involves specific techniques and tools, evolving from the raw conception to a complete, market-ready musical piece. Here's a concise table to explain the concept of a suite in various contexts, including examples and resources for further exploration. Concept, definition, examples, resources. Music suite, a set of instrumental compositions, originally in dance style, played in succession. Bach's orchestral suites, Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker suite. Google search music suite examples. www.google.com/search equals Music Suite plus examples. Software Suite, a collection of software programs that share common functions and provide related features. often used for office productivity. Microsoft Office, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Adobe Creative Cloud, Photoshop, Illustrator, Google Search, Software Suite Examples, www.google.search, Software plus Suite Examples. Hotel Suite, a larger or more luxurious accommodation in a hotel that includes multiple rooms. Presidential Suite, Honeymoon Suite, Google Search Hotel Suite Examples, www.google.com/search, Hotel plus Suite Examples. Test Suite, a collection of test cases intended to test a software program to ensure it meets the specified requirements. Selenium Test Suite for web applications, Junit Test Suite for Java applications. Google Search, Test Suite Examples, www.google.com/search, Q's Test Suite Examples. Explore the world of suites. Dive into the varied meanings of suite across different fields. Whether in music, software, hospitality, or technology, suites offer specialized sets of features or services tailored to enhance your experience or productivity. Discover more through the links provided.
Introduction. In electronic dance music EDM, drum patterns form the backbone, providing both rhythm and energy. Mastering the art of crafting compelling drum patterns is essential for any aspiring EDM producer. Below is a concise guide that covers essential drum components, common rhythms, and resources to explore for deeper learning. Purpose. Common. Drives the track's rhythm, provides beat foundation. 4/4 pattern provides beat foundation. Drives the track's rhythm, provides kicks on each beat. 4/4 pattern, bass drum hitting on beats 1, 2, 3, 4. Attack Magazine's drumpackmagazine.com/beat-dissected. Beat-snare. Adds punch, usually on the second and fourth beats. Backbeat pattern. Snare hits on beats 2 and 4. EDM Pro program. .idmprod.com/drums-guide. Hi-hats. Creates groove and swing, can vary in complexity. Open hats on off beats, closed on steps. Closed hats on each 1/8 note, open hat on off beats. Loopmasters hi-hat pattern, loopmasters.com/4276. Enhances snares or stands alone for additional rhythm layer. Claps layered with snare on 2 and 4. Clap layered with every snare hit. Land.com/blog. Percussion adds texture and depth, can include various drums and synthesized sounds. Syncopated rhythms to complement bass beats. Bongo hits on syncopated rhythms. Splice percuss. Each element contributes uniquely, blending to form dynamic and driving beats characteristic of EDM. Dive into these resources for detailed tutorials and samples to experiment with and enhance your productions.
Introduction. Motown bass lines, often attributed to legendary bassist James Jamerson, are a fundamental element in the iconic Motown sound. They feature syncopated rhythms, melodic runs, and a deep groove that supports both the rhythm and melody of the song. Understanding these bass lines provides a deeper insight into soul music and enhances any bassist's versatility. Below, we delve into key concepts with examples and provide resources for further exploration. Explanation. Explanation. Concept. Syncopation. Accenting beats that are usually not accented. Creating No Mountain High Enough by Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell-Shin. /studies.com/bassgroove/syncopation-basics. Incorporation of sequential notes that are directly next to each other on the scale to create tension. I Was Made to Love Her by Stevie Wonder. Chronotable.com/buzz /50/using chromatic notes in bass lines. Lightly touched or missed notes that add texture to the line without a defined pitch. What's Going On by Marvin Gaye. Techniques. What/basebuzz.com/lessons. Beginner. Inversions. Playing a chord with a bass note other than the root, often to smooth out a line or lead into another chord. My Girl by The Temptations. Understanding Inversions. musictheory.net lessons. Motivic development, repeating and developing a musical idea throughout a song to create a cohesive sound. Bernadette by The Four Tops. Motivic development tips at www.talkbass.com/threads. Developing bass motifs.1-dash. This table serves as a stepping stone into the rich world of Motown bass lines, guiding you to master the feel and complexity of one of music's most vibrant eras. Arranging for a pop orchestra involves creating a blend of traditional orchestral elements and modern pop sensibilities. The key is to balance the timbres of strings, brass, woodwinds, and percussion with the rhythm and harmonies of pop music. Here's a quick guide. Descriptal, instrumentation, instrument basics. Choose a mix of orchestral and pop instruments, strings, brass, synths, and electric guitars. Orchestration basics, Google search, orchestration sync. Arrangement structure. Follow pop song structure, verse, chorus, bridge, but integrate orchestral sections. Verse with strings, chorus with full orchestra. Pop song structure, google.com pop song structure. Harmonic language. Use pop harmony with orchestral voicings to enhance depth. Pop chords with string quartet. Pop harmony, guide by search. Pudmic integration. Combine pop rhythms with orchestral accents for drive and groove. Percussion patterns with orchestral hits. Rhythm in pop music. Google.com/search. Rhythm in pop music. Dynamic contrast. Utilize dynamics to emphasize pop elements and orchestral textures. Soft strings and verses. Full orchestra and choruses. Dynamics and arranging. This approach ensures a cohesive and engaging pop orchestral arrangement.
Understanding the musical clef. Clefs are symbols at the beginning of a musical staff that indicate the pitch of the notes on the staff. Each clef assigns specific notes to specific lines and spaces. Google resources the beginning of a musical staff that indicates the notes on the staff. Treble, used for higher pitched notes. G clef, middle C, is on the first ledger line below the staff. Treble clef, musicnotes.com/blog 2021/09-20. What is a treble clef? Bass, used for lower pitched notes. F clef, middle C, is on the first ledger line above the staff. Bass clef overview, while musicnote.com blog. What is a bass clef? Alto, used for intermediate pitches. C clef, middle C is on the third line of the staff. Alto clef explained. musicnotes.com/blog/2021/93/ what is an alto clef? Used for higher tenor voices. C clef. Middle C is on the fourth line of the staff. Tenor guide. music.com//0924. What is a tenor clef? Each clef helps musicians to read music efficiently by aligning notes with specific lines and spaces on the staff.
Creating groove with bass, a quick guide. Groove in music often hinges on the bass line. Here's how to craft a compelling bass groove. Aspect. Google resources. rhythm, eyes syncopation and offbeat rhythms. Emphasize syncopation and offbeat rhythms. Billie Jean by Michael Jackson. Google.com, search Syncope Basics. Note choice. Use notes from the chord scale and add passing tones or slides for interest. Funk bass lines in Super Freak by Rick James. Chord scales for bass. Chord scales, groove feel. Adjust timing slightly off the grid for a more laid-back feel. Come Together by the Beatles. www.google.com/search. Dynamics. Play with dynamics to add texture and movement. Jazz bass lines with varying intensity. Dynamics in bass, Google.search. Interaction. Lock in with the drums and interact with the rhythm section. Another One Bites the Dust by Queen. Bass and drums interaction. Bass and drums interaction. Use these tips and examples to develop a groove that keeps listeners engaged and complements the overall track.
Exploring jazz counterpoint. Jazz counterpoint is the art of combining independent musical lines to create a harmonious and dynamic texture. Here's a concise overview. Concept. Resources is the art of combining musical lines and dynamic texture. Here's a concise overview. Resources. Jazz often uses this in harmonic richness. Counterpoint basics. Counterpoint involves the interplay of multiple melodic lines. Jazz often uses this to create complex textures and harmonic richness. Bach's inventions, jazz solos over chord changes. Counterpoint.musicnotes.blog/learn-to-play/counterpoint-beginners. Jazz application. In jazz, counterpoint is often used to create tension and release, layering solos or harmonies. Charlie Parker's bebop solos, Coltrane's modal work. Jazz counterpoint, jazzwise.com/articles introducing jazz counterpoint. Notable techniques. Techniques include voice leading, contrary motion, and syncopation, which add depth and interest to jazz lines. Duke Ellington's arrangements, Monk's melodies. Jazz techniques. www.jazzadvice.com's essential-jazz techniques. Practical exercise. Practice by writing or improvising counterpoint lines over a standard jazz progression. Create counter melodies for autumn leaves. Exercises gansdar.be/blog jazz improvisation-exercises. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding of jazz counterpoint and enhance your musical skills.
Jazz piano voicing voicing involves creating rich, colorful harmonies and progressions. Here's a quick guide to key techniques. Technique Natsvarik. Voicings that omit the root to create more open sounds. Rootless voicings. Voicings that omit the root to create more open sounds. EGBD instead of CEGB. Rootless voicing/jazzadvice.com, rootless/voicing/fractive. Move the second highest note in a chord down an octave, G, E, C, B. Drop 2 from CEGB. Drop 2P, pianodreamers.com/drop-2 voicings. Simple voicings using just the third and seventh. EB, jazzstudiesonline.com/voicings. Build chords in intervals of fourths rather than thirds, CFBE. Chordal voicings/jazzadvice.com/quartered voicings. Use altered extensions B9, number 9, B5, 5 on dominant chords. G, B, D, F, A sharp. alterdreamers.com/alternate-flash. These techniques add complexity and depth to your jazz playing. Happy voicing.
Introduction to composing for synthesizers. Synthesizers offer a versatile platform for creating unique and dynamic music. Here's a concise guide to get you started. Description, examples. Sound design, creating and shaping sounds, filters, and modulation. Sound design, creating and shaping sounds using oscillators, filters, and modulation. Use an LFO to modulate filter cutoff. Sound design basics, flashlight.google.com/search. Sound design basics, designing custom sounds by adjusting parameters and saving presets. Create a bass patch with a low-pass filter. Creating synth-pal, search creating synth patches. Sequencing, arranging notes and rhythms in a sequencer to build melodies and patterns. Sequence a drum pattern with 16 steps. Flash.google.com synth plus sequencing guide. Effects processing, adding effects like reverb, delay, and chorus to enhance the sound. Apply reverb to a lead sound for space. Synth search, automation, automating parameters to create movement and dynamics in your track. Automate filter cutoff to create a sweep. Automation in synths. Automation in synth. This table covers fundamental aspects of synthesizer composition. Explore the resources to deepen your understanding and start creating your own unique sounds.
Plagal cadence. Plagal cadence is a musical progression where the chord sequence moves from the subdominant to the tonic I. It's often described as the aim cadence due to its common use in hymns. And here's a brief overview. Aspect, description. Resources. Definition moves from IV to I chord. F major, I, C major. musicalacademy.musicalacademy.com/plagal cadence. Function, provides a sense of resolution, often in religious or solemn contexts. Ab major, I, D, B major. musictheory.net learn/common use, frequently used in hymns and traditional music, especially at the end of phrases. A major, I, D major. harmonyguide.com/playable example in Amen from church hymns, where the cadence is typically IV major, I, G major. Classical music, classicalmusic.com. Feel free to delve deeper into these resources for a more comprehensive understanding.
Understanding decrescendo. A decrescendo is a musical term indicating a gradual decrease in volume. It's crucial for creating dynamic expression in a piece of music. Below is a table explaining decrescendo, including examples and useful Google resources. Aspect. Google resources, Google expression in a piece of music. Aspect, Google resources. Definition, a gradual decrease in the loudness of the music. Decrescendo explained.google.search, decrescendo plus definition. Notation, decrescendo or decresce in the music score. Notation, upload.wikimedia.org/wikipedia/commons3c decrescendo.svg/decrescendo.pend. Musical notation guide, google.com/search, musical plus notation dendo. Performance. Musicians reduce volume gradually, not abruptly. A piano piece softening towards the end. How to play decrescendo.google.com/search, how to play decrescendo. Common usage. Used in various genres to add emotional depth, classical, jazz, and pop music. Examples of decrescendo, google.search, examples of decrescendo plus in music. Feel free to explore the resources for more detailed insights and examples.
Introduction to Composing for Television. Composing for television involves creating music that enhances storytelling, sets the mood, and supports the visual elements of a show. Here's a concise guide to the key aspects. Aspect. Description. Resources.
Sets the mood. Pre-release of a show. Aspect terke, your basis.
Theme music. Signature music that identifies the show and sets the tone. Friends theme by the Rembrandts. Google search TV show theme music composition. Motifs, recurrent musical ideas associated with characters or themes. Game of Thrones character themes. Google search motif in TV music examples. Atmosphere, music that reflects the setting or mood of a scene. Dramatic cues in Breaking Bad. Google search atmospheric music in TV. Emotional impact, music that enhances the emotional weight of scenes. Sadness in This Is Us. Google search emotional impact of TV show music. Pacing, music that complements the pacing of the scene, whether fast or slow. Action scenes in 24. Google search and scene pacing in television. Integration with sound, harmonizing with dialogue and sound effects without overwhelming them. Subtle background in The Crown. Google search integrating music with sound effects TV. Feel free to explore these resources to deepen your understanding of each aspect. Using drum machines. Drum machines offer creative versatility in music composition, providing a range of rhythms and sounds to enhance your tracks. Here's a quick guide to integrating them effectively. Description. Reexamp versatility in music composition. Basic setup. Basic setup. Connect the drum machine to your DAW, digital audio workstation. Roland TR-808 with Ableton Live. Roland TR-808 guide /roland.com/products/pattern creation. Program rhythmic patterns and variations. Classic 4/4 beat with hi-hats. Creating drum patterns. musicradar.com/tuition. Tech drum machine patterns. What you need to know. Sound shaping. Customize drum sounds using EQ, filters, and effects. Adding reverb to snare hits. Combine design with www.attackmagazine.com/techniques/how-to-design integration. Use drum machines alongside other instruments for cohesion, combining with synth leads. Combining drum machines with synths/soundonsound.com's techniques, creating music that sense drum machines. Performance. Use drum machines for live performance and improvisation, triggering loops during a set. musictech.net/guide/essential guide-live performance drum machines. Explore these resources to delve deeper into the ultimate potential of drum machines in your compositions. Understanding form music. Music form refers to the structure of a musical composition. It dictates how different sections of a piece are organized and repeated, providing coherence and direction. Below is a concise overview of common musical forms with examples and resources. Google Resources. Consists of two contrasting sections, A and B. Minuet in G by Johann Sebastian Bach. Binary. Consists of two contrasting sections, A and B, usually repeated, AABB. Minuet in G by Johann Sebastian Bach. Binary form explained. .google.com/binary form in music. Ternary comprises three sections, ABA, where the first and third are similar and the middle is contrasting. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Ternary form overview. .google.com. Search ternary form in music. Rondo features a recurring theme, alternating with different episodes. Apade. Beethoven's Ode to Joy. Rondo form guide. Google.search rondo plus form in music. Sonata Allegro, a complex form with an exposition, themes presented, development, themes developed, and recapitulation, themes restated. Beethoven's Symphony Nummified.google.com/searched, Keel Sonata plus Allegro form in music, theme and variations. A theme is presented and then varied in successive sections. Variations on a theme by Haydn by Brahms. Theme and variations explanation, google.com, search theme and variations plus form plus in music. This table provides a basic understanding of different musical forms, their characteristics, and resources for further exploration. Mazurka, a brief guide. The mazurka is a lively Polish dance in triple meter, often characterized by a distinctive rhythmic pattern and folk elements. Originating in the Mazovia region of Poland, it has become a staple in classical music compositions and folk traditions. Here's a quick guide to understand its essence. Aspect: 3 4 minor by Chopin. Komplett. Time signators, or 3/8 time, Mazurka in A minor, Opus 68, number 2, by Chopin. Wikipedia Mazurka, wikipedia.org Mazurka. Strong first beat, lighter second beat, and a syncopated third beat, often with accents and offbeats. Traditional Polish Mazurka rhythm. wmusicplus.com. Tempo, generally moderate to fast. Fast tempo in Chopin's mazurkas, YouTube mazurka.com. Style, folkloric and lively with a touch of elegance, includes elements like accents on weak beats and syncopation. Folk mazurka versus classical mazurka. imslp.org/we category mazurkas. Historical use. Used in Polish folk traditions and widely adopted by classical composers like Chopin and Szymanowski. Chopin's mazurkas as classical examples. Encyclopedia Britannica, www.britannica.com. Feel free to explore these resources to delve deeper into the rich tradition and variations of mazurka.
Writing lyrics for pop music, a quick guide. Pop music lyrics often focus on relatable themes like love, fun, and self-expression. Here's a concise guide to crafting catchy pop lyrics. Resources. Theme. Like theme. Theme. Choose a relatable and engaging theme. Falling in Love, Songwriting for Beginners, and /d.jucom/watch. Hook. Create a memorable hook or chorus that repeats. Baby, You're a Firework. How to Write a Hook, musicnotes.com, Kunifog's blog, //how to write a hook. Verse. Tell a story or describe a situation in the verses. Woke up, feeling new. Today's a great day. .masterclass.com/articles/songwriting-101 how to bridge. Add a contrasting section to build interest, but when you're not here, it's like a storm. Crafting bridges, americansongwriter.com's The Bridge in a Song. Rhyme scheme. Use simple and catchy rhyme schemes. Love above. Rhyme schemes in pop music, britannica.com/rhyme. This guide provides foundational steps to get started with writing effective pop lyrics. Jazz modulation and orchestral writing. Jazz modulation involves shifting key centers smoothly and creatively within a piece. In orchestral writing, this technique can enhance harmonic complexity and add emotional depth. Here's a brief overview in table format. Aspect, Google resource. Google resource if you can add the table format. Positioning from C major to A minor. Definition. Modulation refers to changing from one key to another. In jazz, this often involves chromatic move transitions. Transitioning from C major to A minor. Jazz modulation techniques /w.google.com search. jazz modulation techniques. Common methods: key change, direct modulation to a new key. Pivot chords, use chords common to both keys. Chromatic modulation, employ chromatic movement for smooth transitions, using a pivot chord like G7 to modulate from C major to F major. Understanding key changes. Google/search understanding key changes. Application in orchestral writing. Use orchestral color and texture to highlight modulations. Smooth transitions can be achieved through instrumentation and dynamics. Modulating to a new key using a soft string passage to bridge the change. Orchestral modulation techniques. google.com/search orchestral modulation techniques. Example piece. Duke Ellington's Mood Indigo features modulations that shift the mood and color throughout the piece. Key modulation creates varied moods in the piece. Duke Ellington's works. google.com/search Duke Ellington's Mood Indigo. This concise table provides a foundational understanding of jazz modulation in orchestral writing and directs you to resources for deeper exploration.
Exploring jazz grooves in pop music. Aspect. Jazz grooves add rhythmic complexity and swing to pop music, blending syncopation and polyrhythms. Basic groove, swing rhythm, emphasizes off beats, e.g. Uptown Funk by Mark Ronson and Bruno Mars. Syncopation, unexpected beats, adds a laid-back feel, e.g. Get Lucky by Daft Punk. Polyrhythms, multiple rhythms, layers different rhythms, e.g. Feel It Still by Portugal, The Man. Jazz-inspired, use of 7th, 9th chords, e.g. All of Me by John Legend. Resources: jazz.org Groove Guide, jazz.org education/Groove Guide, Pop Music Analysis, Musicology Doc Analysis. This table provides a concise overview of how jazz grooves influence pop music, including examples and resources for deeper exploration.
Composing with tablature, a quick guide. Aspect, explanation, examples, resources. Represents a string. Basics. Tablature, tab, shows finger positions on the fretboard. Each line represents a string. E, Ultimate Guitar Tab Basics. ultimate-guitar.com/lessons/for-beginners/tabbasics.reading-tabs. Numbers on lines indicate which fret to press. 9, 2, 3, 5, 2nd, 3rd, 5th frets. Guitar World Tab Reading, guitarworld.com/essential-guide reading guitar tabs. Creating melodies. Use a combination of notes across strings to build melodies. E, Songster 4/5. Tabs often lack rhythm, so pair with standard notation or use timing marks. E, 2, 4, 5, quarter notes. Explore so soft to delve deeper into pro.com. Explore various tools and guides to enhance your tab composing skills. Guitar tabs at guitartabcreator.com. Explore these resources to delve deeper into composing with tablature and find the ultimate tools for your guitar composition needs. Composing for a big band involves understanding the unique textures and roles of different sections. Here we explore key aspects of big band arrangements, supported by practical examples and valuable online resources to enhance your composition skills. Explanation, examples to enhance your composition skill. Trumpets, saxophones, drums. Big bands typically feature brass, reeds, and rhythm sections. Trumpets, saxophones, big band setup, .jazz.org/blog, a guide to big band instrumentation. Section writing, writing for cohesive sections rather than individual instruments. Saxophone soloists. learnjazzstandards.com/blog/learning-jazz/jazz advice. Composing, arranging for big band. Voicing techniques, arranging chords across instruments to achieve a full, harmonious sound. 4-part trombone voicings like sound-on-comp/techniques/techniques, arranging patterns, utilizing syncopation and swing to reflect the big band style. Swing rhythm, patterns in jazz, free jazz rhythm. Solo and background, balancing solo features with background figures that complement the soloist. Call and response sections. Solo arrangement tips, .jazzadvice.com/creating backgrounds for solos in a big band setting. Dynamic variations, using dynamics to shape the music's emotional and narrative arc. Crescendos and decrescendos, dynamic shaping in big band jazz.org/dynamics in jazz, how to use them effectively.
Blending blues with jazz, harmonic motion. Blending blues and jazz involves infusing the soulful simplicity of blues scales with the sophisticated chord progressions and rhythms of jazz. This fusion enhances musical expression and creates a rich sonic palette for improvisation and composition. Blues characteristics. Fusion example. Skentatonic bluery mode on a jazz blues progression. Pentatonic blues scale, A, C, D, E, G, and A blues. Use of modes, E.D. Dorian, Mixolydian, Lydian. Mixed blues scale with Dorian mode on a jazz blues progression. Dominant seventh chords, A7, D7, E7. Extended chords, Mem7, M9, 13. Use extended chords in a 12-bar blues, e.g. A13 or CM9. Progression, typical 12-bar blues format. More complex progressions, substitutions, and cycles. Incorporate IV-IM progressions within a 12-bar blues format. Rhythm, shuffle or straight feel. Swing feel, syncopation, and complex rhythms. Combine shuffle blues with jazz swing and syncopation. For further exploration, check resources like Jazz Blues, the blending of jazz and blues harmony, example.com, Essential Jazz Harmonies for Blues Musicians, /JanotteExample.com, and interactive lessons on platforms like jazzguitar.com, example.com. Sync licensing overview. Sync licensing is the process of obtaining permission to use copyrighted music in media like films, TV shows, commercials, and video games. This table explains the key aspects and provides examples and resources for further learning. Aspect, description, resources. Example, resources for further learning. What is sync licensing? Involves licensing music for synchronization with visual media. TV shows a hit song, ascap.com/development/licensing. How it works. Requires negotiation of rights and fees with copyright holders, often managed by licensing agents. Film trailer featuring a specific track. BMI.com/licensing. Key players. Involves composers, publishers, sync agents, and production companies. Composers like Hans Zimmer are often involved in sync deals. SyncSummit.com, revenue. Licensing fees are paid up front, and royalties are collected per usage. Commercials paying to use famous songs. Music Gateway, musicgateway.com/blog, how-to, getting into sync licensing. Building a portfolio and networking are crucial. Engaging a sync agent can be beneficial. Indie artists landing a licensing deal for a viral ad campaign. Soundchart's blog, soundchart.com/sync-licensing. This table provides a concise breakdown to help you understand the basics and where to get more detailed information.
Explore the richness of advanced blues techniques. Dive deep into the world of advanced blues guitar techniques with this succinct guide. Below, you'll find an easy-to-navigate table detailing each technique, complete with examples and curated resources to enhance your learning. Technique, description, resource link. Below, you'll find an easy-to-navigate table, complete with examples to enhance your learning. Altering pitch by pushing the strings upward or downward. Bend the G string at the 7th fret. Vibrato. A rapid, slight variation in pitch to enrich tone. Apply vibrato on note B, 12th fret. Slide. Gliding between notes using a metal or glass slide. Slide from G to A on the D string. Ultimate guitar. Hammer-ons and pull-offs. Quickly switching notes without picking. Hammer-on from E to G on the D string. Pick-needy-T2-friend.com. Double stops, playing two notes simultaneously. Play B and E on the B strings. Hybrid picking. Mixing pick and finger techniques. Pick the G string, finger pick the B, truefire.com. This table serves as your gateway to mastering these sophisticated blues guitar techniques, enhancing your musical expression and performance.
Soltasto is a musical term primarily used in string playing, referring to the technique where the bow is played over the fingerboard. This method produces a softer and more ethereal sound, ideal for passages requiring a gentle touch. Aspect. Details, examples, resources. Definition. Playing the bow over the fingerboard for a softer sound. Instruments common in violin, viola, cello, and double bass. Sound quality, soft, airy, and ethereal. Musical context, used in delicate or reflective musical passages. Notation, indicated by soltasto or a dashed line above the staff. Technique, bow gently, avoid pressure, maintain even speed. www.com/watch the example. For more detailed guidance and demonstrations, consider exploring video tutorials and masterclasses available on platforms like YouTube. This will provide a more interactive and practical understanding of how to effectively employ the soltasto technique.
Here's a compact guide on creating jazz bass lines, laid out in a table with examples and resources. Introduction. Creating jazz bass lines is an essential skill for bass players. It involves blending rhythm and harmony to support and enrich the overall sound of a jazz ensemble. Mastering this can elevate your musicianship and deepen your understanding of jazz. Below are key concepts, examples, and resources to get you started. Concept. Example. A continuous 4-beat per beat. GGB. Jazzadvice.com. Resource. Walking bass. A continuous 4-beat rhythm, typically 1 note per beat. CGBV.com. Walking bass lines in jazz. Chromaticism. Incorporating notes not in the scale to create tension. Approach DM7 by playing C# before D. Studybase.com/lessons/lines, chromatic approach, notes. Vary rhythms to add interest without losing the groove. Play a syncopated rhythm on a G7 chord. jazzbassreads.basebooks.com/product/1247 Essential Sight Readings for Electric Bass, Volume 3. Arpeggios, using the chord tones to outline harmony. Arpeggiate FM AJ7 as fatips.www.com/buzz2012/07/bass arpeggio shapes and exercises. This table provides a structured way to dive into creating effective and melodic jazz bass lines, a fundamental aspect of jazz performance. Here's a concise table that teaches the concept of tension and release in rhythm, preceded by a short, bold introduction. Understanding tension and release in rhythm. Tension and release in rhythm are fundamental concepts in music that involve creating a sense of anticipation and resolution. This dynamic helps keep music engaging and emotionally expressive. Below, you'll find a brief overview and examples to illustrate how these concepts play out in rhythmic patterns. Build up. A gradual increase in rhythmic activity or complexity, adding tension. Drum rolls, rapid succession of notes leading up to a climactic point. Syncopation, accents placed on unexpected beats, creating rhythmic surprise and tension. Offbeat rhythms in jazz, such as the snare hits in swing music. Resolution, a return to simpler, more predictable rhythms, providing a sense of release. The downbeat after a syncopated jazz solo, returning to the main rhythm. Break, brief pauses in rhythm that heighten tension, followed by a powerful release. Drum breaks in funk music, followed by a strong bass line return. For further reading, explore resources like YouTube tutorials on drumming techniques or articles from Berklee College of Music's online library.
Here's a concise table that teaches the basics of writing music for commercials, including examples and recommended Google resources, preceded by a brief, bolded introduction. Writing music for commercials involves crafting short, memorable melodies and rhythms that enhance the brand's message and appeal to a wide audience. Below is a guide to get you started. Brand analysis marketing. Understand the brand, get familiar with the brand's values, target audience, and the message they want to convey. Coca-Cola's open happiness theme, marketing. Brand analysis marketing. Create a mood. Decide the emotional tone. Should it be uplifting, soothing, or exciting? Jeep commercials often use adventurous, upbeat music. Emotional impacting music. 3. Keep it simple. Use simple melodies and rhythms that are easy to remember. Intel's distinct 5-note bong. Simple melodies in advertising. 4. Use motifs. Employ recurring musical phrases to reinforce memory. McDonald's I'm Lovin' It jingle. Musical motifs in commercials. 5. Be flexible. Create variations to suit different ad lengths and contexts. Variations of Nationwide's jingle in different ads. Adapting music for commercials. 6. Legal clearances. Ensure all music used has the proper clearances to avoid legal issues. Legally cleared versions of popular songs. Music licensing for commercials. This table offers a structured approach to begin creating effective and memorable commercial music.
Introduction to music publishing. Music publishing involves the management and licensing of musical compositions to ensure songwriters and composers get paid when their work is used. This industry plays a crucial role in distributing royalties from music usage in various formats, such as streaming, live performances, TV shows, films, and commercials. Aspect Definitors manages and promotes new through licensing. What is music publishing? Role of publisher. Manages and promotes musical works to ensure revenue through licensing. Universal Music Publishing. What is music publishing? By berkeley.edu/careers, music publishing. Types of royalties. Money earned by songwriters for the use of their music, mechanical, performance, and synchronization. Performance royalties from Spotify streams. Royalties breakdown by ascap.com/helps career development songwriters-101. Payment for the reproduction of songs in physical or digital formats. CD sales, iTunes downloads. Mechanical rights explained.songtrust.com's music-publishing mechanical-royalties. Synchronization license. Allows music to be used in visual media like movies, TV shows, or commercials. Song used in a Netflix series. Sync licensing basics. /www.com/music synchronization licensing. Music rights organizations. Organizations that track, collect, and distribute royalties to songwriters and publishers. ASCAP BMI. Performance rights organizations by ascap.com/about us. This table provides a clear and concise overview of music publishing with examples and useful Google resources for further learning. Counterpoint in jazz, a bold blend of independent voices. Counterpoint in jazz refers to the technique of combining multiple, independent melodic lines, voices that harmonize together, adding complexity and richness to the music. While common in classical music, counterpoint in jazz allows for more freedom and improvisation. The lines interact in a call and response fashion, or simultaneously, creating texture, tension, and a conversation between instruments. Explanations. Google resources. Google research. Den explanation. Example popular definition and resources no mais stuzo. Tokios. Definition of student like racket and helming is befarlig. Fair or cadarwin sacrius. Definition. Combining independent melodies that harmonize together, creating polyphonic textures. Miles Davis's So What with bass and piano interplay. Intro to Jazz Counterpoint, google.com/search. Introduction to Jazz Counterpoint. Key techniques. 1. Improvised counter melodies. 2. Voice leading. 3. Call and response dynamics. John Coltrane's Giant Steps showcases sax and bass interaction. Counterpoint in jazz music, www.google.com/search. Q counterpoint in jazz music, /jazz evolution. Originated from classical Baroque counterpoint, adapted to the improvisational nature of jazz. Lenny Tristano's lineup uses intricate counter melodies. History of jazz counterpoint, google.com/search. History of improvisation role. Musicians create spontaneous counterpoint during solos or ensemble playing, allowing free interaction between voices. Charles Mingus's Goodbye Pork Pie Hat. Improvisation in jazz counterpoint. Google.com/search. Improvisation plus in jazz counterpoint.
Understanding Music and Physics, a fusion of sound and science. Music and physics, though seemingly different, share a deep connection through sound waves and vibrations. Music is the art of arranging sounds to create harmony, rhythm, and melody, while physics explains how those sounds travel and interact with the world. In this table, explore how these fields intertwine with examples and resources to dive deeper into each topic. Physics, examples, Google resources. Sound waves, pitch, tone, vibrations. Pitch, tone, and rhythm. Pitch, tone, and rhythm depend on sound vibrations. Pitch, tone, and rhythm depend on sound vibrations. Describes sound as a longitudinal wave that travels through mediums like air. Musical notes, e.g. C, D, E, and their varying frequencies. Google search, sound waves in music, like google.com/search equals sound waves in music. Frequency determines the pitch of a note. Higher frequencies produce higher pitches. Measured in hertz, frequency defines how fast sound waves oscillate. a tuning fork vibrating at 440 Hz. Note, Google search frequency in physics /google.com/search frequency in physics. Amplitude controls volume, how loud or soft a sound is. Refers to the height of the sound wave, determining energy and loudness, difference between whispering and shouting. Google search amplitude in sound, google.com/amplitude in sound. Resonance. Instruments resonate at specific frequencies, enhancing sound. The natural frequency at which objects vibrate when disturbed. Guitar strings vibrating to produce resonant sounds. Google search resonance in physics, www.google.com/search. Harmonics. Harmonics, overtone series produce rich, complex sounds in instruments, explains how waves combine to form complex sounds. Harmonics on a violin string that produce clearer, higher notes. Google search harmonics in music.google.com/search harmonics plus in music. This concise table helps connect music theory with physical principles, making learning both fun and enriching.
Mastering Piano Techniques, a quick guide to essential skills. Whether you're a beginner or an advanced player, understanding key piano techniques is crucial to improving your playing. This table outlines essential techniques with practical examples to enhance your playing and offers helpful Google resources for further learning. Strengthen each finger independence. Strengthen each finger's control and dexterity. Play scales with hands apart. Finger independence exercise. Google.com/search finger independence piano exercises. Smooth, connected notes without gaps. Play a simple melody in C major. Google.search cue legato plus technique piano, staccato playing, short, detached notes for a punchy sound. Play Mary Had a Little Lamb. Staccato Google.com/search staccato piano techniques. Pedaling, using the sustain pedal to blend notes or create ambience. Play a chord progression, CG-AM. Piano pedal technique, piano pedaling technique. Dynamics, controlling volume for emotional expression. Play soft and loud sections of a song. Dynamics in piano.google.com/search dynamics in piano playing. Hand coordination, syncing both hands to play smoothly together. Practice scales with both hands. Hand coordination piano, Google.search hand coordination piano exercises. These techniques will form the backbone of your piano practice, improving your overall performance. Perfect pitch overview. Perfect pitch, also called absolute pitch, is the rare ability to identify or recreate a musical note without reference. It allows musicians to name notes just by hearing them or sing a specific note without hearing it first. While some believe it's innate, it can be developed through early exposure and training. Examples: Yo at vote. Definition: the ability to reduce a musical note. Without any external reference. The ability to recognize or produce a musical note without any external reference. Hearing a note and instantly identifying it as A. Perfect pitch guide. sly.google.com/search. Skills involved: immediate recognition of note names, intervals, and sometimes chord qualities without needing a reference note. Hearing a C and correctly identifying it. How to develop perfect pitch. How to develop perfect pitch. Training methods: early exposure to music, active listening, practicing scales, and identifying random notes can help develop perfect pitch. Playing a random note on piano and naming it accurately. Ear training exercises, www.google.com/search, QR training exercises. Common misconception: perfect pitch is often confused with relative pitch, which involves identifying notes by their relation to other notes. identifying G after hearing a C, relative pitch. Perfect pitch versus relative pitch, www.com/search, perfect pitch plus relative pitch. Chem, famous musicians. Musicians such as Mozart, Mariah Carey, and Jimi Hendrix are believed to have had perfect pitch. Mariah Carey can sing any note on demand. Musicians with perfect pitch, google.com, musicians with perfect pitch. This table summarizes essential aspects of perfect pitch, along with training tips and examples.
Blues, a soulful American music tradition. Blues is a deeply emotional genre of music that originated in African American communities in the southern United States in the late 19th century. Known for its expressive vocals, 12-bar structure, and blue notes, slightly flattened notes, blues has influenced countless other genres like jazz, rock, and R&B. Its themes often deal with hardship, love, and life's struggles. Aspect, description, Google, resources, and field hollers. Robert Johnson, The Blues Music. Origins. Blues evolved from spirituals, work songs, and field hollers, reflecting African American history. Early blues. Robert Johnson, Lead Blues Music. 12-bar blues. The most common chord progression, usually I-4-V chords with a repetitive structure. Example, Hound Dog by Big Mama Thornton, The Thrill Is Gone by B.B. King. 12-bar blues lesson. Flattened 3rd, 5th, or 7th notes, creating a bent sound that evokes emotion. Crossroad Blues by Robert Johnson, Sweet Home Chicago. Influence. The blues heavily influenced jazz, rock, and R&B. Johnny B. Good by Chuck Berry, Red House by Jimi Hendrix. Blues influence on rock.
Writing for mandolin, a quick guide. The mandolin is a versatile string instrument with a unique sound, commonly used in classical, folk, bluegrass, and popular music. Writing for the mandolin involves understanding its tuning, range, and playing techniques. Below is a concise guide to get you started, including key concepts, examples, and helpful online resources. Example resources. The mandolin is Tippy D-A-E. G-D-L's melodic line similar to violin. Tuning. The mandolin is typically tuned in fifths, G-D-A-E, like a violin. G-D-A-E tuning allows melodic lines similar to violin. Mandolin Tuning Guide, mandolessons.com/lessons. Range. Has a range of about 3 octaves from G3 to E6. Writing between G3 and E6 ensures the music fits the instrument. Mandolin Rinjo, mandolincafe.com, double strings. Mandolin strings are paired, offering a rich sound when strummed or plucked. Double courses add texture to melodies and chords. Understanding mandolin courses just strings up. Techniques. Techniques like tremolo, picking, and strumming are essential. Use tremolo for sustained notes and dramatic effect. Mandolx, mandolessons.com/lessons/techniques. Chords are often written in simple shapes due to the paired strings. G major 0 to 0 2 3, open strings and simple fretting. Basic mandolincordy.com/mandolin. By using these resources and understanding the mandolin's mechanics, you can effectively write music that takes advantage of its distinct sound.
Advanced blues and jazz improvisation techniques. Blues and jazz improvisation requires more than just following scales. To master these genres, musicians should explore complex phrasing, chord progressions, and rhythmic variation. Advanced improvisation demands a deep understanding of harmony and the freedom to break traditional boundaries. Example. and Sizditsdibinida Exceptional Vihuatsayenzus Wang Farmder and Chordtum to 10. Chord substitution at Ianredos. Replace standard chords with related in T fleshers. Replace quantid analonang entered ones. And chords that are create a harmonic texture. Replace standard chords with her altered ones to create a richer harmonic texture. In C blues, substitute G7 with D7 to add tension, creating a smooth vice.com. Use notes that aren't in the key to connect scale tones, adding tension and release. In a G minor blues scale, use GB to lead into G, creating a smooth transition. Chromatic techniques, Guji Atar, superimposing scales. Play a scale over a chord that doesn't traditionally fit, creating interesting dissonance. Play a C minor pentatonic over an F7 chord for an unexpected sound. Superimposing scales, www.learnjazzstandards.com. Shift phrases slightly off the beat to create syncopation and surprise. Play a lick on the and of 2 instead of on the 1. Rit techniques, jazzadvice.com. Modal interchange. Borrow chords from parallel modes to color the improvisation. Use the Dorian mode in a major blues progression. And sysnitz.learnjazzstandards.com. Like
Creating tension and release in writing. Tension and release are key tools to engage readers, building suspense and keeping the narrative exciting. Tension grips the audience, making them anticipate what's next, while the release provides a satisfying resolution. Technique, description, resource, keeping the narrative exciting. Two characters with conflicting goals. Conflict. Introduce opposing forces, driving the plot forward and keeping the reader engaged. Two characters with conflicting goals. Conflict in writing. Google.com/search conflict in writing. Uncertainty. Create doubt about the outcome, keeping readers on edge. A protagonist faced with an impossible choice. Building suspense. google.com/search building suspense. Pacing. Use short sentences or fast-paced scenes to heighten tension, followed by slower, reflective moments for release. An intense chase scene, followed by a quiet, emotional dialogue. Pacing in stories. Google search, pacing in stories, foreshadowing. Hint at future events, creating anticipation. A dark storm on the horizon signals danger ahead. Foreshadowing techniques, like google.com/search, Q&A in writing. Emotional buildup. Gradually heighten emotions, leading to a climax before resolving them. A character's anger boiling over in a confrontation. Emotional climax, google.search, emotional climax writing. Understanding dissonance in music. Dissonance refers to a combination of notes that creates tension or an unpleasant feeling in music, often requiring resolution to a more stable sound. It adds emotion, complexity, and movement to a musical composition. Term, definition, additional resources. Additional resources. Notes or chord create tension or an unresolved feeling in music. Notes or chords that create tension or an unresolved feeling in music. A common example is the tritone, an interval spanning 3 whole tones, used frequently in jazz and classical music to create tension. Google search what is dissonance in music, produces /w.google.com/search, what is dissonance in music, consonants. Notes or chords that sound pleasing and stable, often following dissonance. Perfect intervals such as perfect fifth, CG, or major thirds, CE, produce a sense of harmony and resolution. Dissonance and Consonance Explained, google.com. Search Dissonance and Consonance Plus in Music. Tension and release. The buildup of musical tension through dissonance followed by a resolution. In Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, tension is created through dissonant chords resolved into consonant harmonies, driving the piece forward. How dissonance works in music, google.com. How dissonance works in music.
Introduction to chordal harmony. Chordal harmony is a system of chord construction where chords are built by stacking intervals of perfect fourths, unlike traditional tertian harmony, which stacks thirds. It creates modern, open-sounding chords often used in jazz, film scores, and contemporary music. Example chords. Chords built tang the notes from a diatonic scale. Inversions. Basic chordal chord. Chords built by stacking perfect fourths, often using the notes from a diatonic scale. CFB or CFBE. Chordal chords can be inverted by changing the order of the fourths. Inverted chords may sound ambiguous or unresolved. F, bet, C, or BEC. Often found in modal music due to the ambiguous and suspended nature of chordal harmony. CF beta over D Dorian mode. Jazz application. Widely used in jazz, often in improvisation or voicings to create modern textures and color. CFBIEA in McCoy Tyner's playing. Use in film scores. Chordal chords evoke a modern, spacious, or mystical quality, ideal for ambient or dramatic soundscapes. DGC, used in sci-fi or fantasy scores. Google resources, chordal harmony in jazz, chordalda.google.search, chordal harmony plus in jazz, subtle chord voicings, search, chordal chord voicings.
Explore the exciting world of ragtime piano. Dive into the rhythmic and melodic richness of ragtime piano with these essential techniques and examples. Below, you'll find a concise guide to get you started, complemented by handy resources for deeper learning. Technique, description, example, resources. With these essential techniques and examples, below you'll find a concise by handy resources for deeper learning. Striding bass. Left hand alternates low bass notes and mid-range chords, mimicking a stride, e.g. E-flat and B-flat chords alternating with G notes. Syncopation. Emphasize offbeats or weaker parts of the measure for a lively, unexpected sound. Accenting the counts 2 and 4 in a 4/4 rhythm. Pianogroove.com. Octave melodies. Playing melody notes in octaves to project more in ensemble settings. C notes played in multiple octaves. Link, mag.com. Rapidly alternating between notes of a chord, creating a rolling sound. Rolling chord, C, G, C, E, E, G, in quick succession. Link, making music mag, counterpoint melodies. Independent but harmonically compatible melodies played simultaneously. Right hand plays a melody, while left hand introduces a counter melody. Link, leb.um.edu. Feel free to explore these techniques and examples to master the captivating style of ragtime piano.
Glissando is a captivating musical technique where a performer slides between pitches seamlessly, creating a continuous sweeping sound. It's commonly used in string, wind, and keyboard instruments to add expressiveness and flair to music. Here's an easy guide to understanding glissando, with examples and resources for deeper exploration. Aspect, description, examples, resources. Definition. Definition. A glide from one pitch to another, producing a continuous sound. Harp glissando in Debussy's clairebritannica.com/art glissando. Execution. played by sliding fingers along strings or keys, or by adjusting embouchure. Violin glissando in Tchaikovsky's Violin Concerto. Masterclass.com/articles/music101. What is glissando? Learn about the musical term with examples / what is a glissando. Common in strings, winds, and keyboards. Piano glissando in Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue. Fast glissade in www.classicfm.com/discover-music-instruments/fears/glissando. Variations can vary in speed and range depending on musical context and instrument. Fast glissando in jazz saxophone solos. Styles and forms live.wikihow.com/play glissando on the piano. These resources offer great starting points for both understanding the technical aspects of performing a glissando and appreciating its musical impact.
Here's a concise guide to harmonic singing, structured as a table with a short, bold introduction and references to further resources. Harmonic singing, a fascinating vocal technique. Harmonic singing, also known as overtone singing, involves producing two distinct pitches simultaneously. This vocal art form enhances the natural overtones of the voice to create a mesmerizing dual tone effect. Explore the basics of this unique singing style below. Aspect. Explanation. Example, resize specific overtones. Resplanation. Fundamentals. Singers manipulate their vocal tract to emphasize specific overtones, creating the illusion of multiple notes. Tuvan. Tuvan throat singing, kumai.com. Techniques. Common methods include kume, sigit, and kargera, varying in pitch and resonance. Mongolian throat singing, harmonicsinging.com. Learning tips. Start by practicing the basic drone and gradually experiment with shaping vowels to isolate overtones. Practicing E to U transitions. Shamanic Yudkam's results search query harmonic singing tutorial. Cultural roots. Originates from Central Asia, particularly in Mongolia and Tuva. Shamanic rituals. Smithsonians/folkways.si.edu. Feel free to dive deeper into the resources provided for comprehensive guides and tutorials on how to master harmonic singing.
Here's a concise introduction and a detailed table outlining the development of jazz and world music, including key examples and suggested Google resources. Explore the captivating journey of jazz and world music through time. Dive into the evolution of these dynamic genres, from their roots to contemporary forms, and discover notable artists who shaped their sounds. Era location. Key artists, examples, Google resources. Late 19th century contributions. Swing era. Late 19th century, USA. Origins of jazz. Buddy Bolden. Search Buddy Bolden's to 1930s, swing era, Duke Ellington, Ella Fitzgerald. Search swing music era, 1940s to 1950s, bebop revolution, Charlie Parker, Dizzy Gillespie. Search bebop jazz history, 1960s worldwide, world music fusion, Ravi Shankar, Miriam Makeba. Search 1960s world music influences, 1970s, 1980s USA. Jazz fusion and globalization, Miles Davis, Herbie Hancock. Search jazz fusion artists, 1990s present, global, modern jazz and contemporary world music, Esperanza Spalding, Anushka Shankar. Search contemporary world music artists. This table provides a snapshot of the significant periods and figures in jazz and world music development, ideal for a deeper exploration through targeted searches.
Here's a concise table on polytonality in jazz, preceded by a brief introduction to provide context and guidance. Introduction to polytonality in jazz. Polytonality, a hallmark of 20th century music, enriches jazz by layering multiple tonalities or keys simultaneously. This technique broadens the harmonic landscape, offering a complex and intriguing sound that has been explored by many jazz innovators. Aspect, details, examples, resources. Polytonality using 2 or more different keys at the same time. That can add depth to musical pieces. Polytonality involves using 2 or more different keys at the same time. This technique creates a rich textured sound that can add depth to musical pieces. Characteristics: it produces a dissonant and complex sound texture, challenging both for the performer and the listener. Notable jazz figures like Duke Ellington and Charles Mingus experimented with this technique to create distinctive sounds. Duke Ellington's Anatomy of a Murder and Charles Mingus's Better Get It in Your Soul showcase polytonal structures. Anatomy of a Murder, Better Get It in Your Soul, learning resources to delve deeper, explore jazz theory books and online courses that cover advanced harmonic concepts. Jazz theory resources www.jazzbooks.com/Coursera Jazz Courses and Coursera.org/courses/jazz. This table provides a snapshot of how polytonality functions in jazz, offering resources for those interested in exploring this complex yet rewarding musical technique further.
Harmonic functions overview. Harmonic functions are twice continuously differentiable functions that satisfy Laplace's equation, which is pivotal in fields like physics, engineering, and mathematics, particularly in potential theory and heat conduction. Example. Definition. A function u(x,y) is harmonic in a region if delta u equals 0, where delta by is the Laplacian operator, frac partial 2 partial x plus partial 2 partial y cubed. uxy equals xy squared. Properties. Harmonic functions exhibit mean value property, maximum principle, and are infinitely differentiable within their domain. Mean value, the value at any point equals the average over any circle centered at that point. Applications, used in potential theory, fluid dynamics, and electromagnetic theory. Electrostatic potentials in a vacuum are described by harmonic functions. For deeper exploration, consider these resources. 1. Khan Academy. hslaticgummy.khanacademy.org/ offers tutorials on Laplace's equation and its applications. 2. MIT OpenCourseware //oc.mit.edu/ provides advanced courses featuring harmonic functions in mathematical physics.
Using seventh chords in jazz. Seventh chords are fundamental to jazz music, offering a richer, more complex sound than basic triads. They help create the distinctive, sophisticated harmonies that jazz is known for. This table introduces various types of seventh chords, their construction, and examples from classic jazz songs, providing an essential foundation for exploring jazz harmony. Jazz song example: Major 7th, 1-3-5-7, C-E-G-B. In a Sentimental Mood, Duke Ellington. Dominant 7th, 1-3-5-B-7, C-E Joe Watt, Miles Davis. Minor 7th, 1-B-3-5-B-7, Autumn Leaves, Joseph Cosma. Half diminished 7th, 1-B-3-B-5, Blue and Green, Bill Evans. Fully diminished 7th, 1-B-3-B-5, C-E-B-G-B, Caravan, Duke Ellington. For a deeper dive into seventh chords in jazz, explore these resources. Jazz Theory Book 8//www.google.com by Mark Levine, Jazz Piano Site, google.com. Learn Jazz Standards, slate.google.com. This guide aims to equip you with a basic understanding of how to use seventh chords to enrich your jazz compositions and improvisations.
Here's a concise explanation of sforzando formatted in a table, complete with examples and suggested Google search terms to find additional resources. Sforzando, SFZ, is a dynamic marking in music that indicates a sudden strong accent on a note or chord. It's a powerful expressive tool that musicians use to highlight specific parts of a composition, bringing drama and intensity to performances. Details. Sforza in a note or chord. Definition. Sforzando, SFZ, means to play a note or chord with sudden, forceful emphasis. Notation, written as FZ on the score, often under the note or chord to be emphasized. Effect, produces a sharp, strong accent, making the note stand out dramatically. Usage, common in both orchestral and solo music to create contrast or highlight emotional climaxes. Examples, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony, first movement, where SF's act chords punctuate the main theme. Google search terms, Sforzando music examples, how to play Sforzando, Sforzando notation tutorial. This table should provide a clear understanding of how Sforzando is used and how you can recognize it in musical scores. For more in-depth studies and audio examples, the suggested Google search terms can direct you to a variety of educational resources and recordings.
Explore the art of vocal counterpoint. Dive into the fundamental techniques and beauty of vocal counterpoint. This style of pivotal and Baroque music involves interweaving independent vocal lines harmoniously. Learn about its basic rules, types, and to enhance your understanding and appreciation of classical compositions. First species. 5 types, each within complexity. First species, whole notes against a cantus firmus, Music Theory Academy. Consonants, dissonance. Consonant intervals are stable, dissonant need resolution. Consonants, perfect fifth, dissonance, minor second. Tia, second. Voice leading. Smooth, stepwise motion between notes is preferred. Avoid parallel fifths. Use contrary motion. My Music Theory, w.mymusictheory.com. Imitation, repeating a melody in another voice, often at a different pitch. Fugue, one voice introduces a theme followed by another. openmusictheory.com. Counterpoint in practice, real-world application in various compositions. Bach's The Art of Fugue demonstrates complex counterpoint techniques. Classics for Kids /www.classicsforkids.com. This table outlines key concepts with practical examples and useful online resources for further exploration into the enchanting world of vocal counterpoint.
Here's a concise guide to understanding the cantata. Aspect, teaching soloist, chorus, and orchestra. Cantata is a vocal composition with instrumental accompaniment. It's typically featuring soloists, chorus, and orchestra. Originating in the Italian Renaissance, cantatas evolved significantly during the Baroque period, becoming a major form of vocal chamber music. Features. Cantatas often consist of multiple movements, including recitatives, arias, choruses, and sometimes instrumental interludes, structured around a lyrical or dramatic theme. Examples. J.S. Bach's Ich habe genug, BWV 82, showcases deep emotional range and complex orchestration. Modern times. Contemporary cantatas might blend classical forms with modern musical elements, used in both secular and sacred contexts. Learning more Google resources, search for Baroque cantata examples, modern cantata composers, or visit educational websites like Classics for Kids, classicsforkids.com/ to explore interactive guides and audio examples. This table outlines the key elements of a cantata with an emphasis on its historical context and ongoing relevance in classical music today. Hand percussion and composition. Incorporating hand percussion into your compositions can enrich the texture and rhythmic foundation of your music. These instruments offer a variety of sounds that can enhance any genre, from world music to pop. Here's a concise guide on using hand percussion effectively in your compositions. Use in composition. Rich, full sound in Wardalantic. Warm, resonant tone. Used for rhythmic layers in Latin, jazz, or pop. Como va. Rich, full sound with a sharp slap. Solo or accompaniment in world or dance music. Paul Simon's The Obvious Child. Bongos. High-pitched, sharp, and clear tones. Add fast-paced rhythms to salsa or acoustic tracks. Ricky Martin's Livin' La Vida Loca. Cajon. Deep, bass-like sounds. Useful for acoustic sets or flamenco. Rodrigo y Gabriela's music. Bright, jingling sound. Enhance the high-end or drive choruses in pop songs. The Beatles' Hey Jude. For further exploration and sound samples, Google phrases like hand percussion techniques, famous hand percussion compositions, or how to record hand percussion. These searches will lead you to valuable resources and tutorials. Here's a concise table on woodwind instruments, featuring examples and helpful Google resources. The introduction gives you a quick insight into the world of woodwinds. Explore the harmonious world of woodwind instruments. Delve into the variety and charm of woodwind instruments, which produce sound from the flow of air across an opening. Whether through reeds or directly from the edges of the mouthpiece, these instruments offer a range of harmonious tones, making them essential in orchestras, bands, and solo performances. Instrument type, characteristics, Google resource. Flutes. Piccolo, concert flute, played by blowing air across the edge of the mouthpiece. Learn more about flutes at google.com search at Google/. Single reed, clarinet, saxophone. Use a single reed to produce sound. Versatile in jazz and classical music. Discover single reed instruments. Google single reed instruments. Double reed, oboe, bassoon. Contain two reeds that vibrate against each other. Explore double reed family. Google.com search. Double reed aerophones. Harmonica, accordion. Sound is produced by air freely moving through the instrument, not commonly categorized with traditional woodwinds, but share similar mechanics. Learn about free aerophones. http://google.com/search free plus aerophones. This table offers a quick guide to understanding different types of woodwind instruments, their unique characteristics, and resources for deeper exploration.
Introduction to tonal harmony. Tonal harmony forms the foundation of most Western music from the Baroque period onward. It's structured around the relationships between chords, primarily using major and minor scales. Mastering tonal harmony involves understanding chord progressions, key centers, tonality, and the roles of different chords within a key. Concept, definition, examples, resources, resource. C major, nosharpstheory.net. Key signature indicates the key of the music based on sharps or flats. C major, no sharps or flats. A minor, same as C major. Chord progression. Sequence of chords in a piece of music. 2VI progression. D-min 7, G7, C major 7 in C major. Teoria.com. Cadence. A harmonic resolution in music, a musical period. Perfect cadence, VI. Plagal cadence, Y. Understanding cadences, snappy.musictheory.net/sins. Modulation. changing from one key to another within a piece, modulating from C major to G major. Guide to modulatier.com/modulation. Circle of fifths, a visual tool showing the relationship among the 12 tones of the chromatic scale, their corresponding key signatures, and the associated major and minor keys. Visual map of keys showing connections through fifths. Circle of fifths explained at www.circleoffifth.com. Each of these components is essential for understanding and creating music with coherent and effective harmonic progressions. Introduction to tuning systems. Tuning systems define how pitches are distributed within an octave. Different cultures and musical traditions have developed unique systems to tune their instruments, providing each their distinctive sound and scale structure. Tuning system description, example resources. Equal temperament. It's equal temperament divides an octave into 12 equal parts, most common in Western music. Pianos, guitars, Google.search, equal temperament. Just intonation. Uses ratios of whole numbers for intervals, aiming for harmonic purity. Barbershop quartets, ancient string instruments, Justin. Pythagorean tuning, based on stacking perfect fifths, used in ancient Greek and medieval music. hts/www.com//search, Pythagorean plus tuning. Mean tone temperament, reduces beating in thirds by tempering the fifths, prevalent in Renaissance to Baroque eras. Harpsichords from the Baroque period, Google.search, mean tone temperament. Microtonal tuning, uses intervals smaller than a semitone, explores pitches outside traditional Western scales. Contemporary experimental music, some traditional Middle Eastern music, /w.google.com/search, microtonal tuning. Each system offers unique insights into how music can be perceived and produced, shaping the auditory landscape of different musical genres and traditions.
Here's a concise guide to multiphonics, which are extended techniques used in playing wind instruments. Explore the fascinating world of multiphonics. Delve into the technique of producing multiple notes simultaneously on wind instruments. Discover the harmonic possibilities and enrich your musical expressions. Aspect. Exorces. Multiphonics producing more than one pitch, simultaneous chord-like sounds. Definition. Definition. Multiphonics involves producing more than one pitch simultaneously, creating complex chord-like sounds. Saxophone. Simultaneous C and G. Purelot. saxontheweb.net. Technique. Achieved by fingering combinations and embouchure adjustments unique to each instrument. Often requires practice to master the sound production and intonation. Clarinet, combination of throat tones and keys. Clarinet Multiphonics, www.clarinet.org application. Used in contemporary music to add texture and depth. It's prominent in avant-garde and experimental music compositions. Flute, closed and open hole techniques. Flute techniques, wlutecolors.com. Musical examples, often found in modern classical compositions and some jazz pieces where experimental sound is a feature. Oboe, dual pitches with special fingerings. .oboeinsight.com. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding and practice of multiphonics.
A foundational harmonic pattern used extensively in Western music, the descending fifths progression moves between chords whose roots are a perfect fifth apart. Its prevalence spans classical compositions, jazz standards, and popular music, making it an essential concept for any musician to grasp. Explanation. Basics. This progression involves chords whose roots descend by a perfect fifth or ascend by a fourth. C, F, B, circle of fifths. The progression often follows the circle of fifths, a tool showing the relationship among the 12 tones of the chromatic scale, their corresponding key signatures, and their associated major and minor keys. D, G, F. Common usage. Common in jazz and classical music for its strong resolution tendencies. A flat, D flat, C flat in classical. Frequently appears in pop to create movement and resolution. G, C, F in pop songs. Variations. Sometimes not all chords are diatonic to a single key, adding color and tension. E, A, D, G. For more detailed study, visit resources like musictheory.net, musictheory.net, or teoria.com, which offer interactive tools and tutorials on music theory concepts, including the descending fifths progression.
Figured bass explained. Figured bass, or thorough bass, was a musical notation system used during the Baroque period. It provides a framework for keyboard players to realize harmonies above a written bass note, often guiding improvisation and composition. Here's a simple guide to understanding and interpreting figured bass. Symbol, chord example. Interpretation. Sixth above bass, C in bass, E, G, A. Play a first inversion triad, e.g. A minor C. Sixth, fourth C in bass, e.g. F. Second inversion of a triad, e.g. F major C. 7. Seventh above bass, C in bass, e.g. G, B, B. Play a seventh chord with the root in the bass. 5/3 root position, C in bass, e.g. C. Play a root position triad, e.g. C major. For more in-depth tutorials and interactive examples, resources like musictheory.net/w.musictheory.net and teoria.com. Teoria.com, the excellent starting points. They provide detailed lessons and practice exercises to master figured bass and other music theory concepts.
The Dorian mode is a type of musical scale that provides a unique and jazzy sound, popular in various genres like jazz, rock, and folk. It's the second mode of the major scale, characterized by a minor feel with a bright lift from its raised 6th degree. Aspels, characterized by a minor feel in its raised 6th degree. Scale formation, derived from the major scale starting on the 2nd degree. For example, D Dorian is formed by playing the C major scale from D to D, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D. Characteristic sound minor, yet somewhat brighter due to the raised 6th. This differs from the natural minor scale, which has a lowered 6th. Common uses. Widely used in jazz improvisation and modal jazz, it's also popular in rock for its moody yet not too dark sound. Example songs. So What by Miles Davis, jazz. Scarborough Fair by Simon and Garfunkel, folk rock, demonstrate the Dorian mode's versatility. Learning resources, musictheory.dorianmode, doruw.musictheory.net and /42. Jazz advice, Dorian mode explained, jazz.jazzadvice.com, Dorian mode explained. This table provides a concise overview of the Dorian mode, ensuring you grasp its essence and practical applications across different music styles.
Jazz, a vibrant and expressive musical form, encompasses various styles and techniques. Description. Examples. Resources. Helping enthusiasts fund in their understanding. Call and response. a conversational music style where one instrument or group responds to another. Funky Drummer by James Brown, jazzaz.org/blog What is Call and Response? Improvisation, creating spontaneous music within a set harmonic structure. So What by Miles Davis. Learn jazzstandardsetters.com/tips, jazz improvisation. Swing Rhythm, a rhythmic feel that emphasizes the offbeats. Take the A Train by Duke Ellington. Jazzacademy.jazz.org Swing, Blues Swing, a 12-bar structure with a specific chord progression, Crossroads, by Revice.com/learningtheblues. Bebop, a complex jazz style with fast tempos and intricate melodies. A Night in Tunisia by Dizzy Gillespie, /learning bebop. This table provides a snapshot of jazz's rich tapestry, offering a starting point for those keen to explore its depths. Here's a concise overview of Zydeco music presented in a table format, complete with examples and resources for further exploration. The introduction is bolded, Understanding Zydeco Music. Zydeco is a vibrant form of folk music that emerged from the Creole culture in Louisiana, USA. It blends French, African, and Caribbean traditions, characterized by its spirited tempo and distinctive use of the accordion and washboard. Aspect, details. Examples among Creole speakers in Louisiana. Zychample sources. Origins. Developed in early 20th in Louisiana. Developed in early 20th speakers in Louisiana. Zydeco's origins, lunatravel.com/article/Zydeco Music Louisiana. Instruments. Primarily uses accordion and washboard, but may include fiddle, drums, and guitar. Instruments of Zydeco, Britannica.com, art/artists. Notable artists include Clifton Chenier, Buckwheat Zydeco, and Boozoo Chavis. Clifton Chenier's Bayou Blues, famous Zydeco artists, RollingStone.com, music list /10 Zydeco Great 2046. Festivals. Festivals like the Zydeco Music Festival in Opelousas and the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival feature Zydeco music prominently. ZydecoMusicFestival.org. Dance. Zydeco Dance is a fast-paced, syncopated dance paired with the music, featuring quick steps and often including a partner. Learn Zydeep.Koch. Impact. Influences broader music genres and has helped in shaping the cultural identity of Louisiana. Zydeco's cultural impact. NPR.org/forward/24137394/secret-history of Zydeco. This table encapsulates the essence and cultural significance of Zydeco music, providing gateways to deeper understanding through featured examples and further reading links.
Here's a concise guide for creating polyphonic jazz, including resources and examples. Introduction to creating polyphonic jazz. Polyphonic jazz blends multiple independent melodic lines, offering a rich layered sound characteristic of early jazz forms. This guide provides key concepts and examples to help you explore and create within this vibrant style. Concept, description, examples, resources. Counterpoint, digs, show intricate overlapping trumpets. Combining melodies which are played simultaneously yet independently. Dixie's digs show intricate overlapping trumpets. Google basics of jazz counterpoint. Harmony, chords and sequences that support the melodic lines and enhance the texture. Fugue and swing minor uses complex chord progressions. Search Jazz Harmony Essentials, improvisation, spontaneous creation or alteration of music during performance. Riff Off demonstrates interactive melodic improvisation. Look up jazz improvisation techniques. Rhythm. The time aspect in music, crucial for coordinating the polyphonic textures. Syncopation celebration explores advanced rhythmic layers. Explore polyrhythms in jazz. For a deeper dive, refer to tutorials and sheet music available online, which provide step-by-step guidance and practical exercises to master polyphonic jazz. Introduction. Swing, a pivotal genre of jazz, emerged in the 1930s. Known for its rhythmic vitality and flowing groove, it encourages audiences to dance along to its compelling beats. Below is a concise overview of swing in jazz, including characteristic elements and notable examples. Element, examples, examic elements, and notable examples. Swing utilizes a strong groove based on a syncopated rhythm where certain beats are emphasized over others. Sing, Sing, Sing by Benny Goodman. Dominated by brass and woodwinds like saxophones, trumpets, and trombones, alongside rhythm sections of bass and drums. In the Mood by Glenn Miller. Improvisation. A key feature where musicians spontaneously create solos over the chord progressions of a tune. Flying Home by Lionel Hampton. Typically involves written arrangements that offer a framework for improvisations. Take the A Train by Duke Ellington. Typical beats. Often features a walking bass line with drums playing swing patterns on the ride cymbal. 1 O'Clock Jump by Count Basie. To explore more about swing jazz, consider checking out educational resources such as Jazz Academy /academy.jazz.org/swing, which offers comprehensive insights and musical examples.
Introduction to electronic music production. Dive into the vibrant world of electronic music production. Explore the essentials of crafting unique sounds and rhythms using modern technology. Below is a concise guide to get you started on your musical journey. Aspect, description, examples, resources. Software DAWs, digital audio workstations, are the backbone of electronic music, allowing you to record, edit, and mix music. Ableton Live, FL Studio, ableton.com, ImageLine, imageline.com. Synthesis. Synthesis is the process of creating sounds using synthesizers, either hardware or software-based. Subtractive, Wavetable, musicradar.com/news/whatisthistech. Sampling. Sampling involves recording snippets of sound from various sources to use in music creation. Akai MPC, Native Instruments Machine, Loopmaster, loopmasters.com. Mixing and mastering. Mixing balances individual tracks within a song, while mastering ensures the track sounds good on all systems. EQ, compression, limiting, isotope.com/learn. MIDI controllers allow for tactile control over software instruments, making music creation more intuitive. Novation Launchpad, Sweetwater, sweetwater.com/MIDI-controllers. This table provides a snapshot of essential topics and tools in electronic music production, guiding beginners through the foundational components. Futurism in music embraces dynamism, energy, and modernity, reflecting the broader futurist movement's fascination with the technological advances of the 20th century. It often incorporates unconventional instruments and noise to depict the mechanical age, challenging traditional musical forms and harmonies. Description, examples. Emphasizes speed and the avant-garde. Reject explores new sounds. Emphasizes speed, machinery, violence, and the avant-garde. rejects tradition and explores new sounds. Luigi Russolo's The Art of Noises. Google search Luigi Russolo plus The Art of Noises. Key figures. Innovators who sought to capture the spirit of the industrial age through music. Luigi Russolo, Francesco Balilla Portella, link google.com search, Francesco Balilla plus Portella. Instruments, use of unconventional tools, including intonaromori, noise intoners, designed to produce unique sounds. Intonaromori, link google.com/search. Musical techniques, incorporation of noise as musical elements, aleatoric processes, and microtonality. George Anthal's Bala Mechanique, google.com search. George Bala influence, impacted later experimental and electronic music genres. Influence on industrial and experimental music at google.search. Influence of futurism plus on music. Here's a brief introduction to the basics of imitative counterpoint, followed by a concise table to help you understand the key concepts and see some examples. Imitative counterpoint, a musical conversation. Imitative counterpoint is a technique in music composition where two or more voices or instruments play the same musical phrases but start at different times. This method creates a rich, layered texture where melodies converse and interact in harmonious ways. It has been a cornerstone of Western music since the Renaissance, integral in works by composers like Bach and Palestrina. Understanding imitative counterpoint can open up new perspectives in appreciating and creating complex musical compositions. Concept Jamel. Complex musical compositions. Point of imitation. The moment when a melody is introduced and then imitated in another voice. In Palestrina's Misa Papae Marcelli, a melody starts in the tenor and is imitated by the sopranon, a strict form of imitative counterpoint where the following voice replicates the leading voice exactly. Canon in D by Pachelbel, where each voice enters sequentially playing the same melody. Fugue, a composition where a theme, subject, is introduced by one voice and then successively taken up by others. Bach's Fugue in C minor, BWV 847, features a subject that is passed and varied among all voices. Less strict than a canon, allowing variations in the imitated melody. Bach's Invention No. 1 in C major, where each voice imitates and varies the other's melody freely. For further exploration, resources like Google Scholar offer a wealth of scholarly articles on imitative counterpoint techniques and their applications across different music eras.
Here's a concise introduction and table to help you understand the concept of variation, including examples and resources. Variation refers to the differences that exist among individuals within any given species. These differences can be genetic or environmental, influencing traits like height, skin color, or resistance to diseases. Understanding variation is crucial in fields such as biology, ecology, and genetics, as it helps explain how populations adapt to their changing environments and how individuals differ from one another. Aspect, description, examples, resources. Genetics explain how populations adapt to their changing environment. Differences in genetic variation among individuals. Blood type. bloodtype.nlm.nija/ environmental variation, changes due to environmental factors. Language, dietary preferences, nature education.naturedom//satable, continuous variation. Traits that exist on a spectrum and are influenced by multiple genes. Height, weight, canacademy.org. Discontinuous variation, traits determined by a single gene. Ability to roll one's tongue, BBC.uk.
Introduction to Building Drum Patterns in EDM. Creating effective drum patterns is fundamental in electronic dance music, EDM. This guide will explore the basics of constructing drum patterns that can enhance your tracks. We'll look into common rhythms, placement of drum hits, and examples to get you started. For further exploration, consider delving into resources available on platforms like YouTube or specialized EDM production websites. Example, resource-scription. Kick, foundation of the beat, usually on every downbeat. 4/4 beat, kick on every beat. Snare adds punch, typically on the second and fourth beats of each measure. 4/4 beat, snare on beats 2 and 4. Hi-hat cymbals provides rhythm and pace, can vary in complexity. Closed hi-hat on off beats. Percussion, adds flavor and complexity, includes toms, bongos, etc. Random percussion hits. Innovative drum programming. Bassline, works in tandem with the kick for groove and feel. Syncopated bassline with kick. Bassline synthesis for EDM. This table outlines the essentials for crafting dynamic drum patterns in EDM, equipping you with the fundamental components needed to enhance your music production skills.
Countermelody is a musical concept where a secondary melody is played in conjunction with a primary melody, adding depth and complexity to the composition. This technique is widely used across different music genres, enhancing the texture and emotional impact of the piece. In the Star-Spangled Banner, a definition. A countermelody is an additional melody that complements the main melody, often contrasting in rhythm or tone, or sound. In the Star-Spangled Banner, a trumpet might play a soaring countermelody against the main vocal line. Music on musictheoryacademy.com/understandingofmusic/countermelody. Purpose, enhances the musical texture and adds complexity, enriching the listener's experience. Eleanor Rigby by the Beatles uses strings as a countermelody to the vocal lines. hellomusictheory.com/learn/what-is-a-countermelody/composition. Countermelodies can vary in complexity and are often rhythmically independent from the main melody. Bach's Invention Number 13 in a minor features 2 intertwining counter melodies. Theory.com/learnmusic-theory. These resources can provide further insights into how counter melodies work and how to effectively use them in your compositions.
Here's a concise guide to developing blues rhythms, which are fundamental in creating the soulful, emotive sound characteristic of blues music. Understanding these rhythms helps in both improvisation and composition within the blues genre. Concept. Understanding these rhythm composition. Resources. The shuffle is quintessential in blues, characterized by a swung rhythm in 12/8 time that gives a rolling feel. Play alternating bass notes and chords in a swung rhythm. Basic Blues Shuffle Tutorial.example.com. A turnaround is a rhythmic and melodic phrase played at the 12-bar blues progression to lead into the beginning again. A classic descending line on the last 2 bars of the progression. Blues Turnarounds Explained, /sample.com. Emphasizing the offbeats or weaker beats in the bar, common in blues to add tension and interest. Accent offbeats in a standard 4/4 rhythm to create a syncopated feel. Mastering syncopation in blues. 12-bar blues, the most common blues structure, consisting of 12 measures in a specific chord progression. Typical progression, I over I, V for I. 12-bar blues progression, www.example.com. Walking bass involves continuous quarter notes that walk between chords and scales. Create a bass line that moves smoothly through the scale tones in 4/4 time. Creating walking bass line. This table offers a quick overview to get started with blues rhythms, with links to resources for deeper learning.
Arpeggios are a fundamental guitar technique where chords are played one note at a time instead of simultaneously, often creating a melodious and harmonious sound. Mastering arpeggios can greatly enhance your musical versatility and expression. Below is a concise guide with examples to help you get started. Resources. Major arpeggio comprises the first, third, and fifth notes of a major scale. C major, CEG.carjustingtar.com's Guitars Lessons Major Arpeggios BC-172 uses the first, flat, third, and fifth notes of a minor scale. A minor, ACE, musictheory.net, Lesson 63, consists of a root, minor third, and diminished fifth. B diminished, BDF, guitarlessons.com, guitarlessons.com's guitar-lessons/lead-guitar/diminished arpeggios includes the first, third, fifth, and seventh of the scale. G7, GBDF, startricks.com/lesson.php for more comprehensive learning. Explore additional resources and practice regularly to improve your technique and musical understanding.
Here's an instructional table on orchestral dynamics, designed to give you a clear and engaging overview. Orchestral dynamics, essential for expressive performances. Dynamics in orchestral music are not just about volume. They shape the emotional landscape of a composition. From the faintest whisper to a grandiose roar, dynamics help convey the story and emotion of the music. Explore the table below to understand how these elements are used in orchestral settings. Extremely soft, barely audible, orchestral, example, orchestratissimo. Extremely soft, barely audible. The opening of Mahler's Symphony No. 9, very soft, very quiet. Debussy's Clair de Lune orchestrated version, soft, quiet. Beethoven's Symphony No. 6, second movement, moderately soft, medium quiet. Brahms' Symphony No. 3, third movement, moderately loud, medium loud. Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 4, first movement, loud, clearly loud. Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring, opening, very loud, very loud. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, first movement, extremely loud, overpowering. Holst's Mars, the Bringer of War, from the Planets. Explore more about how dynamics are used to enhance musical storytelling through educational resources /www.google.com/search orchestral dynamics resources on orchestral dynamics.
Here's a concise guide to pre-chorus writing presented in a structured table format, including examples and recommended Google resources to deepen your understanding. Pre-chorus writing, a bridge to amplify emotion in songwriting. The pre-chorus is a critical element in many songs, serving as a bridge from the verse to the chorus. This section can heighten anticipation and add emotional depth, setting the stage for the chorus. Below, learn key aspects of effective pre-chorus writing along with examples and further resources for exploration. You belong with me. Build tension increases listeners' anticipation of the chorus. you belong with me. Google, building tension in songwriting, smoothly shifts from the verse's storytelling to the chorus's emotional peak. Someone Like You by Adele, shifting narrative focus. Google, transitioning lyrics in songwriting. Melodic lift, often shifts in melody to prepare for the chorus. Firework by Katy Perry, melody rises. Google, melodic development in pre-choruses. Dynamic change, changes in dynamics or instrumentation to emphasize the shift. Stitches by Shawn Mendes, introduction of new instruments. Google, dynamic changes in songwriting. Explore these elements in your songwriting to create compelling pre-choruses that enhance the overall impact of your music.
Here's a concise guide to jazz composition strategies arranged in a table format with examples and recommended Google resources for further learning. Jazz composition strategies. Explore the art of jazz composition with these key strategies. Below you'll find techniques paired with examples to inspire and instruct. For deeper dives, Google the provided resources. Example, Google resource. Chord substitution. Replace standard chords with alternatives to add color. Sub V7 for I in a 12-bar blues. Jazz chord substitution theory. Modal interchange. Use scales from various modes over standard chords for fresh sounds. Mix C major and C minor elements in improvisation. Modal interchange in jazz. Motivic development. Develop a short motif melodically and rhythmically throughout a piece. Thelonious Monk's Straight No Chaser. Motivic development in jazz composition. Call and response, dialogue between instruments, often between soloist and ensemble. Miles Davis's So What, saxophone and trumpet exchanges. Call and response in jazz. Rhythmic displacement, shift rhythmic motifs to different beats. Play a motif starting on beat 1, then repeat starting on beat 2. Rhythmic displacement in jazz. Explore these strategies to enhance your jazz compositions and improvisations.
Here's a compact guide to orchestration basics in a table format, designed for clarity and easy reference. Orchestration Basics, a quick guide. Orchestration in music involves assigning specific parts of a composition to different instruments. This process enhances the character and color of the music. Below is a brief overview to help you understand the fundamental aspects of orchestration. Aspect, description, example, Google resources. Texture refers to how many layers of sound are heard at once and how they interact. A solo violin playing over a string ensemble. Music texture types. Google/search music texture types. Timbre describes the tone, color, or quality of the sound that distinguishes different types of sound production. The bright, brassy sound of trumpets versus the warm, woody clarinet. Orchestral to google.com/search Orchest Dynamics, the volume of sound from soft to loud and its changes over time. Crescendo in a symphony, increasing tension. Music dynamics, search music dynamics, balance, how well the sound levels between different instruments are managed. Balancing a loud brass section with a soft string section. www.google.com/search orchestral balance, harmony, the combination of simultaneously sounded musical notes to produce chords and chord progressions. Harmonious blend in an orchestral rendition of a Beethoven symphony. Orchestral harmony. w.com/search. This table gives a streamlined insight into the essential elements of orchestration, directing you to further resources for an in-depth understanding.
Here's a concise overview of common rhyme schemes used in poetry, showcasing each with a brief example. Dive deeper into these poetic structures with the recommended Google resources for a more comprehensive understanding. Rhyme scheme. Google search resource. A, B, B. Consecutive lines rhyme in pairs. //google.com/rhyme schemes in poetry. Trees so true. Laugh with glee. Joy for me. Joy B-A-B. Alternating lines rhyme. Roses are red. A-B-com. Search. A-B-B. Violets are blue. Sugar is sweet. And so are you. And A-B-C-B. Only the second and fourth lines rhyme. He took C-B. Honey a beach. From a jar, and he spread it on his toast to eat it near and far, far. Abba, the first and fourth lines rhyme. Write her a letter, and he Spruggle.com search enclosed rhyme scheme, as do the second and third, barely knowing better than with her heart bitter. Fetter. For further exploration, clicking the Google search links will provide additional insights into the intricacies of these rhyme schemes and their usage in poetry.
Here's a concise table designed to teach writing for woodwind ensembles, complete with examples and resources. Writing for woodwind ensembles. Understanding the unique characteristics and potential of woodwind instruments is crucial for composing effective ensemble pieces. Below, you'll find key aspects to consider, examples of noteworthy compositions, and resources to help deepen your understanding and enhance your writing skills. Aspect. Descripstruments based on timbre, clarinet, instrument ranges. Texture. Incorporates instrumentation. Choose instruments based on timbre and range. Flute, oboe, clarinet, saxophone. Instrument rangeadof.musictheory.net. Texture. Incorporates solos, duets, and full ensemble sections. Mozart's Serenade in B-flat, K361.com. Harmony. Explore harmonic roles unique to woodwinds. Ravel's Le Tombeau de Couperinat, Teoria.com. Dynamics. Utilize dynamic contrast to enhance expression. Stravinsky's Octet for Wind Instruments. Dynamics in musicca.com. Articulation. Focus on how woodwinds articulate for varied expressions. Milhaud's La Cheminée du Roi René. arthg.classicfm.com.
In music production, layering sounds is a crucial technique for adding depth, texture, and complexity to a track. It involves combining multiple sounds to create a richer, fuller sound. Effective layering can transform a simple melody into a captivating musical piece. Below, you'll find key aspects of this technique, along with practical examples and resources for further exploration. Examples. Harmonic layering. Well, to enhance the musical texture. Layering at musicradar.com. Harmonic layering. Combining sounds that harness the musical texture. Layering a piano with strings. Layering a pew / to musicradar.com/to guide to layering sounds. Tupic layering. Rhythmic layering. Adding layers that contribute to the rhythm section to build complexity and drive. Combining electronic drums with percussions. soundblowiadonsound.com/techniques layering drums. Texture layering. Using sounds with different timbres to create a unique sonic character. Layering synthetic pads with acoustic guitar. landerblog.lander.com/layering-sounds. Frequency layering. Focusing on filling various frequency ranges to ensure a balanced and full spectrum sound. Bass layers with mid-frequency synths. Production Music Live. productionmusiclive.com/blogs news, layering in music production, dynamic layering. Adjusting the dynamics of different layers to control the impact and presence of each layer within the mix. Soft piano under a dynamic vocal track. Point Blank Music School. plus.pointblankmusicschool.com/layering-in-music-production. These resources provide in-depth guides and tips to help you master the art of sound layering in music production.
Improvised music overview. Improvised music is the spontaneous creation of music without prior preparation, allowing musicians to explore creative possibilities in real time. It often happens in jazz, classical, and experimental genres, where musicians play intuitively, using musical ideas, scales, and forms as a framework for creativity. Description. Google resources. En this film zamprikventuring of it, take you all there to have it fun to ministry of it. After but have no withstand for betrayals. Bible Bellert, we guarantee and dictained, and for the middle of the cavity easy to trial. And you get the you get clear and stops for sense day, then otherwise. Definition. Its definition. Spontaneous music making without predefined compositions. Jazz solos, classical cadenzas, Indian classical music improvisation. Improvised music Wikipedia, wikipedia.org/improvised music. Key genres: jazz, Indian classical, free improvisation, avant-garde, electronic, folk. Jazz jams, tabla solos, John Cage performances. Understanding jazz improvisation.jazzadvice.com/improvising jazz. Famous artists: John Coltrane jazz, Pandit Ravi Shankar Indian classical, Miles Davis jazz, Derek Bailey free improvisation. Coltrane's A Love Supreme, Davis's Kind of Blue, Ravi Shankar's sitar solos. Jazz Improvisation Guide, jazz/slide.learnjazzstandards.com/jazz-improvisation/improvisation-techniques. Use of scales, modes, motifs, rhythmic variations, call and response. Modal jazz, e.g. So What by Miles Davis. Scat singing, electronic music improvisations. improvistakelessons.com/jazz-improvisation-techniques. Play along with backing tracks, record improvisation, transcribe solos, free experimentation, blues improvisation with backing tracks, creating spontaneous harmonies. How to practice/blog, how to practice improvisation. Improvisation tools, scales, e.g. pentatonic, modal, chord progressions, rhythmic patterns, improvisation over backing tracks. Modal jazz Dorian scale, improvising with a looper pedal in electronic music. Backing tracks for improvisation.musicianonamission.com/online-jam session-websites.
Introduction to Gregorian chant. Gregorian chant is a form of plain chant that emerged in the early Middle Ages. It was primarily used in the Roman Catholic Church for liturgical purposes. Characterized by its monophonic, single melodic line, free-flowing rhythm and Latin texts, Gregorian chant has a spiritual and meditative quality. Aspect. Example. Origin. Originated around the 9th-10th century. Origin. Originated around the 9th-10th century, associated with Pope Gregory I, hence the name, although its actual development spans earlier traditions. Kyrie eleison. Introduction to Gregorian chant, youtube.quach/style. Monophonic and unaccompanied, often with Latin text. The rhythm is free, following the natural flow of the words without strict meter. Dies Irae. Gregorian chant, wikipedia.org//Gregorian chant. Purpose, primarily used for liturgical and religious purposes, often in the Mass or the Divine Office. Gloria in excelsis Deo, chant examples in history.musicfortheliturgy.org/Gregorian chant. Musical structure. Melodies are based on modal scales, not major or minor, and the chant flows without harmonic accompaniment, using stepwise motion to create a meditative atmosphere. Sanctus, Gregorian chant passion.com. Impact. Gregorian chant laid the foundation for Western music, influencing the development of medieval and Renaissance sacred music, including polyphony. Agnus Dei, Gregorian chant notation, .cpdl.org/wicindex Gregorian chant. This table offers a concise overview and useful examples of Gregorian chant, along with online resources for further exploration.
Understanding pitch in 160 words. Pitch is the perceived frequency of a sound, describing how high or low a sound seems to a listener. It is determined by the frequency of the sound wave. Higher frequencies result in higher pitches, while lower frequencies correspond to lower pitches. Pitch is essential in music and communication, helping differentiate between tones and convey meaning in speech. Aspect of pitch. Example. Google resource sound based on its pitch sounds. A bass drum produces low ones. Definition. The highness or lowness of a sound based on its frequency. A flute produces high-pitched sounds. A bass drum produces low ones. google.google.com/search. What is pitch in sound? Sound waves with higher frequency. The sound of a whistle or bird chirping. google.com/search. High-pitch examples. Sound waves with lower frequency. The rumble of thunder or a tuba. google.com/search. Low-pitch examples. Musical application. Pitch allows for melody and harmony in music. A piano note's pitch varies from low to high across its keys. google.search. Pitch in music. Pitch conveys emotion or emphasis in speech. Raising pitch to ask a question, what, versus a flat statement, okay. Google resource /www.google.com/search who pitch in speech. Analyzing jazz chords. Jazz chord analysis involves understanding harmony, chord substitutions, and extensions such as 7th, 9th, and 13th. Key elements include recognizing EV-ein progressions, modal interchange, and altered dominant chords, which create the genre's rich, complex sound. Chord symbols, e.g. G7/9, DM9, offer shorthand for these extended harmonies, while jazz musicians use substitutions like tritone substitutions to add flavor. Description, example, common progression, DM7VI, C version. Major 7, a major triad with a major 7th, C major 7, VI, G7 and J7. Minor 7, a minor triad with a minor 7th, DM7, IVI. Dominant 7, a major triad with a minor 7th, G7 V chord in IVI. Altered dominant 7 number 9, dominant 7th with raised 9th, G7 number 9, V chord in V bias, diminished 7, a diminished triad with a diminished 7th, Spinim 7, used as a passing chord. Google resources, search jazz chord progressions or jazz harmony analysis for further learning, including resources from sites like Jazz Advice and Open Studio. How to write a strong hook, the key to captivating introductions. A hook grabs the reader's attention right from the start. It's the first sentence or two of an essay, article, or story that makes the audience want to keep reading. Writing a good hook is essential to engaging your audience and can come in many forms: an intriguing question, an interesting fact, a quote, or a bold statement. Hook type, description, example, Google resources. What would you do if you had just one day to live? Question engages readers by posing a thought-provoking question. What would you do if you had just one day to live? EffectiveHookGoogle.com search, cue how to write plus sting fact, a surprising or little-known fact to pique interest. Did you know that more people fear public speaking than death? How to write hooks, .google.search, tips on writing a hook for an essay using a quote from a famous person or book. As Albert Einstein once said, imagination is more important than knowledge. Hook examples in writing, search, examples of plus hooks in writing. Bold statement, a strong, sometimes controversial, statement. The future of our planet depends on the choices we make today. writingangree.com/search, how to start an essay with a hook. A great hook sets the stage for your writing by making readers want to know more. Exploring jazz melodies. Jazz melodies are defined by their improvisational nature, syncopated rhythms, and the use of complex scales. Understanding the basic elements, such as phrasing and note choices, helps musicians unlock creative freedom. This guide breaks down key aspects of jazz melodies to explore and includes useful resources. Topic: Miles Davis's So What? Improvisation. Crafting spontaneous melodies over chord progressions. Miles Davis's So What? Jazz improvisation technique swing feel. Rhythmic style, where notes are played with a slight delay, creating a groove. Louis Armstrong's West End Blues. Understanding swing. Google.com. Blue notes. Notes that create tension by bending the pitch between major and minor scales. John Coltrane's Blue Train. Blue notes in jazz. Modes and scales. Use of different scales, such as Dorian and Mixolydian, to build unique sounds. Bill Evans' Autumn Leaves. Jazz scales and modes. Syncopation, emphasizing offbeats to add complexity to rhythm. Thelonious Monk's Straight No Chaser. Jazz rhythm and syncopation, use Google.com. This table provides a snapshot of essential elements in jazz melodies, offering practical examples and further learning links.
Understanding legato in music. Legato is a musical term that means playing or singing notes smoothly and connected, without any noticeable breaks between them. The notes flow seamlessly, creating a smooth, flowing sound that contrasts with staccato, where notes are played short and detached. Aspect, explanation. Example. Notes, Google resources for further learning. CDE, continuously without breaks. Definition. A technique in music where notes are played or sung smoothly and connected. CDEFG, played continuously, legato playing guide, .musicnotes.com. Symbol in sheet music, often indicated with a curved line, slur, over or under the notes to be played legato. Notes under a slur should be played legato. Reading music symbols, Daoria.com. Instrumental application, common in string, wind, and keyboard instruments where smooth transitions are crucial. Violin, continuous bow movement without stops. Vocal application, in singing, legato means transitioning between notes smoothly without breaking the breath flow. Singing a scale in one breath. Vocal voco techniques, voiceteacher.com. Legato is essential for creating expressive and flowing music across various instruments and vocals.
Understanding counter melody, a brief overview. A counter melody is a secondary melody played alongside the main melody, adding depth, harmony, and complexity to a musical piece. It complements, contrasts, or supports the primary melody, creating a richer musical texture. Often found in orchestral, jazz, or pop music, counter melodies engage listeners by introducing a dialogue between the melodies. A secondary melody, fourth movement, adding. Definition: a secondary melody harmonizing or contrasting with the primary. Beethoven's Symphony No. 9, Bohemian Rhapsody. Music Theory Academy at musictheoryacademy.com. Purpose: enhances the main melody, adding texture and complexity. Classical symphonies, jazz solos, and modern pop songs. .com. Techniques: contrast in rhythm, harmony, or contour. Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker Suite, jazz improvisation. Google artsandculture.google.com. Instruments: can be played by any instrument, including vocals. Horn section in big band jazz, backup vocals in pop songs. Musictheory.net.musictheory.net.
Blues scale improvisation, a quick guide to mastery. The blues scale is essential for crafting soulful solos in blues, rock, and jazz. Mastering it allows you to create expressive phrases and improvise freely over 12-bar blues progressions. Below is a concise guide to help you understand and apply the blues scale in your improvisations. Google resource. The basic blues scale includes 6 notes: 1, B4, 5, Ive, and B7. The basic blues scale includes 6 notes: 1, B3, 4, B5, and B, A, C, D, D, E, 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 G. Learn the blues scale /www.com/guitars/lessons/blues-scale-pattern-B1B101. 2. Practice in all keys. Familiarize yourself with the scale in multiple keys to build versatility. Play the A, C, and E blues scales in different positions on the neck. Blues scale positions @fender.com/articles/how to play blues scale guitar. Improvise with feeling. Use bends, slides, and vibrato to add emotion to your solos. Play a lick like A, C, D, E, E, B, and bend the EB slightly before landing on A. blueslick/friesinstitute.com/scale. 4. Call and response. Mimic a conversation between 2 phrases, playing one lick and then answering it with another. Call ACD. Response GAC. Call and return/watch. Explore rhythmic variation. Explore rhythmic variations. Vary your rhythms to keep your solo interesting and dynamic. Mix eighth notes, triplets, and pauses. BlueGuitarPlayer.com/lessons/how to master blues rhythm. Start slow, then gradually build your speed and creativity.
Jazz and classical fusion techniques. Jazz and classical fusion blends the improvisational freedom of jazz with the structural sophistication of classical music. This combination creates a unique sound by borrowing harmonies, forms, and technical skills from both genres. Below is a table summarizing key fusion techniques and examples to explore. Resources. Motoing chords from parallel minor scales, Miles Davis, Flamenco sketches. Modal interchange, borrowing chords from para-minor scales to create harmonic modes, to create harmonic interest. Miles Davis, learn mostlyguitarlessons.net. Modal interchange, syncopation and polyrhythm, layering rhythms with irregular accents, jazz, over classical time signatures for complexity. Igor Stravinsky, The Rite of Spring, Sneaks, musicradar.com, How to Improve Syncopation, Extended Harmonies, using 7th, 9th, 11th, and 13th chords from jazz within classical harmonic structures. Claude Debussy, La Mer. Chords tutorial www.jazzguitar.be blog/extended chords jazz, improve over classical forms, solo improvisation within sonata or symphony forms. Gershwin, Rhapsody in Blue, jazz improvisation, orchestral jazz arrangements, combining jazz and big band techniques with orchestral instrumentation. Duke Ellington, blackbrownbrownpepper.com/orchestration. Explore these techniques to dive deeper into the fusion of jazz and classical music.
Dynamics is the branch of mechanics that studies forces and torques and their effect on motion. It explores why objects move or don't move when forces act upon them. In contrast to kinematics, which only focuses on motion, dynamics addresses the cause of motion. Concept. Google resources exact upon them, in contrast to cause of motion. Force F. A push or pull on an object, causing it to accelerate. F. Pushing a cart to make it move. Force in physics. Newton's first law. An object remains at rest or in uniform motion unless acted on by an external force, inertia. A book stays on a table until pushed. Newton's first law. Newton's second law. Force equals mass times acceleration, F equals ma. Heavier objects need more force to accelerate. Newton's second law. Newton's third law. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. A rocket's thrust propels it upward. Newton's third law. A force that causes rotation. Ta equals R sin theta, using a wrench to tighten a bolt. Torque in mechanics. Friction, a force opposing motion between two surfaces in contact. A sled slowing down on snow. Friction in physics.
Understanding swing feel in jazz. In jazz, the swing feel is key to its rhythmic style, often described as the music's heartbeat. Swing emphasizes a rhythm where notes, especially eighth notes, are unevenly spaced, with the first note in a pair longer and the second shorter, creating a bouncy, driving groove. It makes jazz feel both relaxed and energetic at the same time. Aspect, description, Google research. In swing, the eighth notes are played unevenly. The first note is longer and the second is shorter. Playing one and da, search swing rhythm in jazz on Google. The eighth notes mimic the feel of a triplet. The first two beats are tied together and the third is shorter. Count 1, 2, explore triplet swing jazz rhythm. Syncopation. Offbeat accents and irregular rhythms are key. Listen to Take the A Train. Google jazz syncopation exercises. Many classic jazz tunes have a swing feel. It Don't Mean a Thing, If It Ain't Got That Swing, by Duke Ellington. Search Best Jazz Swing Songs playlist. Introduction. Jazz forms and structures provide a framework for improvisation and composition in jazz. From simple blues progressions to complex modal forms, each structure guides the flow of melodies, harmonies, and rhythms. Let's explore the key jazz forms in this concise table with examples and learning resources. Jazz form structure. Examples. Google resources, a repeating 12 measure 4 V chords. Freddie Freeloader by Milan Jazz, a re-12 bar blues. A repeating 12 measure chord progression, often using I4V chords. Freddie Freeloader by Miles Davis in jazzeds.com/the 12 bar blues. AABA 32 bar form, 32-bar structure divided into 4 sections. A, common in jazz standards. I Got Rhythm by George Foreman Jazz, /jazzstandards.com/theory, rhythm changes. Based on the chord progression of I Got Rhythm, popular in bebop and swing. Anthropology by Charlie Parker. Rhythm changes in jazz, learnjazzstandards.com/rhythm changes form-explained. Modal focuses on scales, modes, rather than chord changes, allowing extended improve. So What by Miles Davis. Modal Jazz Concepts.jazzadvice.com/modal-jazz and the Art of Simple. Free Jazz rejects traditional structures, focusing on spontaneous improvisation. Ascension by John Coltrane. What is free jazz? Allaboutjazz.com. Free Jazz, the Jazz Revolution. These structures form the backbone of jazz, supporting creativity and improvisation.
Voice crossing overview. Voice crossing occurs when the pitches of a lower voice surpasses that of a higher voice, this soprano, creating an overlap in their pitch ranges. This technique can cause confusion in harmonic progressions and is typically avoided in traditional voice leading practices. Concept, descriptions. Resources. Voice potential confusion in harmonic roles. Definition. Voice crossing occurs when one vocal line overlaps another, leading to potential confusion in harmonic roles. An alto note on E5 while soprano sings C5 is a voice crossing scenario because the typically lower alto sings a higher note than the soprano. VoiceLeadingBasicTheory.net. Creates ambiguity in harmonic function and voice identity. Example, bass sings A3 while tenor sings G3. CrossingExplained.com. When it's acceptable. Voice crossing is occasionally used in contemporary or choral music for expressive purposes. Example, soprano crosses above alto in a modern choir arrangement for effect. Choral conducting tips.choirdirectorcorner.com.
Chash Jazz Bass walking patterns. Jazz bass walking lines form the foundation of jazz music, where the bass player outlines the chord changes while maintaining a sense of forward motion. Walking bass involves playing a note on every beat, 4 beats per bar, usually following chord tones, passing tones, and scalar movements. Below is a table outlining key patterns, examples, and additional resources to learn more. Root of note followed by the 5th of the chord. C, jip example. Play the root note followed by the 5th of the chord. C, C, G, C, G. Root5thexcites.com. Scalar motion, move up or down the scale of the chord, typically in half or whole steps. C, D, E, F. Jazz scales for walking bass, jazzscales.com. Chromatic approach. Use chromatic notes to approach the target chord tone from a half step above or below. C, C sharp, D, E. Walking bass chromatic techniques. Arpeggios. Outline the chord by playing its arpeggio, 1st, 3rd, and 7th notes. C, E, G, B. Jazz arpeggios for bass on studybass.studybass.com. For more resources, search Jazz Bass Walking Patterns on Google or visit Jazz Bass Like Studybass, studybass.com. And rock fusion, where soul meets energy. Blues and rock music have a deep, intertwined history. Blues, with its emotive depth and 12-bar structure, laid the groundwork for the explosive energy of rock. By blending the two, artists harness the emotional rawness of blues and the aggressive, amplified sounds of rock, creating iconic and timeless music. Aspect, rock influence. Fusion example. Crossroads, Monica piano. Rhythm and structure. 12-bar blues, slow, steady, fast, loud, driving rhythms. Crossroads, guitar, harmonica, piano. Electric guitar, drums, Voodoo Child, Jimi Hendrix. Gritty, emotional, loud, energetic, Whole Lotta Love, Led Zeppelin. Expressive, about struggles, rebellious, anti-establishment, Red House, Jimmy House. Explore further. allmusic.com/styles/blues-rock D1248. Blues Rock. Origins and Impact, rockhall.com/collections blog. Blues and rock's fusion brought together deep-rooted emotion and unrestrained energy, forever changing the music landscape.
Functional ear training. Train your ears to recognize musical intervals, chords, and tonal functions. Functional ear training focuses on recognizing how notes, intervals, and chords function in the context of a key or harmonic progression. The goal is to develop your ability to identify these elements by ear and understand their role in music. It's about listening and identifying sounds based on their relation to a tonal center, like the root note or key. Exam Google resources. Definition Google Modikai. Tonic in I, where homic feels most resolved. The home note or feels most resolved. In C major. C. In C major function in Mukin, in T function in Gu.dak, Ka. Ka. Dominant, the chord that leads back to the tonic, creating tension and resolution. In C major, /uw.google.com, interval recognition, identifying the distance between two notes in a scale. C to E equals major third, C to F equals perfect fourth. Ear training intervals, chord progressions, recognizing common patterns of chords within a key, such as I, vor, vi, C, F, G in C major. Chord progression trainer, melodic dictation, listening to a melody and identifying the pitches and intervals, hearing twinkle twinkle and identifying intervals and notes. Melodic dictation exercises.
Mastering vocal runs, a quick guide. Vocal runs are a series of fast, melismatic notes sung in rapid succession, often used to showcase vocal agility and emotional expression. These runs are frequently heard in R&B, pop, and gospel music, and mastering them requires control, breath support, and precise note transitions. Below is a concise table with tips, examples, and helpful resources to get you started. Quick, flute in rapid succession. Beyonce's I Will Always Love a Carries runs in emotion. Quick, fluid notes sung in rapid succession. Beyonce's I Will Always Love You outward emotions. Or Mariah Carey's runs in emotions. Master vocal runs. Take deep, supported breaths to sustain runs. Practice breathing exercises before attempting fast runs. Breath support for Google.search, breath support for singing. Slow practice. Start slow to break down runs note by note. Break down Ariana Grande's run in Dangerous Woman by singing each note slowly, then increase speed. Singing vocal runs, how to sing vocal runs. Pitch accuracy. Focus on hitting every note cleanly. Beyonce's run in Halo. Focus on hitting each note crisply without sliding between them. Pitch accuracy techniques, Google.search. Improve pitch accuracy in singing. Range. Develop vocal range to handle complex runs. Mariah Carey's whistle runs and emotions show an extensive vocal range. Extend vocal range, Google.search. How to extend vocal range. Keep your voice agile through vocal exercises. Run scales and arpeggios in various keys to increase flexibility. Vocalflexibility.google/search, vocal flexibility exercises. Explore these resources to refine your technique and elevate your vocal agility. Exploring Harmony in Music, a guide to filling out harmonies. Harmony, the combination of simultaneously sounded musical notes, enhances the emotional and structural depth of music. This guide outlines key strategies for filling out harmonies with practical examples and further resources. Explanation, examples, resources, examples, and further resources. Basic chord structure comprising 3 notes, the root, third, and fifth. C major, ctheory.net, musictheory.net//42. Seventh chords, adds a 7th interval above the root, enriching the chord's texture. G7, GBDF, teoteoria.com/tutorials. Inversions, rearranging the notes of a chord to place a different note in the bass, altering the chord's voicing. First inversion of C, e.g. C. mymusictheory.mymusictheory.learn-music-theory/ for students, grade 4, 4D-chord -inversions. Temporarily delaying the resolution of one chord tone, creating tension. D4, DGA resolving to DGF sharp, group.com/piano-lessons/suspended chords, voice leading. Smooth progression of individual voices, essential for cohesive harmony. Moving from C to AM smoothly. .com/school/school/theory. Use these concepts as a foundation to experiment and find what works best for your musical pieces, creating richer and more engaging harmonies.
Certainly. Here's a brief and engaging introduction to jazz melodies, followed by a table outlining key concepts with examples and resources. Dive into the vibrant world of jazz melodies. Explore the heart and soul of jazz music through its captivating melodies. Jazz melodies are unique in their rhythmic complexity and emotive depth, often characterized by syncopation, chromaticism, and spontaneous improvisation. These elements not only define the genre, but also invite both musicians and listeners into a world of expressive freedom and intricate musical conversation. Delve deeper with these essential concepts, standout examples, and handy resources. Description, examples, resources. Delve deeper with these essential compels and handy resources. Call and response, a conversation-like sequence where instruments or voices echo each other. Duke's Place by Duke Ellington. Learn Jazz Standards, learnjazzstandards.com. Syncopation, rhythmic displacement emphasizing off beats or unexpected beats. Take 5 by Dave Brubeck. Jazz Academy, academy.jazz.org. Blue Notes, notes intentionally sung or played at a slightly lower pitch for expressive effect. Crossroad Blues by Robert Johnsasadvice.jazzadvice.com. Improvisation, spontaneous creation of music during performance. So What by Miles Davis. I Was Doing All Right, IwasDoingAllRight.com. Modal Jazz, jazz that uses musical modes rather than standard chord progressions. Flamenco Sketches by Miles Jazz, allaboutjazz.com. This table provides a starting point for understanding and appreciating the intricate details that make jazz melodies a fascinating topic for study and enjoyment.
Here's a concise introduction to music theory presented in a table format, complete with examples. This overview will guide you through some fundamental concepts, helping you understand the building blocks of music. Music Theory Essentials. Dive into the basics of music theory to enhance your musical understanding and skills. This table outlines key concepts with examples to kickstart your journey into the world of music. Example, Research D, E, F, musictheory.net notes in a specific order. Pitch refers to how high or low a note sounds, C, D, E, F, on a keyboard. Musictheory.net, musictheory.net/lessons/. Scales, a sequence of notes in a specific order, C, D, D, E, F, G, A, B, /theoria.com/tutorials/scales. Chords, a group of notes played together, C major chord, C, E, G. mymusictheory.com/for-students/1 grade 1 course/fifth signatures indicate the key of the music by showing which notes are sharp or flat. G major, F sharp, sharp, musictheory.net, musictheory.net/lessons. Time signatures shows the number of beats in each measure, 4/4, 3/4, 6/8. https://teoria.com/n/tutorials/time-signature/rhythm, the pattern of notes and rests. Eighth notes, quarter notes, musictheory.net/12s. Each resource linked in the table offers detailed lessons and interactive exercises to deepen your understanding of these concepts.
Here's a concise guide to understanding polyphony in jazz composition, structured in a table format. Introduction to polyphony in jazz composition. Polyphony in jazz involves multiple independent melodies being played simultaneously, creating a complex and harmonically rich sound. This technique enriches the texture and depth of the composition, allowing for a more interactive and dynamic musical conversation among instruments. Description. Further resources. Example. Examples. Executive definition. Extraction further resources in the Vatkansium, though there are dever resources in the Jungens Rat and the definition. Can do it on create and transney half-direction. But also the Kikol says basic devermal was my aim. Here if it's marked. Basic definition. Polyphony involves several melodies played at once, each maintaining its independence but harmonically compatible. Giant Steps by John Coltrane, exploring jazz polyphony, jazz/jazz.org/blog use in jazz. In jazz, polyphony is used to create intricate musical dialogues, especially in improvisations where musicians respond to each other's lines. West End Blues by Louis Armstrong. Jazz composition theory, learnjazzstandards.com/instruments. Common in brass and woodwind sections, where each instrument can carry a unique line. The piano also frequently plays polyphonic textures. So What by Miles Davis. Piano sections. Instrumental polyphony in jazz. patbo.berkeley.edu/focusjazz. Composition tips. Start with a main melody and gradually layer additional melodies, considering rhythmic variation and harmonic compatibility. Allow room for improvisation to adapt melodies for real-time interaction among instruments. Conversations with myself. Conversations with myself, Bill Evans. Overdubbing different lines. Tips for jazz composers for w.allaboutjazz.com. Listening skills. To understand and appreciate polyphony, listen for how individual lines complement and contrast with each other, focusing on how they interweave rather than compete. Naima by John Coltrane. How to listen to polyphonic jazz. It's musicnotes.com/now. Tips how to listen to jazz? This table provides a snapshot of polyphony in jazz, useful for both listeners and aspiring composers to explore this fascinating aspect of musical arrangement.
Scat singing is a vocal improvisation technique used in jazz, characterized by the use of nonsensical syllables in melody, mimicking an instrument. This style allows vocalists to be as agile and expressive as instrumentalists, creating intricate musical lines and rhythms. Here's a concise table that outlines key aspects of scat singing. Definition: vocal improvisation with nonsensical syllables. Scooby-Doo-Be-Doo, Jazz Academy, jazz.org/academy techniques. Using syllables like do, bop to mimic instruments. Bebop Alula. Learn jazz standards.learnjazzstandards.com. Famous artists. Pioneered by Louis Armstrong. Popularized by Ella Fitzgerald. Ella Fitzgerald's Flying Home, All About Jazz, /allaboutjazz.com. Developing a good ear for jazz tunes and rhythms. Listen to Salt Peanuts. Listen to Salt Peanuts. Jazz radio practice. Frequent vocal exercises to improve pitch and rhythm control. Vocal warm-ups, jazz standards. Berklee Online, online.burp exploration. Visit dedicated jazz education websites and listen to tracks from iconic jazz vocalists.
Here's a concise table overview of how music and politics intertwine, complete with examples and further resources. The introduction sets the stage for understanding the powerful role music plays in political movements and expression. Music and politics, a symphony of influence and expression. Music transcends mere entertainment, embedding itself into the very fabric of political movements and societal change. Across history and cultures, melodies have mobilized, protested, and celebrated political causes, making it a potent tool for expression and change. Description, det take further reading, but I think the book has a rating of Charles Creedon. The role of test music. Protest song. Songs that challenge societal norms and political structures. Blowing in the Wind. Blowing in the Wind by Bob Dylan standing. Neov. Protest music /www.google.com/search Q role of protest plus songs. National anthems serve as symbols of national pride and unity. La Marseillaise, France. History of national anthems w.google.com search. History of national anthems. Censorship. Governments may suppress music to control public perception. Fight the Power by Public Enemy. Ban songs in various countries. Music censorship cases. Music plus censorship cases. Campaign songs used to rally support during political campaigns. Don't Stop by Fleetwood Mac, used by Bill Clinton. Impact of campaign songs /w.google.com/search impact of campaign songs. This table illustrates the complex interplay between music and politics, showcasing how melodies carry the power to influence, unite, and sometimes divide. Here's a concise table on the musical term adagio, complete with examples and resources. The table below aims to provide a clear and focused understanding of adagio in music. Details. Definition. A tempo marking indicating that the music should be played slowly, typically at a pace slower than andante, but faster than largo. Characteristics. Reflective, calm mood, often used in expressive, emotional parts of compositions. Notable composers: Tommaso Albinoni, Ludwig van Beethoven, Samuel Barber. Famous pieces: Albinoni's Adagio Minor, Beethoven's Adagio Cantabile, from Pathetique Sonata, Barber's Adagio for strings. Online resources: Classical Music Archives, ptww.classicalarchives./music theory online, musictheory.net/lp.org. for free scores. Introduction. Adagio is a musical term used to describe a tempo that is slower than andante and faster than largo, often utilized to convey a serene and reflective mood in music. It's especially prevalent in classical and romantic compositions, serving as a key expressive tool in many renowned musical pieces. Here's a concise table to help you understand texture, complete with examples and resources for further exploration. Ascription. Resources. And perceived through touch or appearance. Definition. Texture refers to the surface quality or feel of an object, perceived through touch or appearance. Silk, sandpaper. Feel the surface /www.exploratorium.edu/snacks feel surface. Types 1, tactile, physical, can be physically felt. Visual, implied, suggested by the way something looks. 1, wool, burlap. 2, paintings depicting fluffy clouds. Tactile Prepping at artifactory.com/art appreciation, elements of art/texture, functions. Enhances sensory experience and conveys information about the material. Leather in furniture, frosted glass, the role of texture, www.com/learn why texture is an important element in design. In art, it adds depth and interest. In design, it influences mood and usability. Sculptures, web design interfaces, textureinmagazine.com, 2000/7 texture in web design, a guide. Explore how texture plays a crucial role in our perception of the world, whether through the physical touch of materials or the visual appeal of surfaces. This fundamental element adds depth and emotion to artistic and everyday experiences.
Understanding timbre. Timbre, often called tone color, is what makes two sounds with the same pitch and volume sound different. It's influenced by the sound's harmonic content, attack, and decay. Aspect, description, examples, resources. Definition, trilin, attack, resources. Definition, quality of sound that distinguishes different sources or instruments. A piano versus a violin. Google search timbre in music, google.com/search timbre in music. Harmonics, the overtones or frequencies that accompany the fundamental tone. Flute versus trumpet, understanding harmonics, Google or search harmonics sig. Attack, how quickly a sound reaches its peak after being played. Drum versus guitar. Attack, google.com search, ku attack plus and mike, how a sound fades away after the initial attack. Bell versus string. Decay in sound, google.com search. Explore these aspects to better understand how timbre affects musical perception.
Voice leading and bass lines. Voice leading involves smooth transitions between chords to create a pleasing musical flow. Effective bass lines ensure that each chord change feels natural and connected. Conception, resorption. Between the root move between the root, third, and fifth of chords. C, E, G, G, B, A, C, F, A, C. Musictheory.net/learned common tones retain notes that are shared between chords. Am, C, E, G to C, E, A. Doublestop.com tom/voiceleading.stowsmotion. Use half or whole steps for smooth transitions. GAMP, G-A-B, C-E as notes.cog/learnmusic/voiceleading in bass lines. Avoiding large jumps. Minimize jumps to keep the bass line smooth. CEGAF. Avoidingjumps.coursera.org//baseline.
Introduction to diminished arpeggios. Diminished arpeggios are fundamental in music theory, often used to create tension and resolve in compositions. A diminished arpeggio consists of a root note, a minor third, and a diminished fifth. They are used in various musical styles to add a unique flavor to melodies and harmonies. Google resources. Starting note of the arpeggio. C, E, B, G, B. G once I was explained. .google.com/search. Diminished arpeggios explained. Interval of a minor third above the root C to EB. Music theory diminished arpeggio search. Music theory diminished. Diminished fifth. Interval of a diminished fifth above the root C to GB. How to use diminished arpeggios. e.google.com/search. Example arpeggio. C diminished arpeggio. C, E, E, B, G, G, B. Diminished arpeggios for guitar. Diminished arpeggios for guitar. Application. Often used to create tension before resolving to a chord. In jazz, classical, and pop music. Diminished arpeggio exercises. .google.com/search. Q diminished arpeggio plus exercises. Feel free to explore these resources to deepen your understanding and practice of diminished arpeggios.
Understanding pedal points. Pedal points are sustained or repeated notes in the bass or other voices that provide harmonic support while other parts of the music move. They create tension and resolution, enriching the harmonic texture of a piece. Aspect. Description. Resources. While other parts of the music move. Definition. A pedal point is a note held or repeated while harmonies change around it. In Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, the bass holds a G while chords shift above. Musical pedal points. Watch. Tonic pedal, on the tonic note. Dominant pedal, on the dominant note. Diatonic pedal, within the scale. In Bach's St. Matthew Passion, a C pedal point supports various harmonies. Pedal Points Explained article. //zappydubdumble.com/pedal-punction creates harmonic tension and resolution, stabilizes the harmony. In Wagner's Tristan und Isolde, an F pedal point creates tension before resolving. Interactive to pedal point example.com/application. Common in classical and modern music, used in various genres. In jazz, a pedal point might be used to ground complex harmonies. Understanding pedal points in music blog.example.com/music-blog. Explore these resources to deepen your understanding of pedal points and see them in action.
Introduction to ritornello. The ritornello form is a musical structure commonly used in the Baroque period. It features a recurring theme that alternates with contrasting sections. The main theme, called the ritornello, returns multiple times throughout the piece, providing coherence and unity. Aspect, description. Google resources. Bach's BrandenburgConcerto.org. Definition. A recurring musical passage or theme in a composition. Bach's Brandenburg Concerto No. 3, ritornello wikipedia.org/wiki. Structure. Alternates between the ritornello and contrasting episodes. Vivaldi's The Four Seasons Spring, ritornello form britannica.com/art. Function. Provides thematic unity and contrast in the composition. Handel's Messiah, ritornello in Baroque music, googleartsandculture.google.com. Characteristics. Repeated thematic material with varied episodes. Corelli's Concerto Grosso Op. 6, No. 4. Understanding ritornello, classical music pages, classicalmusicpages.com/ritornello. This table provides a concise overview of ritornello form, showcasing its definition, structure, function, and characteristics with relevant examples and resources for further exploration.
Exploring ambient music, aspect-teristics. Definition. Ambient music is a genre that emphasizes tone and atmosphere over traditional musical structure. It aims to create a mood or environment. Characteristics. Slow tempos, repetitive patterns, minimalistic sounds, and use of non-traditional instruments. Key artists: Brian Eno, Moby, Aphex Twin, William Basinski. Notable albums: Music for Airports by Brian Eno, Selected Ambient Works 85-92 by Aphex Twin. Examples: An Ending, Ascent by Brian Eno, Star by Moby. Resources: Wikipedia on ambient music, en.wikipedia.org/weambientmusic. Ambient music on AllMusic, ambient.allmusic.com, ambient M0029333. Delve into these resources for a deeper understanding of ambient music and its impact. Building tension with music, technique. Resources. Resources. Building tension with music. Dissonance. Use of clashing notes to create unease. In Beethoven's Fugue. YouTube, undertube.watch. The dynamics. Gradually increasing or decreasing volume to heighten tension. The crescendo in Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries. Google Scholar. Dynamics in music, google.com/scholar. Dynamics in music. Tempo changes, altering speed to build suspense. The slow build-up in Jaws theme. Music theory, tatnet, learn. Repetition. Repeating a motif with slight variations to increase anxiety. The repeated motif in Psycho. Exploring motifs, that's slack.com/watch. Leitmotif. Using recurring themes to build emotional connection and tension. Darth Vader's theme in Star Wars. Google leitmotif analysis, google.com/search. This table provides a brief overview of techniques to build tension in music, complete with examples and resources for further exploration. Introduction, orchestration for jazz. Orchestration in jazz involves arranging music for various instruments to achieve a rich, dynamic sound. Here's a brief guide to some fundamental concepts. Concept, description, example, resources. Orchestration in jazz involves arranging music and rhythm sections. Big band arrangements. Typically features brass, woodwinds, and rhythm sections. Duke Ellington's It Don't Mean a Thing. Big Band Basic, jazzstandards.com, big band/arranging chords for specific instruments. Chordal voicings in a jazz piano piece. Voicings Guide, pianojazz.com, voicings. Instrumentation. Choosing instruments for different textures, combining trumpet and saxophone for a solo. Instrumentation 101, jazzinamerica.org/instrumentation. Dynamics and articulation. Using dynamics and articulation to enhance expression. Accent and crescendo in a trumpet solo. Dynamics in jazz. Counterpoint, creating interplay between different musical lines. Two saxophones exchanging melodic ideas. Counterpoint techniques. Feel free to delve deeper into each concept for a richer understanding.
Drones, a quick guide. Drones, or unmanned aerial vehicles, are aircraft operated without a human pilot on board. Drones, or unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, are aircraft operated without a human pilot on board. They are controlled remotely or autonomously. Types: 1. Quadcopters, 4 rotors, popular for photography. 2. Hexacopters, 6 rotors, better stability. 3. Fixed wing, long flight times used for mapping. Applications: 1. Photography, aerial shots for films and real estate. 2. Agriculture, crop monitoring and spraying. 3. Delivery, packages and medical supplies. Regulations vary by country, just often require registration and adherence to no-fly zones. In the US, follow FAA guidelines. Examples: 1. DJI Phantom, popular for consumer use. 2. Parrot Anafi, known for its high-resolution camera. 3. Autel Evo Lite offers long flight times. Google resources: 1. Google Scholar, scholar.google.com/drones. 2. Google News drone updates at news.google.com/search drones. 3. Drone popularity /trends.google.com/drones.
Understanding accidentals in music. Accidentals are symbols in music notation that alter the pitch of notes. They are crucial for introducing notes outside the standard scale and creating musical tension. Accidental. Example: Google reshift by a half step. Sharp raises the pitch by a half step. Sharp raises the pitch by a half step. C sharp. Sharp accidental explained, google.com/search, sharp accidental plus in music. Flat, pat, lowers the pitch by a half step. D flat. Flat at google.com/search, flat accidental in music. Natural, cancels previous accidentals and returns to natural pitch. B natural. Natural accidental search, natural accidental music. Double sharp, raises the pitch by 2 half steps. F sharp, F double sharp accidental explained, //www.google.com/search, double sharp accidental in music. Double flat, lowers the pitch by 2 half steps. Gira, G double flat accidental at google.search, double flat plus accidental. Feel free to explore these resources for more detailed explanations and examples. Introduction. Tap dance music overview. Tap dance music provides the rhythmic foundation for tap performances, integrating various genres to complement the dancer's movements. Understanding its elements can greatly enhance both the dancer's and the audience's experience. Here's a concise guide to tap dance music, including examples and resources to explore further. Aspect. Google resources. Jazz, swing, funk. Rhythmic pattern search. Rhythmic patterns. Complex rhythms with syncopation and varied beats. Jazz, swing, funk. Rhythmic patterns, google.com/search, rhythmic plus patterns in tap dance. Instruments often include drums, piano, and bass. Big band, jazz ensembles. Tap dance instrumentation. Google.com tap dance instrumentation. Historical genres. Early tap was influenced by jazz and vaudeville. Classic jazz, Broadway tunes. History of tap dance music. Search history of tap music. Modern influences. Incorporates elements from hip-hop, electronic, and more. Contemporary jazz, hip-hop beats. Modern tap dance music. Modern tap dance music. Composers who have significantly influenced tap dance music. Duke Ellington, Louis Armstrong, famous tap dance composers, /www.google.com/search, famous tap dance composers. This table provides a quick reference for tap dance music essentials and directs you to further resources for a deeper exploration.
Introduction to big band music. Big band music is a genre of jazz that flourished in the 1930s and 1940s. It features large ensembles, typically with 10 to 25 musicians, including brass, woodwinds, and rhythm sections. Known for its swinging rhythms and elaborate arrangements, big band music remains a cornerstone of jazz. Aspect. Sections: brass, drum, piano, bass, drums. Key characteristics: large ensemble, 10 to 25 musicians. Sections: brass, trumpets, trombones, woodwinds, saxophones, piano, bass, drums. Swing rhythm and intricate arrangements. Famous bands: Duke Ellington Orchestra, Count Basie Orchestra, Glenn Miller Orchestra. Notable composers: Count Basie, Benny Goodman. Iconic songs: Take the A Train by Duke Ellington, In the Mood by Glenn Miller, 1 O'Clock Jump by Count Basie. Big Band Jazz on Google Arts and Culture. artsandculture.google/project bigband@jazz. Big Band Music History by jazz.org/bigband-music history. Feel free to explore these resources for deeper insights and listen to classic recordings to get a true feel for big band music.
Introduction to soundtrack composition. Soundtrack composition involves creating music for films, TV shows, and other media to enhance the emotional and narrative impact. It blends music theory, storytelling, and technical skills. Here's a quick guide. Aspect. Description. Resources. Here's a quick guide. Melody. Main tune that captures the essence of the scene. Star Wars theme by John Williams. Melody writing tips. musicnotes.com/melody writing tips. Harmony. Chords that support the melody and add depth. Inception by Hans Zimmer. musicalchairs.info/harmony rhythm. The beat or tempo that drives the music. Mad Max Fury Road by Junkie XL. oxfordmusiconline.com/grovemusic/subject. Orchestration, arranging instruments for texture and effect. The Lord of the Rings by Howard Shore, orchestra.org/learn/in. Motifs, recurring themes that represent characters or ideas. Harry Potter by John Williams. Motif analogy with musictheory.net/motifs. Sound design, creating unique sounds to match the scene's atmosphere. Blade Runner by Vangelis Basics. soundsound.com/techniques/sound design. These elements work together to create memorable and immersive soundtracks.
Writing for snare drum, a quick guide. Writing for the snare drum involves understanding its unique sound characteristics and rhythmic capabilities. Here's a concise table to help you get started with basic notations, techniques, and examples. Ascription. Google Resources. Google Rotation. Basic notation. Snare drum notes are written on the second space of the staff. Notation examples /wikimedia.org/thumb3/34-drum kit.kang/www.musicnotes.com/blog/learn-to-play drum notation-guide/rudiments. Basic patterns like single strokes, double strokes, and paradiddles. Single stroke roll are rudiments guide .drumlessons.com/snare-drum-rudiments. Dynamics. Indicate loudness with markings such as forte, F, or piano, P piano. Dynamics in drumming, drumchannel.com/drumlessons/dynamics and phrasing/accent, emphasize certain beats to create rhythmical interest. Accent on one, accentdrumlessons.com, drum lessons, snare drum accent patterns. Sticking techniques, use different hand combinations for variety. Alternating hands, RLRL. Sticking techniques, h.drummerworld.com/drumtechniques/. This guide provides a foundational understanding of snare drum writing, useful for composing and arranging rhythms effectively.
Advanced jazz harmonic development. Concept, description, example. Google resources. Advanced jazz harmonic development, B13. Altered dominant chords. Chords with altered 5th and 9th, B5, number 5, B9, 9 for tension. G7 alt, B9, number 9, number 11, B13. Altered dominance explained. www.google.com/search. Cue altered dominant chords, chord changes, chord progressions based on major thirds, creating a cycle. C major 7, E7, A7, 7. Tropical contrapuntal changes, replacing dominant chords with chords a tritone away. D7, 7. Modal interchange, borrowing chords from parallel modes. C major 7, Ionian to C7, Mixolydian. Modal interchange basics, google.com/search. Modal interchange. Chord substitution, replacing chords with related or passing chords. M7 for DM7 in a 2V-ein progression. Chord substitution techniques, lat search, chord substitution. This table covers advanced jazz harmonic techniques with practical examples and resources for deeper exploration.
Italian madrigal, a brief overview. The Italian madrigal, flourishing in the late Renaissance, is known for its expressive, often intricate a cappella vocal compositions. Below is a concise guide to the key elements of this musical form with examples and resources for further exploration. Element description. This concise the resources for further exploration, usually for Pensoso by lucamerenzi.com. Definition. A secular vocal music form, usually for 4 to 6 voices, characterized by intricate counterpoint. Solo e Pensoso by Luca Marenzio. Madrigalevents.com. Origin. Emerged in Italy during the 16th century. Structure. Often through composed with no repeated sections. Text setting. Texts are often poetic and can be complex, reflecting themes of love and nature. Characteristics. Emphasis on expressive word painting and harmonies. Notable composers: Luca Marenzio, Carlo Gesualdo, and Claudio Monteverdi. Feel free to delve into these resources to explore more about the enchanting world of Italian madrigals. Modal interchange in jazz. Modal interchange involves borrowing chords from parallel modes to add color and variety to a chord progression. It's a technique used in jazz to enrich harmony and create tension and resolution. Concept explain. Example. Source. Google resources. Definition. Uferenmein. Definition. Borrowing chords from parallel modes, e.g. borrowing from C minor and C major. C major to C minor chords in a progression. Modal interchange /w.google.search quotes modal interchange in jazz. Borrowing from parallel minor. Common practice is to use chords from the parallel minor key. C major chord progression, C, M, D, M, G7, where D, M comes from C minor. using modal interchange search, modal interchange jazz, borrowing from other modes, use chords from modes like Dorian, Phrygian, etc. that share tonic notes. C major progression, C maj, be borrowed from C Dorian. Jazz harmony, google.com search, jazz modal interchange, typical chord. Flat thought, IVT, and other chords from minor modes. C major, I ab maj, borrowed from C minor. Understanding modal interchange, www.google.com search, understanding modal interchange. Feel free to explore these resources for more detailed examples and explanations.
Introduction to composing funk arrangements. Funk music is characterized by its rhythmic groove, tight bass lines, and syncopated rhythms. Here's a quick guide to crafting funk arrangements. Examples resources. Use 16th notes and rests. Rhythm. Focus on syncopation and offbeat accents. Use 16th notes and rests. Syncopation in funk, youtube.com, bassline. Create a prominent rhythmic bassline, often includes slides and embellishments. Funk-based techniques kuat kwach. Groove. Emphasize the groove with drum patterns and layered rhythms. Drum patterns, youtube.com. Harmonic structure. Use dominant 7th and 9th chords to add a funky feel. ht/www.google.com/search, incorporate brass sections, rhythm guitars, and keyboards. Delve into these aspects to create the ultimate funky sound.
Understanding register in language. Register refers to the variation in language use depending on the context, purpose, and audience. It encompasses the choice of vocabulary, tone, and style suited to different situations. Here's a quick overview of registers with examples. Register, examples. Google resources. Here's a quick overview. Examples. Formal, professional, academic. Dear Sir, Madam, I am writing to inquire about formal language guide, search.google.com with side, informal, casual, personal. Hey, just checking in. How's it going? Informal language search. Technical, specialized fields. The algorithm requires O(n)² time complexity. Technical writing resources /www.google technical writing resources. Everyday conversation. Gonna grab a bite to eat. You wanna join? We communicate and play. Each register suits different scenarios, influencing how effectively we communicate our message.
Introduction to figured bass. Figured bass is a musical shorthand used in Baroque music to indicate chords and their inversions. Here's a brief guide. Aspectplanation. Resources is longhand used in Baroque music. Definition. A notation system for indicating chords and their structure using numbers and symbols above the bass line. Wikipedia, wikipedia.org/wiki figured bass basic symbols. Numbers 3, 5, 7 denote intervals above the bass note. C, E, G, no figures. Musical chairs.info/figured bass. Inversion. Figures show the inversion of the chord. 6, first inversion, 6/4, second inversion. CEG6, CEG by A Siri. /learnmusictheory.net /in//figured bass. Suspensions. Use of symbols like 4 or 7 to indicate a temporary suspension of the harmony. CFA 4, cfabasics.com//figures. Chord symbols. Figured bass often includes a root note with numbers to specify the chord structure. C64CEG musictheory.net/figured bass. This table should help you grasp the essentials of figured bass notation. Essential jazz drum techniques. D-sources, offbeats to create a scriptural jazz drum techniques. Swing rhythm. Emphasize offbeats to create a swing feel. Play a ride cymbal pattern with the 1 or the 1 and 3 slightly delayed. One wouldn't go out for Katie. How to swing drum patterns com/learn tom/swing.html. Brush sticks. Use brushes instead of sticks for a softer sound. Brush the snare in a circular motion. Brushtechniquebasics.jazzdrumset.com/techniques. Syncopation. Play rhythms that emphasize offbeats or unexpected beats. Play accents on the end of beats. Understanding syncopation drumsforteachers.com. Syncopation. Polyrhythms. Combine different rhythmic patterns simultaneously. Play a 3/4 pattern between hands and feet. Introduction to polyrhythms.jazzdrumlessons.com/polyrhythms/polyrhythms. Hi-hat variation. Vary hi-hat patterns to add texture. Alternate between open and closed hi-hat sounds. Hi-hat technique drumlesson.com/hi-hat-variations.dump. This table highlights core techniques used in jazz drumming, offering brief descriptions, examples, and useful resources for further learning.
Understanding jazz and blues progressions. Jazz and blues progressions are the backbone of these genres, providing a foundation for improvisation and expression. Here's a concise overview to get you started. Description. Example. Google resource, providing a foundation and expression. 12-bar blues, classic blues structure with 12 measures. I4V in C, C, F, G. 12-bar blues guide.google.com. Search the 12-bar blues guide. Common in jazz, creates tension and resolution. In C, DM7, G7 the end progression. Google.com. Search EVI blues scale, used in blues for soloing. C blues scale, C, EB, F, F sharp, G. Blues scale basics. www.google.com/search blues scale basics. Turnaround short progression leading to the start. C7, F7, C7, G7. Blues turnarounds. Blues/search. These progressions are key to mastering jazz and blues improvisation. Introduction to modal harmony. Modal harmony refers to the use of musical modes, such as Dorian, Phrygian, etc., to create chords and progressions distinct from the traditional major and minor harmonies. Here's a brief overview of key modes and their harmonic characteristics. Mode, A scale. Example, progression. Google resources. You know the theme modes and their harmonic characteristics. Ionian, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Major, minor, C, F, G, C. Ionian mode basics. Ionian mode basics. Dori, D, E, B, F, G, A, B, C. Minor I, major 4. DM, G7, AM, DM. Dorian mode examples. Search Dorian Phrygian. C, D, B, E, F, G, A, B, B, C. EM, F, M overview. Google.com/search. Phrygian mode plus overview. Lydian. C, D, E, F sharp, G, A, B, C. Major I, Afar, C, G, Lydian mode insights. Lydian Mogul in search, Lydian mode insights, C, D, E, F, G, A, my favorite road, C, G, B, Mixolydian mode explained, inward explained, Mixolydian mode plus search, Mika, G, Aeolian, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, B, minor, M, F, basics.google.com/search, Aeolian plus mode basics, C, D, B, E, B, B, A, B, 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 C, diminished, I, minor, dim, C, B, dim, C. Locrian mode about search, Locrian mode guide. Feel free to explore the links for more detailed information on each mode.
Introduction to classical scales. Scales are fundamental in classical music, serving as the building blocks for melodies and harmonies. Here's a brief overview of major and minor scales with examples and resources to help you get started. Scale type, description, example, Google resources. Here's a brief overview of major and resources to help you get started. Major scale, a 7-note scale with a specific pattern of whole and half steps. C major, C, D, F, G, A, B, C. Majorscale.google.com/search, Major Scale Music Theory. A 7-note scale with a different pattern of whole and half steps compared to the major scale. A minor A, B, C, D, F, G. Minor scale overview, natural magical minor scale, harmonic minor scale. Similar to the natural minor, but with a raised 7th note. A harmonic minor, A, B, C, D, F, G sharp A. Harmonic minor scale, google.com/search, harmonic scale music theory. Melodic minor scale ascends with a raised 7th note, descends as a natural minor. Descends as a natural minor, A, ascending, A, B, C, D, E, F sharp. Melodic minor scale plus music theory. These resources should give you a good start on understanding and practicing classical scales.
Jazz and funk fusion, a quick guide. Jazz and funk fusion combines the improvisational elements of jazz with the rhythmic grooves of funk, creating a unique and vibrant musical style. Here's a concise overview. Jazz fusion, funk fusion. Resources. Concise overview. Resources. Rhythm, complex rhythms, syncopation, swing, steady, driving grooves, syncopation. Weather reports Birdland, jazzfudia.org/jazzfusion. Harmony, extended chords, modulations, simple, repetitive chord progressions. Herbie Hancock's Chameleon, allmusic.com, Jazz Fusion, May Jazz Fusion, Mero 06. Improvisation, highly spontaneous, often with complex solos, more groove-focused with riff-based solos. James Brown's Sex Machine, jazztimes.funkhistimes.com/funkfusion. Instrumentation, varied, often includes electric instruments, prominent bass lines, horns, and rhythm guitar. Miles Davis's Bitches Brew, YouTube jazzfunkfusion.com /jazzfunkfusion. Typical bands, artists. Weather Report, Return to Forever. Parliament Funkadelic, Monsieur Parker. Bootsy Collins' Stretching Out. Google Books, Jazz Funk Fusion, books.google.com. Explore these resources and examples to dive deeper into the dynamic world of jazz and funk fusion. Understanding the Phrygian cadence. The Phrygian cadence is a distinctive chord progression common in Western music, characterized by a particular shift between two chords that create a unique dramatic effect. It involves a move from the IV chord to the V chord in a Phrygian mode, typically seen in minor keys. Description. Example, Google resources. Chord cadence Phrygian mode, chord progression, Ive to V in Phrygian mode, i.e. Dem to E in C, Phrygian. Phrygian cadence explained, google.com search. Phrygian mode, a mode with a flat second degree C Phrygian, C, D, B, E, B, F, G, B, B. Phrygian mode basics, search Phrygian mode basics. Dark, dramatic, often used in film music. Mars, by Holst uses this cadence. Phrygian cadence sound.google.com/search. Phrygian application. Often used in minor keys for tension and resolution. Classical and modern music examples. Phrygian cadence in music. Phrygian cadence in music. For a deeper dive, you can explore these resources to see how the Phrygian cadence shapes musical compositions and creates an evocative atmosphere.
Introduction to symphony. A symphony is a large-scale musical composition for orchestra, typically structured in multiple movements. Originating in the classical period, symphonies are known for their complexity and depth, often featuring a rich interplay of themes and orchestral color. Aspect description. Google resources. Definition. A symphony is a multi-movement of 4 movements, varying tempos and moods. Definition. A symphony is a multi-movement work for orchestra, usually consisting of 4 movements with varying tempos and moods. Beethoven's Symphony No. 5, which en.wikipedia.org/wiki movements, typically includes 4 movements, 1 allegro, 2 andante, 3 minuet scherzo, 4 allegro rondo. Mozart's Symphony No. 40, music theory, symphony.musictheory.net/symphony orchestration utilizes a full orchestra with strings, woodwinds, brass, and percussion, each contributing to the overall texture. Mahler's Symphony No. 1, Britannica Symphony Orchestra, britannica.com/art/symphony orchestra. Notable composers. Prominent composers include Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, and Brahms. Brahms Symphony No. 1. YouTube some examples. Select the.com/quiz results. Feel free to explore these resources to deepen your understanding of symphonies.
Aleatoric music, also known as chance music, incorporates elements of randomness or unpredictability in the composition or performance process. This technique often leaves some aspects of the musical outcome to chance, which can create unique and varied results. Aspect, description, examples, resources, in the compositions of the musical arid results. Definition, music where elements are left to chance. John Cage's 4/30toric music, Britannica, britannica.com//art aleatoric music. Historical context, emerged in the 20th century, challenging traditional structures. Karl-Heinz Stockhausen's Klavierstück Sing, wikipedia.org/wiki, aleatory music. Techniques, uses random processes or performer choices. Morton Feldman's For Philip Gust music, soundonsound.com/techniques/aleatoric music. Impact, changed how music is created and perceived. Pierre Boulez's Pli Salon Pli, npr.wr.org/2220/music explained. This table provides a concise overview of aleatoric music, its principles, and resources for further exploration.
Understanding jazz harmony in film. Jazz harmony in film enriches the narrative by providing emotional depth and complexity. Here's a brief overview. Description. Jazz harmony in film to create tension and resolution. use of EVI, EVEV to create tension and resolution. Miles Ahead by Don Cheadle. Jazz Harmony and FilmStudies.org. Adding sevenths, ninths, elevenths to chords for color and sophistication. La La Land by Justin Hurwitz. Jazz Resources. Modulation. Changing key centers to shift mood and tension. Whiplash by Justin Techniques, filmharmony.org. Rhythmic variation. Use of syncopation and complex rhythms to enhance the film's pace. The Pink Panther by Henry Mancini, Rhythmic Jazz Techniques.jazzrhythm.com. These elements help create the ultimate emotional impact in film scoring.
Jazz bass lines are crucial for providing harmonic support and rhythm. To develop an effective jazz bass line, focus on these key elements: concept, description, example, Google resources, root notes, rötnässepoileoma. Focus on these key elements: root notes. Start with the root notes of the chord changes to outline the harmonic structure. For a C major 7 chord, use C as the root note. JazzBassLineFundamentals.jazzadvice.com's How to Play Bass Lines incorporate chord tones 1, 3, 5, 7 to provide harmonic clarity. C major 7, C, E, G, B. Play a line like C, E, G, E. ChordToneStudyBase.com/ins chord tone exercises, passing tones. Use passing tones to connect chord tones smoothly and add interest. C major J7 to MJ7, C, D, E, F. Using passingmusicalchairs.info/bass bass lessons, articles, 5-mic variation. Experiment with rhythmic patterns to keep the bass line engaging and dynamic. Play syncopated rhythms like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Rhythmic patterns for jazznotes.com/blog/how to play jazz bass. Create walking bass lines that outline chord changes with steady rhythm and movement. C, E, G, A, then F major 7, F, A, C, D. Walking bass line, jazzbassist.com/walking bass techniques. These elements work together to create engaging and supportive bass lines in jazz. Understanding rhythmic subdivisions. Rhythmic subdivisions break down beats into smaller, manageable parts, helping musicians understand and perform complex rhythms accurately. Here's a concise overview of common rhythmic subdivisions. Subdivision. Description. Example. Google resources. Google musicians understand. Quarter notes. 1 beat per note. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chordical.com/search quarter note basics. 8th notes, 2 notes per beat. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and 8 notes. Google.com search 8th note examples. 4 notes per beat. 16th notes, 1 E and A2. Search 16th notes tolo. Triplets. 3 notes per beat. 1 triplet. 2 triplets explained. h/google.com/search Q triplets plus explained. This table provides a brief introduction to rhythmic subdivisions with examples and links to additional resources for further exploration.
Introduction to music education. Music education enhances students' understanding and appreciation of music, developing skills in performance, theory, and history. Here's a concise guide. Aspect. Google resources. Google resources. Here's a concise guide. Google resources. Sayers performance. Learning to play instruments or sing, developing technical and expressive skills. Learning guitar, choir practices, clerk.com for results. Theory, understanding music notation, rhythm, harmony, and structure. Reading sheet music, chord progressions. Khan Academy Music khanacademy.org/humanities/music. History, exploring different musical styles, genres, and historical contexts. Study of Baroque music, jazz, evolution. Google Arts and Culture, artsandculture.google.com/partner. Composition, creating original music using knowledge of theory and history. Writing a sonnet, composing a song. This table provides a foundational overview of music education, blending practical and theoretical aspects to foster a well-rounded musical education.
Counterpoint in jazz. Counterpoint in jazz involves the interaction of independent melodic lines, creating harmony and complexity. It enriches jazz by layering melodies and harmonies, giving pieces depth and movement. Here's a concise overview. Concept. Example. Example. Google Reese's Jazz by layering melody. Concise overview. Basic counterpoint, combining two or more independent melodies. Botched fugues, adapted to jazz standards. Counterpoint in jazz, lyd.google.com search, counterpoint plus in jazz. Contrapuntal texture, melodic lines interweaving, each with its own rhythm. Lush Life by Billy Strayhorn. Jazz contrapuntal tom search, jazz contrapuntal imitation, repeating a melody in a different voice or key. Coltrane's Giant Steps, imitation in jazz, google.com/search, imitation plus in jazz. Stretto, overlapping of themes for a dense texture. A Night in Tunisia by Dizzy Gillespie. Google.com/search, canonic form. A melody is repeated in a different voice, creating a canon. All the Things You Are by Jerome Kearns, canon in Google.search. For more in-depth exploration, these resources offer valuable insights into jazz counterpoint techniques and their applications.
Jazz and Funk Fusion, a quick guide. Jazz and funk fusion combines the improvisational elements of jazz with the rhythmic and groovy aspects of funk. It blends complex harmonies and syncopated rhythms to create dynamic, engaging music. Aspect. Description. Google resources. It blends complex and dynamic, engaging music. Syncopation and complex rhythms typical of funk. James Brown's Sex Machine, rhythm in use /www.google.com/search, rhythm and funk music, and like harmonic, rich, extended chords and progressions from jazz. Herbie Hancock's Chameleon, jazz plus harmony, improvisation, spontaneous soloing, and interaction between musicians. Weather reports Birdland, improvisation techniques. .google.com/search, improvisation techniques in jazz. Groove, funk's emphasis on a strong, danceable groove. Funkadelic's One Nation Under a Groove, funk.google.com search. Instrumentation, use of jazz instruments with funk rhythms. Tower of Power's What is Hip? In search, this table offers a snapshot of how jazz and funk fuse together, enriching both genres and creating something uniquely rhythmic and harmonic.
Introduction to contrapuntal bass. Contrapuntal bass, a foundational element in counterpoint, involves creating a bass line that complements and contrasts with the melody and inner voices. This technique enhances harmonic richness and musical texture. Concept description. Google resources. Definition. A bass line that provides harmonic support while interacting independently with the melody. Melody, C-G. Contrapuntal bass search, contrapuntal bass explained. Bass lines should support harmonic consonance with the melody and other voices. GABC, CGEA. Harmony and Counterpoint Basic.google.com/search, Harmony and Counterpoint Basics. The bass often moves in contrary or oblique motion relative to the melody. Bass, CBAG. Counterpoint techniques, search counterpoint cadences. Utilize bass lines that guide towards cadences, reinforcing the harmonic resolution. Melody BAD. Google.com/search, Understanding Cadences. Explore these resources for more detailed insights and examples.
Introduction to arranging lo-fi hip-hop. Arranging lo-fi hip-hop involves creating a smooth, nostalgic soundscape using a blend of mellow beats, atmospheric textures, and melodic elements. Here's a concise guide to get you started. Example, Google resources. Here's a concise guide to get you started. Ambient rain sounds. Start with a calming intro to set the mood. Use Amadeus Simple Melodic Loop, ambient rain sounds plus piano loop. How to create lo-fi beats. youtube.com. Watch v=7g. Incorporate a laid-back drum pattern. Commonly used are soft kicks, snares, and hi-hats with a relaxed groove. 808 kick plus snare hi-hat, lo-fi hip-hop drum patterns, Google DOS, document 1S70FFFOZ44J6KQ4S4ZNU9JF. Use jazzy chords or smooth synths. Keep melodies simple and repetitive for a hypnotic effect. Jazzy electric piano, creating melodies for lo-fi, musicianonamission.com/lo-fi-melody. Texture. Add atmospheric sounds or effects like vinyl crackle, reverb, and delay to enhance the mood. Vinyl crackle plus reverb, adding atmosphere to lo-fi beats. soundonsound.com/techniques, adding atmosphere-lo-fi beats. Structure your track with a clear progression. Intro, verse, chorus, bridge, outro. Keep transitions smooth and gradual. Smooth transitions between sections. Arranging lo-fi hip-hop tracks, music production blog. h/musicproductionblog.com/arranging-lo-fi-tracks. Feel free to explore these resources and examples to deepen your understanding and enhance your arrangements.
Creating drive and rhythm. Google resources. Emphasizing off beats or weak beats. Syncopation. Emphasizing off beats creates rhythmic drive. Take 5 by Dave Brubeck. Google.com/search. Syncopation techniques, rhythmic patterns. Using complex or irregular patterns adds energy and momentum. Superstition by Stevie Wonder. The search, rhythmic patterns, plus in music. Accents. Accentuating specific beats or notes highlights important rhythmic points. Billie Jean by Michael Jackson. Using accents, tempo changes. Varying the speed can create dramatic shifts in drive and energy. The Rite of Spring by Stravinsky. tempow.google.com/search, tempo changes in music. This table should help you delve into creating drive and rhythm through various techniques and examples.
Creating jazz leads, a quick nation. Example, Google Rishons. Google Rishons. Example, create a strong, harmonious lead. These notes create a strong, harmonious lead over a schemage 7 chord, C, E, G, B. Understanding chord tones in jazz, use notes that lead into chord tones, creating tension and in resolution. Approaching G chord tone with F sharp. Approach notes in jazz improvisation. Utilize scales such as the major, minor, and blues scales to craft your lead. C major scale, C, D, F, G, A, B. Jazz scale patterns and their use. Play notes from the chord in sequence to highlight its structure. C major 7 arpeggio, C, E, G, jazz arpeggios for improvisation. Insert non-chord tones to create smooth transitions between chord tones. Between C and E, use D as a passing tone. Using passing tones in jazz leads. Enclosure. Surround a target note with adjacent notes to create emphasis. Surrounding G with F sharp and A. Enclosure techniques in jazz improvisation.